Chapter 1287. In the forbidden land of gods and demons, in the small world that had collapsed, the scene of the end of the world was shocking. In the depths of the forbidden land, in front of the huge heart of gods and demons, the two bodies of knowing destiny joined forces to help the main body reconstruct its body. In the small world that was full of devastation, demonic energy and phoenix fire filled the air. The two bodies suppressed the heart of gods and demons, and at the same time, forcefully transferred vitality into the main body. Within the heart of gods and demons, Xingjiang screamed. His goal of perishing together was destroyed, and now, he could only watch as his vitality was being taken away, unable to do anything. With the two bodies working together, even gods and demons could not shake them. With incomparable power, they seized the power of creation and reconstructed the main body's body bit by bit. It was a shocking scene. The once weak young man had now grown to the point where he could shake gods and demons. There was no doubt that he was powerful. "Please, let me go." Within the heart of gods and demons, Xingjiang's screams became louder and louder. He begged for mercy. "I will teach you the divine ability that is unparalleled in the world. There is no need." The demonic body said coldly, "Compared to the divine ability, I want your life more. After I devour your vitality, I will bring your remnant soul back. In the underworld, there are experts who can read memories. None of your divine abilities will be wasted." Xingjiang screamed, "Despicable humans, your hearts are greedier than a hungry wolf's." "Likewise," the demonic body said coldly. The demonic energy around him surged like waves, and his demonic aura became stronger. Within the heart of gods and demons, the screams sounded again and again, making one's hair stand on end. At the same time, in the heart of gods and demons, boundless vitality gathered and entered the main body. The illusory body gradually solidified. Under the nourishment of the heart of gods and demons, the vitality of the withered vitality was reignited. It was like a divine furnace. Within the small world, time passed quickly. As the vitality of the heart of gods and demons was consumed, the space quickly disintegrated. Rocks fell, but before they could touch the two bodies, they were turned to dust by the powerful phoenix demon aura. Just as the two bodies joined forces to help the main body recover, the Death Star in the outside world completely collapsed. From afar, it was as if a giant god was floating in the starry sky. It was a shocking sight. Gods and devils didn't have heads, and they had died long ago in the primordial era. However, even though they were dead, their hearts had gradually recovered over the countless years. Their remnant consciousness had awakened, and they were constantly searching for their corporeal bodies, anticipating the day they would be reborn. However, even the fiend gods did not expect that one day they would be caught in their own trap and become someone else's dowry. Time passed day after day. No one knew how long it had been since knowing destiny entered the small world of gods and demons. Below, the bodies of the gods and demons gradually disintegrated into dust and scattered in the starry sky. Inside the small world of godfiends, the space around the Phoenix demon duo was almost completely destroyed. Only a small area was left floating in the void. In front of him, the heart of the godfiend was beating slower and slower. All of its vitality was being injected into the body. The godfiend was about to die, consigned to eternal damnation. Boom! At this moment, above the starry sky, thunder roared, and a terrifying aura descended. It broke through the small world that was riddled with holes and blasted towards the heart of the fiend god. Phoenix body. When the demon body saw this, his expression darkened slightly as he shouted, "Understood." Not far away, the phoenix body nodded. Its figure flashed and swept to the sky above the heart of the fiend god. "Ha!" As the thunder tribulation descended, the phoenix body shouted softly. The surrounding phoenix fire spread and soared into the sky. The phoenix fire shook the heavenly thunder. The two extreme forces collided, and the remaining small world quickly disintegrated. In front of the heart of the fiend god, the moment the phoenix body blocked the heavenly tribulation, the demon body was surrounded by demonic flames. With the support of the 9 underworlds combat technique, its body was pushed to the limit. In the heart of the fiend god, the body's vitality became stronger and stronger. The dried-up origin of the divine tree was revived and crazily devoured the remaining power of the heart of the fiend god. Boom! In the distant starry sky, thunder roared and fell one after another. Xian Tsang was furious and wanted to destroy the blasphemer. Below, the phoenix body waved its hand, and the ghost sword flew over. The moment it held the sword will around it surged wildly. With a slash of the sword, the starry sky shattered. The shocking sword shattered the thunder that filled the sky. With the shocking power of the power, even the destructive thunder could not descend. Ha! The body was about to recover. In front of the heart of the fiend god, the demon body shouted. Dense demonic chi surged, refining the last power of the heart of the fiend god and injecting it into the body. At this moment, above the 9 heavens, the wind and clouds changed again. Amidst the thunder, a huge celestial gate appeared. The aura of time flowed, ancient and heavy. When the celestial gate appeared, the phoenix body's expression turned serious. The real trouble had finally arrived. This celestial gate that suppressed the body was the most difficult tribulation to deal with. Boom! Above the 9 heavens, the celestial gate slowly descended. In an instant, an indescribable pressure descended, and the entire starry sky shook violently. Under the celestial gate, cracks appeared around the phoenix body. Blood flowed out and dyed its clothes red. In the most terrifying tribulation, the celestial gate suppressed all good and evil. The earth-shattering power was difficult for the phoenix body to withstand. Demon body! The celestial gate could not withstand it. The phoenix body held on for a moment and shouted. In front of the heart of the fiend god, the demon body saw this and flashed into the void. In order to protect the body, the phoenix body and the demon body worked together to resist the strongest heavenly tribulation. Boom! Above the celestial gate, the aura of time flowed, carrying the supreme laws of heaven and earth. From ancient times until now, it had suppressed countless fiend gods in the world. Sword technique. Heavenly sword. The phoenix body worked together, a sword holding up the sky. The sword reflected the stars in the sky. A huge sword light soared into the sky and blocked the celestial gate. Boom! The sword light and the celestial gate collided. Under the pressure of the celestial gate, the sword light collapsed inch by inch. It could not resist for more than a breath and was completely destroyed. The celestial gate was shocking, and it was difficult to resist it. The phoenix body focused, and the sword intent around it was activated again. The supreme forbidden martial technique appeared. 6 Tao fall, myriad demonic tribulations, supreme forbidden sword. The phoenix body worked together, and the supreme forbidden sword defied the heavens. In the starry sky, the sword pressure spread, and endless sword light gathered from all directions. Demonic phoenix heavenly tribulation. In the next moment, a huge sword phoenix appeared in the starry sky. It was pitch black, and the demonic aura was turbulent. The strongest combination to deal with the strongest heavenly tribulation. The sword phoenix soared into the sky and crashed into the celestial gate. Extreme against extreme, the extreme of heaven and earth, the extreme of man. The two strongest forces collided, and the starry sky collapsed. Below, in the starry sky, the aftershock caused the phoenix body's lips to turn red, and they were injured. Boom! Boom! The two forces collided again and again. The sword phoenix and the celestial gate clashed unceasingly. After a few breaths of time, an ancient immortal might erupted above the celestial gate. The sword phoenix that defied the heavens was shattered, and it was forcibly dispersed by the celestial gate. Arg! The sword phoenix collapsed. Below, the phoenix body and demon body both groaned. their bodies staggered, and they were seriously injured. Strong, so strong that it was hard to resist. The might of heaven was so strong that it was hard for humans to resist. Do you regret it? In the celestial gate, the reflection of the ancient era appeared. An unparalleled celestial lord stood with his hands behind his back. Just his back view alone caused the entire sky to tremble. I don't regret it. In front of the eastern celestial lord, a beautiful woman in red shook her head and said with difficulty. Hearing the reply, the eastern celestial lord sighed lightly. He waved his right hand, sending the woman in front of him away. The ancient reflection was shocking. In the starry sky, the celestial lord of the eastern celestial realm asked again, "Do you regret it?" The majestic question echoed in the starry sky. It seemed to be asking someone, but it also seemed to be asking himself. I don't regret it. Below, in the heart of the fiend god, a familiar voice answered. In the void, the phoenix body and demon body sensed it. They looked down with a shocked expression. The original body had awakened? How could it be so fast? In the eyes of the two bodies, the heart of the fiend god slowly rose. An incomparably powerful force overflowed, spreading to every corner of the starry sky. Thank you for your hard work. In the heart of the fiend god, the original body's voice sounded. Next, leave this to me. Okay. The original body recovered. The phoenix body, whose injuries had yet to fully recover, replied. Its figure dissipated and returned to the demon body. I need some time to pass the celestial gate calamity. I will have to trouble you for the matters of the mortal world. In the starry sky, the original body's voice echoed. I understand. Not far away, the demon body nodded and said indifferently, Don't worry. Before you return, I will do my best to help you protect this mortal world. Thank you. The original body replied. I can't help you here. I will leave first. The demon body looked at the huge celestial gate in the void and said calmly. Then, he turned and left. Demon body, you are more like a human now. Behind him, the original body's voice sounded. Hearing this, the demon body paused slightly and said indifferently, I hope you can be more like a demon. After that, the demon body didn't say anything else and continued to walk forward. After the demon body left, in the starry sky, the pressure of the celestial gate became more and more shocking. It slowly fell and suppressed all the laws of heaven and earth. In the heart of the fiend god, the original body's power continued to rise. His peerless foundation erupted all at once. Above the 9 heavens, thunderbolts fell one after another. However, before they could reach the heart of the fiend god, they were scattered by the power of the original body of the knowing destiny state. The strongest heavenly calamity since ancient times and the person with the best foundation of martial arts in the mortal world. The two forces collided head-on. For a moment, the laws of heaven and earth went against the flow. Even time showed signs of flowing backward. In the distance, the demon body stopped and looked at the shocking battle in front of him. A wave of emotion flashed in his deep eyes. This time, the original body woke up and was stronger than before. Among the 3 bodies of the knowing destiny state, the original body was once again at the forefront. Although the 3 bodies were one, there was still a hierarchy. The original body's power had increased greatly this time, so he couldn't continue to neglect it. It was time to find a way to improve his power. Thinking of this, the demon body looked at the primeval demon realm in the distance and his expression turned serious. That was the world of demons. If he wanted to improve his power, returning was the best choice. The 2 realms would be at peace for only 10 years. Excluding the time he had wasted here, there wasn't much time left for him. Thinking of this, the demon body didn't delay any longer. His figure flashed and rushed in the direction of the passage between the 2 realms. Humans had their own path, and demons had their own path. He would walk his own path. Chapter 1288. In the Red Phoenix Galaxy, in front of the passage between the 2 realms, the demon body walked out and entered without hesitation. After a few years, knowing destiny, came to the primordial demon realm again. In order to improve his strength, he was fearless. A few days later, in the primordial demon realm, where thousands of heavenly demons were buried, Ning Chen appeared and killed the guardians of the graveyard with a thunderous force. "I'll leave it to you." Ning Chen waved his hand to shake off the blood on his hand and walked forward. Behind him, a chilly wind howled. Thousands of heavenly demons flew out like hungry tigers and pounced on the guardians of the graveyard who had died in battle. It was a shocking scene. A king realm heavenly demon was devoured in a few breaths. Not even his corpse was left. In the depths of the graveyard, Ning Chen stopped and looked at the tombs in front of him. A cold look flashed across his face. "Apart from these 10 tombs, you can devour as much of the heavenly demon origin as you can," Ning Chen said coldly. "Thank you, Master." In the graveyard, thousands of heavenly demons responded. Then, they separated and flew toward the tombs in the distance. In the depths of the graveyard, in front of the 10 tombs, Ning Chen's demonic aura surged. He blasted the tombs open with his powerful force. In the tombs, 10 king realm heavenly demons lay in their coffins. When they were alive, they were dominators. After their deaths, their bodies were immortal and they slept forever. The chi and blood in the 10 king realm heavenly demons had already withered. Only the scorching heavenly demon origin was still intact. "Ha!" With a deep shout, Ning Chen's demonic aura spread out and devoured the 10 heavenly demons, forcibly taking their heavenly demon origin. Without cultivating the 9 serenities heaven-devouring demon scripture, when Ning Chen forcibly took the heavenly demon origin, most of the heavenly demon origin was scattered between heaven and earth. The devouring efficiency was less than 20%. However, there were pros and cons to everything. When the heavenly demon origin entered the body, only the purest energy was left. All the memories and negative emotions were scattered between heaven and earth along with the unusable heavenly demon origin. Before long, the heavenly demon origin in the 10 king realm heavenly demons dried up. Violent demonic aura surged in the surroundings. Most of the 10 heavenly demons' energy dissipated. Heaven and earth couldn't bear it and shook violently. Thousands of heavenly demons in the graveyard sensed it and immediately flew back into the soul-suppressing banner. Ning Chen waved his hand and took the soul-subduing banner. Then, he walked out of the graveyard. Not long after the devil body left, several king realm cultivators appeared in front of the devil burial ground. They looked at the graveyard that was riddled with holes, and their faces were filled with shock. "Immediately report this to the 2 demon emperors," one of the heavenly demons in the king realm said in a deep voice. "Yes." Behind him, a heavenly demon received the order and immediately rushed towards the 3 imperial city. The demon burial ground had been destroyed, and all the heavenly demon origins had been taken away. This was something that had never happened before. Even the kings of the celestial demon imperial family would not dare to do such a thing. In the celestial devil imperial city, in front of the 3 sovereigns' palace, a king realm celestial devil appeared and half knelt. "Greetings, devil emperors." As soon as he finished speaking, demonic chi surged in front of the 3 emperors' palace. 2 peerless demonic cultivators walked out, and their dignified voices resounded. "What's the matter? Your Majesty, not long ago, the devil burial ground was destroyed and all the heavenly demon origins were taken away. We don't know who the murderer is yet," the king's domain heavenly demon answered truthfully. In front of the 3 emperors' palace, the 2 demon emperors, Kuan 1 and 7 luminaries demon emperors' faces darkened when they heard this. How could such a thing happen? This was outrageous. "Messenger," Demon Emperor Kuan 1 said. "Yes, Your Majesty." The messenger showed up at the bottom of the 9,000 stone steps and bowed respectfully. "Send someone to investigate this immediately. If necessary, I'll allow you to mobilize the King Realm experts in the Imperial Army." Demon Emperor Kuan 1 said in a deep voice. He waved his right hand, and a black Demon Emperor token appeared and flew forward. Yes, your majesty. The messenger accepted the order and took the demon emperor token. Then, he turned around and left. Brother, who do you think did this? 7 luminaries demon emperor asked in front of the 3 emperors' palace. We don't have a clue yet. The number of heavenly demons buried in the devil burial ground is shocking. Although these heavenly demons are dead, their origins haven't completely dissipated. If someone wants to use them, it'll be quite troublesome, Demon Emperor Kuan 1 replied. There aren't many people who have the guts and strength to break into the devil burial ground. It won't be easy to find this person, 7 luminaries Demon Emperor said seriously. It doesn't matter. Demon Emperor Kuan 1 said seriously, since this person has done it once, it's very likely that he'll do it again. As long as he leaves behind any clues, I'll be able to find him. 7 luminaries Demon Emperor nodded. In these troubled times, there would definitely be many rascals in the demonic realm who would want to take advantage of the chaos. In troubled times, they had to use heavy method. As long as they found this person, they would kill him without mercy. In the southwest of the primordial demon realm, in the territory of the Golden Light Royal City, Knowing Destiny appeared. He went straight to the royal mausoleum of the Golden Light Demon tribe and devoured the previous kings of this branch. It was a shocking scene. Demonic winds blew above the royal mausoleum, and thousands of heavenly demons howled. It was a shocking scene. At the center of the thousands of heavenly demons, the demon body stood still. Its demonic chi surged and devoured the corpses of the 4 kings. How dare you! At this moment, a powerful king aura burst out in the Golden Light Royal City. A heavenly demon surrounded by golden light appeared. In a few breaths' time, it dashed forward. An extremely powerful palm strike came with earth-shattering force. The current Golden Light King had attacked. His palm strike was shocking. In the royal mausoleum, the demon body sensed it. He turned around and countered with a palm strike. Boom! The 2 kings clashed, and the world changed. They had just met, and their combat power was on full display. Unexpectedly, the female demon, the most powerful Golden Light King in history, condensed Yuan with her slender hands. Thousands of heavenly demons immediately retreated, not daring to face the 2 kings. 13th Prince. Seeing the face of the person who came, the Golden Light King's face was filled with anger. His right palm activated 30% of Yuan, mercilessly attacking. A shocking expert. The current Golden Light King displayed shocking ability. His palm strike was earth-shattering, and it was not inferior to Luo Jia and Xian Lai, who were famous for their palm technique. The heavenly demon tribe is indeed full of hidden talents, Ning Chen said with a grave expression as he looked at the Golden Light King in front of him and separated the 2 of them. The strength of this Golden Light King was indeed beyond his expectations. She had such amazing strength and was still willing to stay in a corner. This woman was extraordinary. The Golden Light Royal Tribe has no grudge against you. 13th Prince, you've gone too far. The Golden Light King could not hide the anger in his eyes. The golden light and demonic chi on his body intensified. He turned his palm and attacked again. See you. Not willing to fight for a long time, Ning Chen stomped his foot and quickly retreated. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. You can't leave. In the royal tomb, the Golden Light King looked at the back of the former. He could not suppress the anger in his eyes. He rushed out and quickly chased after him. In the next few days, the 2 chased after each other. Their direction kept changing, and they crossed more than half of the primordial demon realm without stopping. In the next few days, the heavenly demon royal tribe suffered again wherever they passed. The royal tombs were blasted open, and the origin of the former kings was forcefully taken away. The actions of the demonic body quickly aroused the anger of all the royal tribes in the primordial demon realm. Countless experts were dispatched to kill the heavenly demon tribe. It's the 13th Prince. He's back. In the heavenly demon ancestral land, the 7 luminaries demon emperor said in a deep voice. Since this brat provoked us, Let him stay in the primordial demon realm forever, the first Kunyi demon emperor said coldly. The Golden Light King of the Golden Light Royal Tribe has amazing strength. It's beyond our expectations. Now that Xian Emo and Azura are still in the heavens beyond, why don't we give the responsibility of killing the 13th prince to this woman? The 7 luminaries demon emperor suggested. Sure. The first Kunyi demon emperor nodded and said, if necessary, we can give her some help. Understood. The 7 luminaries demon emperor nodded and agreed. In the southeast of the primordial demon realm, Ning Chen was chased by the Golden Light King for several days. He fought as he fled. In the past few days, more and more King Realm experts came from all over the demon realm. The unprecedented scene shocked the entire primordial demon realm. A few days later, Ning Chen fought his way out of the encirclement and headed north. More than a dozen kings and the Golden Light King, who was at the peak of the King Realm, worked together for several days, but they still could not trap the knowing destiny demonic body who had unleashed his full combat strength. While the primordial demon realm was in chaos, in the center of the sorcerer tribe's sacred land in the northern continent, on the central altar, the sorcerer tribe's current emperor, Tian Xian, stood quietly. She looked at the distant primordial demon realm with a solemn look in her beautiful and intelligent eyes. The 13th prince had returned. Since the first time they met on the Blood Moon ancient battlefield, the 13th prince had shocked her time and time again. He fought against the entire primordial demon realm by himself. Now that she thought about it, it was unbelievable. Your Majesty. The Dark Moon Witch Empress bowed respectfully before the altar. He's back, Tian Xian said calmly. I'll give you 2 choices. First, help him escape. Second, help the heavenly demons kill this man. I won't interfere with your choice. The Dark Moon Witch Empress was stunned. She looked at the Sorcerer Emperor in front of her with disbelief. What did the Sorcerer Emperor mean? Go. Tian Xian waved her hand. Yes. The Dark Moon Witch Empress bowed respectfully and turned to leave. On the central altar, Tian Xian sighed softly. She still could not see the outcome of the war between the primordial demon realm and the human tribe. She could not see the future of the sorcerer tribe. This time, even she could not see it clearly. In the northern border of the primordial demon realm, the cold moon shone high in the sky. Ning Chen, who had fought his way out of the encirclement time and time again, sat quietly in front of a bonfire. It was the first time he had stopped to rest in more than 10 days. In half a month, he had traveled through almost half of the primordial demon realm and blasted open countless tombs. There was a trace of exhaustion in Ning Chen's eyes. He stared at the bonfire in front of him and was absent-minded for a moment. At this moment, the Dark Moon Witch Empress walked over from afar. She had a complicated expression and hesitated. In front of the bonfire, Ning Chen came back to his senses and looked at the woman walking over in the night. He asked calmly, "Kill each other?" "I haven't thought about it yet." The Dark Moon Witch Empress replied and walked to the bonfire. She sat down and said, "It wasn't easy to fight for 10 years of peace. Why did you come back?" 10 years is too short. Ning Chen took a piece of dry wood and put it in the bonfire. He said calmly, "Emperor Go did me a favor. If possible, I don't want to be enemies with the sorcerer tribe. However, if the sorcerer tribe threatens me, I won't show mercy." Chapter 1289. In the middle of the night, a bonfire danced on the boundless wilderness, illuminating the dark world. 2 figures sat facing each other in front of the bonfire, talking for a long time. "Have you made up your mind?" Ning Chen glanced at the woman in front of him and said calmly, "Friend or foe, it's all up to you." The Dark Moon Witch Empress was silent. After a long time, she looked up at the demonic clouds that were rapidly approaching and said, "You should leave. They're almost here." Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "In the future, I hope the witch tribe can avoid the war between the 2 realms. The flames of war are merciless. Once on the battlefield, no one can show mercy." I understand. The dark moon witch empress nodded. We'll meet again. Ning Chen stood up, said a few words of farewell, and then turned to leave. Not long after the demonic body left, demonic clouds appeared in the distant horizon. Golden light shone from within the demonic clouds as a woman with golden light descended from the sky. She looked like a goddess of war, heroic and imposing. The dark moon witch empress sat quietly in front of the bonfire, looking at the golden light king descending from the sky. Her expression was calm. "Where is he?" the golden light king asked. "He left," the dark moon witch empress said calmly. "Why didn't you stop him?" the golden light king asked with a solemn expression. "Golden light king has been chasing him for so long. Can you stop him?" the dark moon witch empress asked calmly. The golden light king's expression turned cold. He clenched his fists so hard that they cracked. After a while, the golden light king suppressed his anger and calmed down. He took a deep look at the woman in front of him and walked away. In front of the bonfire, the dark moon witch empress picked up a withered branch and placed it in the bonfire. She looked at the dancing flames and sighed. She did not know if her choice was right or wrong. She only knew that she did not like war, especially the naked invasion of the primordial demon realm. After sitting quietly for a long time, the dark moon witch empress waved her hand to extinguish the bonfire in front of her. She got up quietly and left. In the northern region, the golden light king's figure flitted across the boundless wilderness, chasing after the 13th prince. In the distance, Ning Chen walked alone. His pace seemed unhurried, but every step he took brought him thousands of miles away. At the same time, heavenly demon kings from all over the demonic domain rushed over, forming an encirclement. In the east, when the sun was about to rise, Ning Chen frowned as he looked at the approaching demonic clouds. He caught up again. He was really fast. The devils that came from all directions were all above the king realm, and their auras were extremely shocking. After pausing for a moment, Ning Chen changed his direction and headed south. He's here. In the southern part of the Grand Wilderness, the three King Realm cultivators sensed the powerful aura coming from the front. Their faces turned serious, and they were on full alert. 100 miles away, Ning Chen's figure flashed past. His right hand clenched into a fist. Demonic chi surged, and the ghost sword appeared out of thin air, emitting a terrifying sword light. Under the rising sun, a dazzling sword light tore through the void and slashed at the three celestial demons in front of him. In the blink of an eye, 100 li away, the man and the sword arrived at the same time. Their world-shocking might was unprecedented. The three demons focused their attention and joined forces to forcefully block this attack. With a rumble, the sword light shook the three demons. An earth-shattering vibration was heard, and the three demons flew out together with their shocking sword power. In an instant, Ning Chen's figure rushed forward. The ghost sword moved rhythmically, mercilessly. In the center of the three demons, one of them narrowed his eyes. Before he could stabilize his body, the sword light arrived again. The powerful sword strike was like a bolt of lightning entering the sea. Tens of thousands of stormy waves surged past, shattering the void within 100 li. Ugh! The aftermath of the attack made the King Realm cultivator groan, and his figure flew out again. Sky-shattering! After the first two strikes, the third strike was launched. It was even more powerful than the previous two strikes. With a rumble, the third strike swept past. The King Realm cultivator finally could not resist it. His body exploded, and blood and bones flew all over the sky. One of the celestial demons died in battle. Before the other two celestial demons could fill the gap, Ning Chen had already rushed out and left quickly. He escaped again. The two King Realm cultivators looked at Ning Chen's back, and their expressions were extremely ugly. Soon, a golden light descended from the sky behind them. The Golden Light King had arrived. Looking at the battlefield that was full of holes, his eyes were abnormally murderous. This kid was extremely cunning. So many of them could not catch him. In the heavenly demon ancestral land, the messenger half knelt. In front of him, two peerless demons stood quietly. Their auras were as vast as the sea, shocking the world. Failed again? The 7 luminaries' demon emperor frowned and said in a deep voice. So many king realm cultivators and the Golden Light King, who was at the peak of the king realm, still could not trap him. Send out the commanders of the Imperial Guards, the first Kunyi demon emperor said calmly. Yes. The messenger was shocked to hear this, but he immediately accepted the order respectfully. The great commander Xian Mo was far away in the realm beyond heaven. The strongest forces guarding the heavenly demon imperial city were the other commanders. Now, even these people had to be mobilized. An hour later, the heavenly demon token appeared in the heavenly demon imperial city. The 4 commanders of the Imperial Guards left together and headed north. Not long after the 4 commanders of the Imperial Guards left, a young man in black clothes and black hair walked in front of the heavenly demon imperial city. The familiar face gradually changed, and a moment later it was completely changed. After a few years, Ji Ming had returned to the 3 imperial city again. However, this time, he was not accepted by the entire primordial demon realm. Everything in the 3 imperial city was the same as before. Nothing much had changed. Ning Chen walked on the street, his deep eyes unperturbed. Inside the imperial city, there were many mansions, which symbolized the top power of the heavenly demon imperial family. The heavenly demon imperial family had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. Its history was so long that it was untraceable. The forces in the imperial city were complicated, especially the kings who had the royal bloodline. Each of them had their own master, and no one was willing to submit to anyone. Among the mansions, the 9 mansions were the most majestic. Of the 9 kings of the heavenly demon imperial family, 4 had become kings. 4 had died in battle, and the last one, Xian Qi, was fighting outside and had not returned. In the 3rd prince's mansion, Xian Lai, whose Dantian ocean of qi had been destroyed, had recuperated for a few months. His external injuries had basically healed. However, the destroyed ocean of qi was still difficult to repair. The former world's #1 palm master was now no different from a mortal. Besides his strong physical body, there was no trace of genuine qi left. Bang! Inside the mansion, there was the sound of tables and chairs being shattered. Xian Lai stood in the imperial palace, unable to hide the anger on his face. The blow of losing his cultivation had been torturing the former king day after day. Outside the imperial palace, all the servants were kneeling on the ground, their faces pale with fear. No one dared to say a word. Ever since the king had awakened, his temperament had changed drastically. He had become irritable and disagreeable, which was terrifying. The world's #1 palm master is a person whose willpower is so weak. At this moment, a black-clothed, black-haired figure walked in from outside the palace. His steps were steady. Although his appearance was unfamiliar, his deep eyes were so familiar. Inside the imperial palace, Xian Lai's expression froze. After a while, he came back to his senses and looked furious. "It's you." Chapter 1290. Ning Chen appeared in the residence of the 3rd prince in the heavenly demon imperial city. His changed appearance couldn't hide his murderous intent. After a moment of surprise, Xian Lai immediately guessed the identity of the newcomer, and his expression changed. "It's you." Xian Lai's expression turned cold as he said in a low voice. "Long time no see, 3rd uncle," Ning Chen said lightly as he clenched his right hand. The ghost sword appeared and sword qi shook. Time was precious and there was no time to waste. Ning Chen moved, revealing his murderous intent. Seeing this, Xian Lai immediately retreated, avoiding the fatal sword. His sea of qi was destroyed, but his physical body was still strong. Xian Lai stepped forward, clenched his fist, and punched back. Ning Chen snorted coldly. He gathered yuan in his left palm and met the attack head-on. The fist and the palm collided, and the sky and earth turned upside down. The valiant remnant energy roared, and the entire imperial palace shook violently. After one move, the winner was decided. Xianlai, who had lost all his cultivation and only had his battle instincts, retreated several steps. His mouth turned red. After gaining the upper hand in one move, Ning Chen rushed forward. The ghost sword pierced through the air, mercilessly attacking. The sword moved quickly, and every move was ruthless. In an instant, Xianlai's body turned red again. Due to the huge commotion, experts from all over the king's mansion rushed over at high speed. Sky-shattering. 4 Imperial Realm experts rushed over. Within the Imperial Palace, Ning Chen waved his sword and blocked the 4 Imperial Realm experts. The shocking sword chi cut open the void and stopped the 4 Imperial Realm experts from coming to help. The moment the 4 Imperial Realm experts retreated, Ning Chen gathered his yuan in his palm again and attacked the 3rd Heavenly Demon Prince. The moment Xianlai received the attack, blood spurted out of his right arm, dyeing his battle robe red. Every move was ruthless and ruthless. Outside the Imperial Palace, the 4 Imperial Realm experts rushed over, wanting to solve the crisis of the 3rd prince. Within the palace, Ning Chen's eyes turned cold. The ghost sword turned and a sword cry filled the sky. Sword! 11! 11 swords in one move, and sword chi poured out like rain. The perfect move of the sword appeared in the world again. As the sword rain approached, the 4 Imperial Realm experts' expressions changed slightly. They worked together to block the attack. The sword rain passed through, and the 4 Imperial Realm experts were injured at the same time. Their mouths turned red. The powerful Great Xia Jiming Marquis, the Sky Demon 13 Scions, whose name shook the demon realm, finally showed his shocking ability. He fought 1 against 5 and completely suppressed them. The 4 kings were injured, and it was too late to help. Ning Chen moved and grabbed Xianlai's throat. Demonic chi filled the air and sealed all of Xianlai's major acupoints. Now that he had achieved his goal, Ning Chen didn't want to continue fighting. He slashed open the main hall with his sword and was about to leave. At this moment, the wind and clouds in the 9 heavens changed. An incomparably powerful pressure engulfed the entire imperial city. 13th son, how dare you! The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor's voice echoed in the 9 heavens. In the next moment, a giant palm descended from the sky. Its terrifying power shattered everything in the world. Down below, Ning Chen's expression turned serious when he saw this. Demonic flames rose rapidly around his body. The 9 underworlds battle technique had appeared. 12 styles of spiritual rhino, sky-propping waterfall. Using the 9 underworlds battle technique, he activated the moon worship ultimate technique, increasing his offensive power by several times. Inside the Wang mansion, raging waves surged, and the demonic aura shook the 9 heavens. The powerful palm faced the sky. He didn't retreat even half a step in the face of an emperor. The world changed color. The terrifying aftershock caused the entire mansion to collapse. The ground cracked for tens of thousands of feet. While the two were fighting, Xian Jiu looked at the 3rd prince's mansion quietly. A complicated light flashed in his eyes. Xian Jiu's disciple could now fight against an Imperial Dao expert. After the shocking palm, Ning Chen took a step forward and quickly left with the severely injured Xianlai. In the Imperial City, Ning Chen's figure flashed past. The light of time flowed around his body, covering his aura. Above the 9 heavens, demonic clouds covered the sky. The second attack was about to arrive, and the demonic power was even more shocking. Soon, Ning Chen rushed out of the Imperial City and rushed toward the east. Boom! At this moment, the demonic power arrived in the sky again. The giant palm blasted open the world and slammed down. Sword! 12. The limitless sword appeared in the world. The sword defied the heavens and was dazzling. As the demonic palm descended, the battle intent in Ning Chen's eyes rose. He used all his strength to block the imperial power again. They clashed head-on, going against the flow to slay immortals. Intense tremors rang out, and the entire world instantly dimmed. In the mighty aftershock, Ning Chen's figure flashed out and quickly left. In the heavenly demon ancestral land, the 7 luminaries' demon emperor looked toward the east with an ugly expression. He had let him escape again. The 13th prince's strength was getting more and more shocking. He could even take 2 of his attacks head-on. He took the risk to break into the imperial city just to capture Xianlai? The 7 luminaries' demon emperor asked seriously. Xianlai has the royal bloodline and has cultivated various secret techniques of the heavenly demon imperial family. It's not strange for the 13th prince to take the risk, the first Kunyi demon emperor said calmly. This kid is getting bolder. However, since he escaped this time, it won't be easy to catch him again, the 7 luminaries' demon emperor said in a deep voice. He will return to the realm beyond heaven eventually. As long as we deploy a large number of troops at the passage between the 2 realms, we won't have to worry about not being able to stop him, the first Kunyi demon emperor said coldly. The 13th prince is making the heavenly demon imperial family mobilize so many troops. How infuriating, the 7 luminaries demon emperor said coldly. If the opponent is this kid, it's worth it. The first Kunyi demon emperor looked to the east and said, Have you noticed that the 13th prince is the real leader of the human race in the realm beyond heaven other than that god realm expert? If we can get rid of this kid, the morale of the human race will be greatly damaged. Therefore, no matter how much combat power we have to expend, we have to keep him here. In the east of the primordial demon region, Ning Chen and Xianlai sped past. They sped up in the dark night without stopping for even a moment. In the sky of the eastern continent, a huge space passage floated up and down. In front of the passage, the Golden Light King led countless heavenly demon experts to guard it, waiting for the 13th prince's arrival. When dawn was about to arrive, Ning Chen arrived at the bottom of the passage between the 2 realms and stopped. In the sky, the turbulent demon qi was shockingly strong. Ning Chen frowned slightly and did not rush up. You can't escape. Xianlai's face twisted violently as he said in a hoarse voice. You don't have to worry about whether I can escape or not. Since the time was not right, Ning Chen was not in a hurry. He took Xianlai and flew toward the river in the distance. Ning Chen's figure flashed over from within the mountain range, and then he tossed Xianlai down with a casual wave of his hand. With a bang, the mountain shattered. Xianlai's mouth was red, but his expression was still unyielding. Heavenly demon kings were unyielding. Even if they were under the control of others, they would not lower their head. Ning Chen looked at the king before him quietly. Without saying anything, he formed Yuan with his right hand and pierced it into Xianlai's chest. Blood spurted out and dyed their clothes red. Ning Chen's demonic qi surged as he forcefully devoured the king's origin. Arg! Intense pain assaulted Xianlai, and his face twisted even more. The heavenly demon's origin gradually left his body, and his vitality also quickly dissipated. From now on, there will no longer be the strongest palm in the world. After a long time, Ning Chen pulled out his right hand and threw Xianlai to the side. Blood dyed the rocks red, and it was a glaring sight. Chapter 1291. In the eastern continent of the primordial demon realm, Knowing Destiny stood quietly among the mountains. In front of him, the 3rd heavenly demon prince fell to the ground, covered in blood. His body was dyed red. He had reached the end of his life. The end of a king's life was so bleak. He used to be famous, but now he could only struggle at death's door. He couldn't even control his own life. After devouring hundreds of King Realm heavenly demons, Ning Chen's demonic arts improved rapidly. Now that he had devoured another peak King Realm heavenly demon, his bloodline power finally changed qualitatively and showed signs of returning to its ancestral state. There was a hint of gold in the black light. Although it was faint, it was very clear. After observing for a while, Ning Chen stepped forward and shattered Xianlai's severely injured sea of qi with a punch. He pulled out the jade scroll with Feng Lin's secret technique. Blood dripped from the bloody jade scroll. It was so dazzling. Knowing Destiny's heart was as hard as stone. 13th Prince. You can't escape. Xian Lai's weak voice sounded so powerless. He looked at the black-clothed young man in front of him with hatred. I'll leave it to you. Ning Chen spoke with a cold expression. Thank you, master. Thousands of demons flew out of the soul-suppressing banner and rushed toward the heavenly demon prince. It was a shocking scene. In just a few breaths' time, the former third heavenly demon prince was only left with a skeleton. Ning Chen raised his hand. Demonic fire spread out and burned the demon's skeleton. In the heavenly demon ancestral land, Demon Emperor First Kuan's body suddenly shook. His face darkened. Xian Lai is dead. Demon Emperor First Kuan sighed. 13th Prince. 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor's eyes were filled with killing intent. He clenched his fists so hard that they cracked. This kid deserved to die. 13th Prince must have devoured Xian Lai's heavenly demon origin. He can't hide his aura in a short time. So, we must kill him before he completely refines Xian Lai's origin, Demon Emperor First Kuan said coldly. Understood. 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor nodded. The killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. He said, this time I'll do it myself. But, with 9 Nether's temper, she'll definitely interfere. I'll have to trouble you to stop her. Okay. Don't worry. Demon Emperor First Kuan nodded. Eastern continent, thousands of miles of mountain range. Ning Chen sat cross-legged in the middle of a mountain range. His entire body was one with the world as he focused on refining the heavenly demon origin that he had taken from the various kings. Thousands of great demons appeared around Ning Chen, guarding him carefully. With the protection of thousands of demons, demonic qi filled the sky. Endless demonic yuan spread out, constantly devouring the vitality of all things in the surroundings. With the help of all things and the heavenly demon returning to his body, the pressure around Ning Chen's body became more and more shocking, shaking the heavens and the earth. The sun rose and the moon rose. Time passed little by little. Ning Chen's bloodline power was rapidly fusing together. His royal aura was faintly discernible, blazing like a divine furnace. 3 days and 3 nights passed. Behind Ning Chen, a gigantic mountain character appeared. This was the first time Feng Lin had used the mountain character technique, immovable mountain. So you were hiding here. At this moment, golden light spread above the void, and the Golden Light King walked out. His powerful palm broke through the air and blasted toward the knowing destiny state in the middle of thousands of demons. As the palm energy neared, Ning Chen's eyes suddenly opened. Behind him, the word mountain dissipated and turned into wind. As soon as the wind character spell appeared, Ning Chen's figure disappeared instantly. He was as fast as the wind and as fast as lightning. With a heavy punch, Ning Chen punched out. It was incomparably powerful and aggressive like fire. With a loud rumble, the two kings clashed again. The aftershock caused both kings to retreat a few steps. Lin. As soon as the Lin character spell appeared, the surging blood qi in Ning Chen's body quickly calmed down and returned to normal. Feng Lin's secret technique once again shocked the world. Ning Chen used the 4-character spell to fight the Golden Light King head-on. As the two kings fought, the rumbling shook the heavens and the earth. The aftershock caused the mountains to collapse and the earth to collapse. Demonic flames burned around Ning Chen's body. His fist energy overlapped and blasted toward the woman in front of him. The Golden Light King snorted coldly. His golden demonic body exploded with the strongest power. His slender hand condensed yuan, blocking the attack head-on. With a loud rumble, the two kings each took half a step back. They punched out and clashed again. Boom! Boom! Fist after fist bombarded, palm after palm collided. The two strongest kings were exchanging blows in a life-and-death battle. They did not hold back at all in their moves. Something's not right. After exchanging more than 10 moves, The Golden Light King's expression suddenly sank. He felt that something was wrong. The 13th prince's body had improved tremendously compared to before. However, there was not much change in his strength. The demonic flames around Ning Chen burned even more fiercely. His combat strength increased with every move they exchanged. Gradually, the Golden Light King finally realized that something was wrong. His face was filled with killing intent. 13th Prince, you're really confident that you're using me to practice your moves. The Golden Light King was furious. He shook off the battle with one palm. 10 steps away, he flipped his palms. Golden light soared into the sky. His demonic technique shook the world. When a king was angry, his body reached the peak. With the help of a secret technique, half of his body entered the sovereign Tao. As the strongest king, the sovereign aura appeared. Golden light surged like raging waves. In front of him, Ning Chen's expression turned serious when he saw this. The Golden Light King's cultivation was unfathomable. Wind. In the battle at the top, the dual king body technique reached a new height. The sovereign aura appeared and shook the world. Behind the two, demonic figures appeared. They were thousands of feet tall and stood tall. As the demonic figures clashed, the world turned upside down. Terrifying power spread and the mountains within thousands of miles collapsed. As the two kings fought, streaks of flowing light came from the void. Powerful aura filled the air and covered the sky. They're really fast. Ning Chen's figure flashed and retreated from the battle. He looked at the dozens of sky demons rushing toward him from the sky and frowned. He clenched his fists and demonic aura surged. 2 divine weapons appeared out of thin air. In an instant, thousands of rays of light shot into the sky. Ultimate technique of heaven and earth, sword and saber boundary. As soon as the forbidden technique was used, heaven and earth were split into 2. The saber and the sword cut open thousands of miles of the void and destroyed everything. Roar! With a roar, the demonic figures behind Ning Chen moved together. With endless demonic aura, they shattered the starry sky with a punch. It was the most terrifying demonic aura. In front of everyone, the 5 King Realm sky demons could not withstand this terrifying power. Their bodies exploded. Blood splattered everywhere like rain, dyeing the human world red under the light of dawn. Below, thousands of demons roared and devoured the blood and bones in the sky. Their illusory bodies became more and more solid. Retreat! With one move, the path to survival was opened. Ning Chen shouted and retreated quickly. Thousands of demons moved at the same time. They flew into the soul-suppressing banner and withdrew all their auras. You want to leave? Wishful thinking. The Golden Light King snorted and waved his hand. A huge demonic net fell from the sky and blocked all escape routes. Under the demonic net, Ning Chen looked up and narrowed his eyes. This was an emperor artifact. Only the royal family of the sky demons had an emperor artifact. The 7 luminaries demon emperors and Kuan-e demon emperors had really gone to great lengths to get rid of him. With the emperor artifact's power, the void within thousands of miles was completely sealed. There were no flaws. Master, this demonic net is not simple. Be careful. The thousands of demons in the soul-suppressing banner also felt the danger and hurriedly reminded him. All of you, guard your souls. Without my orders, you are not allowed to come out, Ning Chen said seriously. Yes. The thousands of demons respectfully accepted the order. With the Emperor artifact in front of him, Ning Chen did not dare to be careless. Demonic aura surged from his body, and a huge immortal bell appeared out of thin air. The Dongwang bell appeared. The top immortal artifact that shocked the ancient times reappeared in the mortal world. Its immortal aura spread and intimidated people. In front of him, Ning Chen took out the green cauldron and smashed it directly at the immortal bell. Boom! As the immortal artifacts collided, a terrifying sound reverberated. Wherever the sound passed, mountains collapsed, and everything was destroyed. It was an unprecedented scene. The sound was unstoppable and destroyed everything. Even the powerful golden light monarch and the sky demon emperors behind him trembled and their mouths turned red. Above the immortal bell, the demonic net was impacted by the sound and stopped descending. Dongwang Bell. At this moment, a majestic voice sounded from the 9 heavens. The demonic sun circled around him, and the emperor's aura shook the sky. 7 luminaries, demon emperor. Below, Ning Chen's expression turned cold. What was supposed to come had finally come. The 7 luminaries' demon emperor appeared and pressed his palm down. The demonic net within thousands of miles descended again and sealed the world. Even if you're here, what can you do? Ning Chen harumphed coldly. He dashed forward and threw the immortal bell at the net. The demonic net and immortal bell collided. A violent sound of collision was heard, and the sound echoed for thousands of miles. It was a terrifying scene. The sound was like a raging wave that destroyed everything around it. Under the demonic net, the sky demon emperors were affected by the sound. Blood burst out from their bodies and dyed the world red. As the immortal and demonic artifacts clashed, the void could not withstand the terrifying power and turned into nothingness. Goodbye. Ning Chen raised his hand and grabbed the immortal bell. He stepped into the void and disappeared. In the sky, the demonic net trembled. Demonic aura spread and tried to seal the space. However, it was affected by the sound and slowed down by half a step. Above the 9 heavens, the 7 luminaries' demon emperor's eyes were burning with anger. His murderous intent was surging uncontrollably. He had escaped again. This kid had the Dongwang Bell. Wasn't it lost in the ancient era? How did it end up in the hands of the 13th prince? After a moment of thought, the 7 luminaries' demon emperor waved his hand and put away the demonic net. He looked at the sky demon emperors below and said in a deep voice, "Guard the passage between the 2 realms. I'll kill this kid myself." Understood. The sky demon emperors below acknowledged the order respectfully. The 7 luminaries' demon emperor suppressed the anger in his heart and released his divine sense. A moment later, his figure faded and disappeared. In the northern part of the primordial demon realm, the space above the void stirred. A black-robed and black-haired figure walked out. His hair was dyed red. He was also severely injured. "Master, your injuries." The thousands of great demons were worried. "It's fine. Hurry up and refine the energy in your body. One day, you'll be my greatest support." Ning Chen raised his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Yes." The thousands of great demons replied in unison. Above the void, Ning Chen looked at the altars of various sizes in front of him with a serious expression. This was the sorcerer tribe's sacred ground? 13th Prince, since you're here, why don't you come and catch up with me? On the central altar, Tian Xin looked at the familiar figure in the distance and said softly, "I'll do as you say." Ning Chen nodded. He walked forward step by step in the air. In front of the central altar, Ning Chen descended from the sky. He looked at the sorcerer tribe's sovereign with his deep eyes and said calmly, "Miss Tian Xin, how have you been? How have you been?" Tian Xin sighed softly and said, "It's only been a dozen years and everything has changed. 13th Prince, what choice do you want the sorcerer tribe to make?" Chapter 1292. Ning Chen appeared in front of the central altar in the sorcerer tribe's holy land. He had returned to the sorcerer tribe after a few years. He was once a dazzling young genius on the Blood Moon ancient battlefield. Now that he had met again, his status was different. On the altar, Tian Xin looked at the black-clothed young man with a complicated expression. After a few years, the 13th Prince, who was famous in the primordial demon realm, could now stand in front of her. "The purple crystal sorcerer empress died in your hands," Tian Xin said with a sigh. "Swords have no eyes on the battlefield." There was no shame on Ning Chen's face. "If Miss Tian Xin wants to seek justice for the purple crystal sorcerer empress, I'll keep you company." When we meet on the battlefield, life and death are predestined. Your Highness is not at fault. However, ever since we met on the Blood Moon ancient battlefield, I've always wanted to spar with Your Highness. I wonder if Your Highness can give me some pointers? Tian Xian said seriously. There must be some stakes in a spar. Since Miss Tian Xian can't choose the future of the sorcerer tribe, why don't we bet on the outcome of this battle? Ning Chen said calmly. How do we bet? Tian Xian asked seriously. If Miss Tian Xian can't win in 10 moves, the sorcerer tribe won't interfere in the battle between the two realms, Ning Chen said. 10 moves. Tian Xian frowned and said, Your Highness, you're so confident. The gap between the King Plane and the Emperor Plane was beyond imagination. 3 moves was an insurmountable limit, let alone 10 moves. Confidence comes from strength, Ning Chen said without any modesty. Please show me your confidence. Tian Xian raised her hand, and her expression turned cold. Ning Chen stepped forward and walked directly to the central altar that symbolized the sorcerer tribe's imperial power. On the central altar, the king and the emperor looked at each other. Demonic chi and holy light surrounded them. A great battle was about to break out. Please! Tian Xian raised her palms slightly. Golden light shone. She was extremely clear and holy. The supreme imperial power spread for thousands of miles. The great battle was about to begin, and all the secrets of heaven were sealed. In front of her, Ning Chen held the ghost sword in his right hand. The power of the sword soared into the sky. The sword held up the sky, and the divine sword slashed down forcefully. It was a shocking scene. The sword light broke through the endless holy power and slashed toward the emperor of the sorcerer tribe. Tian Xian narrowed her eyes. With a flip of her delicate hand, she used her flesh and blood to resist the sharpness of the divine weapon. The sword and palm collided, and the torrential undercurrent shook violently. With an unstoppable momentum, it continuously destroyed everything in the surroundings. As the scene changed, the world quickly dimmed, and all the light was swallowed up. In the first move, the ghost sword shook the emperor's might. They were evenly matched, and it was hard to tell who was stronger. On the altar in the center, Tian Xian looked at the 9 huge dragons in front of him, and his expression turned serious. It turned out that this was his trump card that allowed him to contend against an imperial path expert. The Qi Huang secret technique was the strongest thing the Qi Huang clan relied on to fight against the world. At its peak, it could fight against the emperors of the 100 clans. 13th Prince, you are the most special opponent I've ever seen. I won't hold back anymore. As soon as he spoke, Tian Xian's eyes glowed with golden light. A powerful royal aura soared and shook the clouds. The sovereign made his move. Above the void, holy light gathered, and the 12 grand shamans appeared. Their supreme holy might swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. In front, Ning Chen stood quietly, looking at the 12 grand shamans in the sky. The divine sword in his hand turned and stabbed into the ground. Thousands of swords soared into the sky, clashing with the Emperor's Might phenomenon. Extreme Tao and Emperor's Might. The 2 supreme powers clashed, and the terrifying aftershock shook the world. Thousands of swords shattered. The royal aura was endless. The 12 grand shamans shook heaven and earth, and the Emperor's Might phenomenon suppressed everything. Ning Chen's expression turned serious. He gathered his essence and activated 30% of his sword intent. The strongest sword was dazzling. Endless sword pressure spread out, blocking the 12 grand shamans once again. The 12th sword appeared. The limitless sword was as bright as the stars, and it clashed with the Emperor's Might phenomenon. Boom! There was a violent tremor as the 2 extremes clashed. In the battle, Ning Chen took half a step back, and his blood qi surged violently. Lin! Ning Chen shouted. Demonic qi gathered behind him, and a huge Lin character appeared, suppressing the surging blood qi in his body. Feng Lin's secret technique. Seeing this, Tian Xian's eyes narrowed. The Sky Devil royal family's Feng Lin's forbidden technique. This 13th prince had actually cultivated this technique. Qi Huang's secret technique, Feng Lin's forbidden technique. 13th prince, how many more trump cards do you have? Tian Xian raised his hand and pointed. A dazzling golden light broke through the air. The unprecedented royal aura tore through the void and pressed down on the knowing destiny state cultivators. Mountain. Ning Chen stepped forward. The Lin character behind him changed, and the Shan character appeared. He was as immovable as a mountain, blocking the Emperor's golden light head-on. With the shocking royal aura, the Shan character collapsed. Demonic qi surged around Ning Chen, and thousands of threads intertwined. The imperial technique appeared, blocking the Emperor's might. The golden light collided, and the thousands of demonic threads collapsed. The aftershock forced Ning Chen to take half a step back. Drops of blood dripped down, dyeing his clothes red. Ning Chen stepped forward, and with the wind character, his figure flashed out instantly. Switching between offense and defense, Ning Chen took the initiative to attack. The fire character was activated, and the invasion was like fire. With a punch, demonic flames filled the sky. Layers of attacks accumulated and broke through the king's domain. The royal aura was faintly visible. Boom! As the attacks approached, Tian Xian's face darkened. He raised his hand to block the demonic aura. Layers of attacks kept hitting the Emperor's protective holy light. The royal aura was endless and indestructible. Ha! With a deep roar, Ning Chen took another step forward. Demonic qi surged around him. The Flying Swan formula activated the extreme martial arts, and the ghost sword slashed down. Your sword has surpassed the king's path. Tian Xian turned his left hand slightly and blocked the extreme martial arts sword. Sword might and Emperor's might collided again. The Emperor's might suppressed the sword might, scattering the sword qi in the sky. The sword qi dissipated, but the Emperor's might was still there. He pressed his palm toward the knowing destiny state cultivator's chest. Roar! With the danger looming, the 9 dragons roared around Ning Chen, protecting him. The Qi Huang's secret technique blocked the Emperor's might, and the 9 dragons collapsed. The violent spiritual qi shook and forced the knowing destiny state cultivator to retreat. Powerful, so powerful that it was difficult to shake him. The Emperor's path was so powerful that it was difficult for humans to defeat it. At the edge of the altar, Ning Chen steadied himself and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The battle intent in his eyes did not diminish. It had been a long time since he had such a satisfying battle. Have you reached your limit? 13th Prince, your strength has impressed me. However, it's still not enough, Tian Xian said. 10 moves had surpassed the limit of the king's realm. How could it be so easy to go against the flow and kill an immortal? My sword has no limit, Ning Chen replied calmly. All the power around him dissipated, and he returned to his original state. There was only one sword left. All the laws dissipated, and the sword intent soared into the sky. Everything within a radius of 10,000 miles moved rhythmically. Sword qi soared into the sky without beginning or end. It was endless. Seeing this, Tian Xian's expression turned serious. The current him was different. Was this his sword? In the silent sword realm, the sky and earth changed. Only the sword filled every corner. Great Sword Realm! Sword Emperor! The extreme martial arts sword surpassed all laws. Ning Chen's figure rose slowly, and his black hair danced wildly. He was like the Emperor of the Sword, and his might could not be offended. With a swing of the sword realm disintegrated. Endless sword qi gathered into one, and the sword light illuminated the 9 heavens. The sword light fell, and an unprecedented threat pressed down. Tian Xian's expression turned serious. He put his hands together and blocked the extreme martial arts sword. Bang! 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 The sword might clashed, and Tian Xian took 3 steps back. The central altar could no longer withstand the terrifying might, and it collapsed. Tian Xian landed on the ground, and the battle was decided. His expression changed slightly, and after a while, he sighed softly in his heart. Heaven's will. In the void, the sword intent around Ning Chen dissipated, and he descended from the sky. He looked at the sorcerer sovereign in front of him and said, "Thank you for letting me win. 13th Prince, I hope I made the right choice today," Tian Xian said with a complicated expression. At this moment, demonic clouds swept in from afar, and an extremely powerful imperial aura appeared again, approaching rapidly. "He's coming. You should leave." Tian Xian sensed it, and his expression darkened. "We'll meet again." Ning Chen nodded and continued to walk toward the north. Not long after Ji Ming left, a demonic sun circled above the central altar. The 7 luminaries demon emperor walked out from the huge demonic sun. He looked down at the central altar that had been destroyed by the battle, and his expression turned serious. "Sorcerer Sovereign, why didn't you kill him?" The 7 luminaries demon emperor asked in a deep voice. "Can't you tell, Sorcerer Sovereign?" Tian Xian said calmly. "It's not that I don't want to kill him, but I can't. I'd like to remind you that if the celestial demon royal family continues to let this kid grow, even the Sorcerer Sovereign won't be able to kill him." The 7 luminaries demon emperor's expression turned ugly when he heard this. He said coldly, "I'll remember your words, Sorcerer Sovereign. We'll meet again." Demonic chi surged around the 7 luminaries demon emperor, and he melted into the void and disappeared. In the north, at the end of the northern continent, Ning Chen walked over in a world of ice and snow. The place was extremely cold. 13th Prince, where do you think you're going?" The 7 luminaries demon emperor's voice came from behind, and he quickly approached Ning Chen. Ning Chen harumphed coldly and continued to walk forward without stopping. At the peak of a mountain in the far north, Ning Chen walked over. He looked at the towering peaks around him, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. If destroying this place could cause some trouble for the celestial demons, he was more than willing to do so. Ning Chen held his sword. Sword intent rose from his body as he slashed down with his sword. The sword tore through the air with a sword intent of 30,000 zhang. The dazzling sword slashed at the peak in the distance. Boom! The sky-shattering peak shook violently. A few moments later, an extremely powerful palm energy swept across the sky and slammed into the knowing destiny state cultivator in the distance. At the peak of the mountain, Ning Chen turned around and slashed at the Emperor's palm energy. Boom! The 2 demons began their battle. Their might shook the world, and under the pressure of the shock waves, mountain peaks collapsed one after another. Rubble flew everywhere as they continuously fell from the sky. Several large peaks collapsed, but the world was strangely calm. There were no more upheavals that could shake the world. Ning Chen squinted. He immediately realized what was going on. Not all the sky-shattering peaks here were real. It seemed like the lesson in the easternmost land had taught the ruler of the celestial demons a lesson. 13th Prince, I'll be taking your life. The 7 luminaries demon emperor descended from the sky. An extremely powerful demonic aura spread across the place. It was so heavy that it was difficult to breathe. 7 luminaries demon emperor, I told you, you can't kill me. That was true in the past, and it won't change today. Ning Chen swung his sword. The battle intent in his eyes burned fiercer as he said coldly. Chapter 1293. The knowing destiny demon emperor and the 7 luminaries demon emperor met on the towering peak in the northernmost land. The battle was about to begin. Give me your life. The 7 luminaries demon emperor raised his hand in the sky. Giant demonic suns rose into the sky. Vast demonic power continued to spread. Everything fell and the world lost its color. The Supreme Emperor Tao, the most powerful being in the human world, had yet to make a move, but the entire starry sky began to shake. On the heaven-upholding peak, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Under the unprecedented pressure, His battle intent rose rapidly. This battle was unavoidable. Since he was here, he would fight. Surging demonic chi filled every corner of the world. Under the absolute imperial power, the light around Ningchen was like a firefly. It was so weak that it was almost invisible. Humans defied the heavens and went against the flow to kill immortals. It was a foolish and overconfident action, but it had crossed the knowing destiny demon emperor's life. If he wanted to fight, he would fight. There was no reason for him to do so. The knowing destiny demon emperor was not afraid of a battle. Ha! With a deep shout, the demonic chi around Ningchen's body continued to rise. The firefly's light shone brightly. The ghost sword was activated. Waves and undercurrents surged out. The peerless sword might soared into the sky. In the sky, the 7 luminaries demon emperor slapped down. Suddenly, the wind and clouds changed and turned into a giant hand falling from the sky. The indescribably terrifying power surpassed the limits of the world. The palm split the sky and shattered everything. The rumbling sound echoed in the starry sky. The entire northernmost land was turned upside down. The scene of doomsday was shocking. Below, the demonic chi around Ning Chen grew stronger. The ghost sword condensed and the imperial power shook the world. The sword might and demonic might clashed. Demonic clouds pressed down and sword chi filled the sky. The most terrifying power was the giant hand formed by the demonic clouds. It shattered the sword chi and fell down. The imperial power was hard to resist. Around Ningchen, giant dragons soared into the sky and blocked the demonic might. The Qi Huang's secret technique clashed with the demonic palm. The violent collision caused the wind and clouds to change color. The world quickly darkened. In the battle of life and death, the knowing destiny demon emperor forcefully blocked the first wave of attack. He looked calm and unmoved. The dominator who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. His cultivation technique was far more powerful than the dominator of the sorcerer tribe. He was undeniably strong, so strong that it was frightening. Ning Chen stared at the emperor of the demons in the sky, his expression turning colder and colder. Qin Nan had only observed the 7 brilliance demon emperor from afar in the past. He had never noticed his strength, but now that he was facing the 7 brilliance demon emperor head-on, he finally realized how powerful the demon emperor was. Without a doubt, the 7 brilliance demon emperor's strength had surpassed the emperors of other royal tribes. The royal blood heavenly demon was comparable to the legendary deities and demons. On the peak, Ning Chen clenched the ghost sword in his hand. Sword intent rose from his body, but there was no fear on his face. Ever since he started practicing martial arts at a young age, his sword had cut through too many obstacles. Even if he was facing a fiend god, he was not afraid. Sword art, extreme heaven. He condensed a sword with his fingers, and sword chi soared into the sky. The incomparably resplendent sword directly slashed through the void and charged toward the devil sovereign in front of him. In the sky, the 7 brilliance demon emperor narrowed his eyes. He raised his hand and flicked it in the air. Demonic suns fell from the sky. The extreme heaven sword and the heaven-burning devil sun collided with each other. The aftershock caused the void to collapse. The heavenly sword collapsed, and a terrifying force spread out. Ning Chen's mouth turned red and he took 10 steps back. Rumble. Below, the mountain collapsed. The enormous towering sky peak was split into 2, and the cliff was immeasurably deep. 10 steps away, Ning Chen forcibly stabilized his body. A strange light rose around him, and the power of the divine seal appeared, blocking most of the aftershock. The 7 brilliance demon emperor descended from the sky. He looked at the young man in front of him and said coldly, "Your strength is the strongest among the young kings I've ever seen. However, the more stunning you are, the more determined I am to eliminate you." In front of the cliff, Ning Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and leaped down the mountain. "You can't escape." The 7 brilliance demon emperor snorted coldly. He descended at the same speed, catching up with Ning Chen's speed. Under the cliff, the two who were falling rapidly looked at each other. The murderous intent in their eyes burned fiercely. With a thump, the two landed on the ground. The ground under their feet shook violently, and huge cracks appeared one after another, spreading 10,000 miles away. One sword pierced the ground, and 10,000 swords soared into the sky. There was no gap between them. "Your sword won't be able to stop me." The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor stepped forward. Demonic chi spread out, and forcibly suppressed the 10,000 swords. Brute force could break 10,000 technique. With the absolute difference in cultivation, even the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor was in danger. Just as the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor stepped out and knowing destiny was in a life-and-death battle, Xian Juyo sensed something in the 9 Underworlds Palace in the Heavenly Devil Imperial City. He looked at the far north with a cold expression. This was too much. The Emperor was about to step out. At this moment, demonic chi swept across the sky above the palace. A demonic supremacy descended from the sky to stop Xian Juyo. Xian Juyo's eyes flickered coldly. He said in a deep voice, "Brother, are you here to stop me? Your master-disciple relationship is over. Juyo, you're the emperor of the Heavenly Devil clan. How can you not know where you stand?" The first demon emperor said coldly. "He's my disciple. No one can change that," Xian Juyo said seriously without hesitation. "Blindly protecting your disciple. Juyo, you've disappointed me," the first demon emperor said angrily. "In my eyes, what my disciple did was right." "There's nothing wrong with that," Xian Juyo said coldly. In the palace, the two strongest primal devil realm cultivators looked at each other. The atmosphere was getting heavier and heavier. It was hard to breathe. "Are you sure you want to go?" the first demon emperor said. "I won't interfere with anyone under the Imperial Tao. However, what you've done is too much. An Imperial supremacy bullying a junior. Aren't you afraid that the world will laugh at the Heavenly Devil Imperial clan?" Xian Juyo's eyes were filled with disappointment. The 13th prince is no longer a junior. The first Kunyi Demon Emperor said indifferently, "I have to admit that this child's growth has exceeded my expectations. Now, there is no one below the Emperor Dao who can suppress him. A human prodigy like him can no longer be compared to those juniors. The 7 Luminaries Demon Emperor is the best choice." "Nonsense. Get out of my way." Xian Juyo clenched his fists. Demonic chi surged out of his body. "It seems that a battle between you and me is unavoidable." The first demon emperor sighed. He clenched his right hand and the scene changed. The two entered the unknown small world. Chaotic chi filled the air. There was no way out. "Defeat me and destroy this place. Otherwise, I'll let you out after the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor kills the 13th prince," the first demon emperor said indifferently. "As you wish," Xian Juyo shouted. 9 rays of light shot out of his body. The Xian Jian 9 transformations reappeared in the world. A black spear appeared. Demonic fire surrounded it. It was an extremely sharp divine weapon. The void cracked at the tip of the spear. It was difficult to withstand such a sharp weapon. Facing the pride of the Heavenly Devil clan, the first demon emperor didn't dare to be careless. Chaotic demonic chi circled around him. The top divine weapon of the Devil clan appeared in the sky. A huge Devil Emperor seal appeared, suppressing the chi of heaven and earth. The two strongest Devil Emperors faced each other. In the next moment, the sovereigns started their battle. The flames of war spread to every corner of the small world. The master and disciple met the strongest opponent in their lives. The 4 Devil Emperors started their battle. Their demonic techniques shook the stars. Under the towering sky peak, Ning Chen's injuries kept accumulating. Demonic chi spread out of his body. It was chaotic and violent. "You can't use the power you didn't cultivate yourself. 13th Prince, you've devoured the origin of so many people, but you still can't change the outcome of your defeat." The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor stepped forward. His murderous aura was getting stronger. The sovereign of the devils announced his death. Master, back off. The thousands of devil emperors in the soul-suppressing banner felt the terror of the sovereign. I want to surpass him. I want to surpass the sovereign of the heavenly devil royal clan. Ning Chen was unmoved. His expression was unprecedentedly stubborn. Master, you have cultivated for less than 200 years. To have your current achievements is already unprecedented. As long as you can escape today's calamity, there is no need to worry about revenge in the future. You can wash away the humiliation you suffered today. Qian Mo urged anxiously. I want to surpass him. No one could change the determination of the devil emperors. Ning Chen stared at the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor in front of him. From now on, lend me your power. All of your power, Ning Chen said in a deep voice. The thousands of devil emperors fell silent. After a long while, they flew out of the soul-suppressing banner and appeared in the sky. The souls of the thousands of 4th-level devil emperors surrounded knowing destiny. They were powerful and illusory, making it difficult to see them clearly. Demonic souls? The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor's expression changed slightly. There were so many 4th-level devil emperors. No wonder the 13th prince could devour so many heavenly devil origin. Yes, master. The thousands of devil emperors accepted the order. Their souls rushed into knowing destiny's body one after another. The powerful force was unprecedented. Ning Chen's body was covered in blood. He couldn't withstand the power of the thousands of devil emperors. It was a shocking scene. Ning Chen's eyes turned red as the thousands of devil emperors entered his body. His aura rose rapidly. He broke through the king realm and reached a whole new realm. The thousands of devil emperors gathered in Ning Chen's sea of qi and created a second small world. Ha! Ning Chen yelled. The power of the thousands of devil emperors was released at the same time. Terrifying devil essence filled the air. It seemed like a casual attack, but the difference was like heaven and earth. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor's eyes widened. He put his hands together to block the ghost sword. Boom! The ghost sword slashed down and split the sky in half. The moment the sword and palm collided, the mountains around the two shook violently and sank 1,000 feet into the ground. The mountains fell 1,000 feet, and the sky in the North Pole shook and fell 1,000 feet. It was a terrifying scene. The battle between the two changed the appearance of the world. It was shocking. You're not the 13th prince. Who are you? The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor blocked the ghost sword with his blood-stained hands and said in a deep voice, I'm not alone. The thousands of devil emperors in Ning Chen's body spoke at the same time. With knowing destiny as the leader, all the energy gathered in one place. The ghost sword slashed down. Blood splashed out and dyed the towering sky peak red. I'm knowing destiny, Marquis. Knowing destiny Marquis name resounded in the entire primordial demon realm with the help of thousands of devil emperors. Boom! Boom! A huge rumbling sound rang out. In the land of the extreme north, the entire earth caved in, and the sky sank and the earth fell. Chapter 1294. In the northernmost land, the knowing destiny battle emperor path. Thousands of demons entered the body, and the sword opened the path to hell. The power of thousands of demons surged, and Ning Chen's cultivation improved endlessly. He temporarily surpassed the limit of the Emperor realm. The ghost artifact 6 paths of reincarnation glowed again. Ning Chen moved, and his sword slashed down. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor raised his hand and blocked the ghost saint's sword. The demonic sun circled, and the imperial aura shook the world. The battle shook, and Ning Chen took a few steps back. Demonic flame sky. The ghost sword changed direction, and the demonic flames spread. Ning Chen stepped forward and dashed out. The shocking sword aura cut through the sky and the sea. A mountain in the distance was cut in half by the sword aura. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor leaned to the side and avoided the ghost sword. He threw out a punch and counterattacked. Ning Chen stood still and gathered his energy. Terrifying waves swept out and blocked the imperial aura. Boom! The fist and palm collided and the sword slashed down. The killing moves were endless and there was no pause. Ha! The two palms collided and the aftershocks spread out. The two's attacks became more and more fierce. 8 heavenly demon transformations set the world. The battle reached its climax, and the 8 transformation demonic martial technique appeared. Behind the 7 brilliance demon emperor, a 10,000 feet tall demonic figure rose from the ground and threw a punch. The ground cracked and the nearest mountain collapsed. Seeing this, Ning Chen also used the heavenly demon ultimate martial technique. The demonic figure manifested and blocked the attack. With a loud rumble, the two demonic fists collided. Ning Chen let out a deep shout, and demonic flames surrounded his body. With the support of the flying swan, his power increased by several times. After a moment of stalemate, the 8 dragons around Ning Chen roared. With the Qi Huang secret technique, his cultivation improved again. The ghost sword's sword aura soared into the sky, and the imperial aura was faintly visible. The shocking sword aura spread, and the emperor's sword appeared as the extreme state of the sword was activated. Ning Chen's black hair danced in the wind and blood splattered. He raised his sword and swung it. A terrifying sword aura spread out, and everything collapsed. The 7 brilliance demon emperor focused his mind and threw out a palm. Demonic flames gathered and blocked the emperor's sword. Ugh! Ning Chen grunted and blood splattered everywhere. He took a few steps back, and blood kept dripping from the hand holding the sword. The 1,000 demonic aura surged, and endless energy spread out energy into the knowing destiny demon body. Descent of the 6 Tao, myriad demonic tribulations, Taishang forbidden sword. When the forbidden sword appeared, Ning Chen's demonic aura soared into the sky. Tens of thousands of sword lights appeared and soared into the sky. Doomsday! Ning Chen took a step forward and his figure soared into the sky. Tens of thousands of swords circled around him. The strongest technique of Taoism was unleashed. Above the horizon, sword light crisscrossed, endless and shocking. The 7 brilliance demon emperor raised his head and stared at the 10,000 swords circling in the sky. Indestructible protection. The heavenly demon's ultimate martial art, the indestructible protection. The demon form behind the 7 brilliance demon emperor bent its body and stood in front of him. At this moment, the 10,000 swords in the heavens tore through the void with an unstoppable momentum as they collided with the 10,000 feet tall demonic figure. Shockwaves from the shocking power surged out. In the air, Ning Chen's figure flashed by, taking advantage of the situation. 12 forms of spiritual rhino, 8 void renegade dragon. Shao Chun closed in with a palm strike, and 8 dragons roared in the air. With a loud boom, he clashed head-on with the protection of the heavenly demon again. Violent collisions occurred. One after another, the dragons crashed into the demonic figure and were injured. Finally, the 10,000 feet tall demonic figure could no longer withstand the pressure and dissipated. The opponent who had been reborn was completely different from before. The 7 brilliance demon emperor's expression changed again. He threw a punch with demonic might. The phantom sword soared across the sky and blocked the demonic might. The terrifying power passed through the sword. Ning Chen's lips were dyed red again. He condensed his sword finger and pointed it at the demon's heart. The sword chi entered his body. The 7 brilliance demon emperor grunted. Blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. He was injured for the first time since the battle started. It was a shocking scene. The emperor was injured in the heaven-defying battle of immortals. He couldn't believe that the young man who could only stand behind 9 underworlds could already defeat him in just a few years. The knowing destiny Marquis, huh? I'll remember this. The 7 brilliance demon emperor's expression darkened. He roared furiously as the sovereign Tao origin in his body surged. A powerful force burst out and knocked the knowing destiny Marquis back. 100 steps away, Ning Chen staggered and stabilized himself. His injuries kept accumulating, but he couldn't suppress his overwhelming battle intent. He forgot his burdens and gave up on his responsibilities. All he could do was fight with his life on the line. Taoist Chong Wuming. The phantom sword changed its stance. The Taoist technique appeared again. He slashed with the sword, and the laws of heaven and earth changed rapidly. After the slash, Ning Chen's figure dashed forward rapidly. The sword radiance was extremely bright. The ground shook violently. The demonic palm shook the divine weapon. The sword radiance and palm energy clashed mercilessly. Ning Chen's body gradually reached its limit. Blood kept dripping from the corner of his mouth, but his attacks became fiercer and fiercer. The power of 1,000 demons flowed into his body continuously. The memories of 1,000 demons, countless years of battle experience, and his strongest combat strength were completely unleashed today. Boom! The sword and palm clashed. Black air currents clashed violently. Demonic flames lingered, turning the cold northernmost land into a burning hell. The towering mountains in all directions were affected by the battle and shook violently. Natural disasters kept happening in the tilted northernmost world. The ground cracked and flames spewed into the sky. The common people suffered. The common people suffered. The struggle between the strong caused all living beings to suffer. Ha! The two's attacks clashed again. The undercurrent spread, and the remaining energy destroyed the landscape. Everything within 10,000 miles was destroyed. In the white-hot battle, the two exchanged injuries continuously. Blood dyed every inch of the ground red. In the primordial demon realm, the strong cultivators felt the shock waves of the battle in the northernmost land. They were shocked. On the peak of the divine capital mountain, the lord of the divine capital, Yu Luowu, stood quietly. He looked to the north, and a strange look flashed across his face. The 13 sons of the heavenly demon had shocked him once again. In the western sacred region, above the 12 palaces, the sacred leader of the Golden Lion tribe was also watching the battle in the northernmost land. In just a few years, this young man had grown to such an extent. It was unbelievable. No matter which era it was, there had never been such a terrifying young man. Even the peerless geniuses of the antiquity age could not reach this level. In this era where everything had withered, such a genius had appeared in the human race. Was it a sign of great prosperity or a final radiance before destruction? On the central altar of the sorcerer tribe's sacred ground, Tian Xin looked into the distance quietly. Her expression was complicated. She hoped that she had not made the wrong choice. In the purple scale abyss in the southern continent, a powerful imperial aura slowly gathered. After a few breaths, a powerful palm energy broke through the air. It traveled across time and space and swept toward the battlefield in the north. In the northernmost land, the dual demon battlefield had reached the most critical moment of the battle. The dual demon cultivation bodies had reached the peak of their lives. At this moment, a terrifying palm energy came from afar. Without any warning, it blasted toward Ning Ming, who was in the middle of the battle. The sudden palm attack was dangerous. Ning Chen instinctively swung his sword to meet it. With a loud boom, the ghost sword flew out of his hand and flew hundreds of feet away. In an instant, the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor's expression turned serious. He took a step forward and sent a heavy palm strike toward Ning Chen. Boom! Ning Chen grunted as the heavy palm hit him. He flew hundreds of feet away, stumbling and vomiting blood. With the Scale Emperor's intervention, the situation of the battle took a turn for the worse. 300 feet away, Ning Chen barely managed to stabilize himself. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. His body had reached its limit. 13, you're done for. In front of him, the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said coldly. He walked forward step by step, raised his right palm and slammed it down. Ning Chen raised his head and looked at the demon emperor in front of him. A hint of emotion flashed in his tired eyes. Had his body finally reached its limit? Ha! Ning Chen gathered the last of his energy. He raised his hand, and an unprecedented power spread out. The entire world changed color instantly. Time and space were quickly sealed. The world turned into a cage, trapping the heavenly demon emperor. This is... The Seven Brilliance demon emperor sensed something. He was shocked. An ancient superpower. How was this possible? Only the ancient godfiends knew superpower arts. Where did the 13 learn them? The Seven Brilliance demon emperor was restrained by the sudden change. He couldn't break free for a while. With the last of his strength and will, Ning Chen clenched his right hand. 100 feet away, the ghost's sword vibrated and flew back quickly. As the swordsman held the sword, Ning Chen's aura changed instantly. He and the sword became one, and the sword shook the world. It was a sword that had shocked both the past and the present. Ning Chen moved, and the sword moved. The sword light illuminated the dark world. It was a shocking scene. The ghost sword penetrated his body. Blood spurted out and covered his eyes. With the last of his strength exhausted, Ning Chen's consciousness quickly dissipated. The 1,000 demons took the lead and quickly left with the severely injured knowing destiny. Boom! In an instant, the Seven Brilliance demon emperor unleashed his power and shattered the cage. He vomited a mouthful of blood, which dyed the ground in front of him red. Blood kept dripping from his chest, dyeing his body red. Ugh! The Seven Brilliance demon emperor staggered. He was severely injured in the fierce battle and couldn't catch up. Tens of thousands of miles away, demonic chi surged. Knowing destiny fell from the sky and landed on the ground. In Ning Chen's sea of chi, the 1,000 demons had exhausted their energy. They fell into a deep sleep and couldn't hold on any longer. In the extreme battle, knowing destiny gave it his all. While severely injuring the heavenly demon emperor, he was also severely injured. In front of the central altar in the northern continent, the dark moon witch queen appeared and half knelt. My emperor! He's in the pine forest. On the central altar, Tian Xin said softly. The dark moon witch queen's eyes flashed with surprise. She nodded and left. Half a day later, the dark moon witch queen appeared in the pine forest and walked forward step by step. In the snow-covered pine forest, knowing destiny's demonic body lay on the ground. Blood flowed from his body, dyeing the snow red. The dark moon witch queen went forward and looked at the unconscious body in front of her with a complicated expression. His brilliance was too dazzling. Going against the tide and killing immortals, fighting against emperors. It was unbelievable. No one would believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes. After a moment of silence, the dark moon witch queen raised her hand to help the former up. At that moment, heaven and earth spirit chi surged out around knowing destiny and turned into giant dragons that circled around him. The divergent yellow secret technique protected its master. The 8 dragons roared and couldn't get closer. The dark moon witch queen retreated 30 meters. She looked at the young man in front of her quietly and said, I mean you no harm. After a short moment of silence, the 8 dragons around knowing destiny gradually dispersed and returned to the world. The dark moon witch queen stepped forward again and carefully helped the young man in front of her up. She gathered her chi and injected it into the latter's body. In his coma, knowing destiny's furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Chapter 1295. In the pine forest of the northern continent, the dark moon witch empress appeared and helped knowing destiny heal. Ning Chen's demonic aura was exhausted, and his body was severely injured. The aftereffects of thousands of demons entering his body were gradually showing. His injuries are so serious. After healing for a long time, the dark moon witch empress expression became more serious. She restrained her aura, helped Ning Chen up, and walked forward step by step. In the west, the sun was setting and night was about to fall. Not far away, in a quiet cave, The dark moon witch empress helped the severely injured Ning Chen out. She found a flat ground and carefully put him down. A bonfire was lit, crackling in the night. The dark moon witch empress walked out of the cave to look for great medicine for healing. In the pine forest, the white snow bent the branches of the pine trees. Creak, creak. The dark moon witch empress walked in the forest, looking for great medicine seriously. Not far away, in the cave where the bonfire was burning, the space formation pattern on Ning Chen's shoulder flickered, and the small gourd flew out. It looked at Ning Chen with tears in its big bright eyes. "Immortal Elder, please be safe." The small gourd bit its finger, and blood seeped out of its fingertip. It carefully stuffed the blood into Ning Chen's mouth. When the blood entered his mouth, it quickly turned into spirit qi and entered Knowing Destiny's body. The power of the great medicine spread along his meridians, quickly healing Knowing Destiny's severely injured body. The small gourd waited at the side, its big eyes unblinking, looking pitiful. About an hour later, footsteps sounded outside, getting closer and closer. In front of Ning Chen, the small gourd came back to its senses and wanted to go back. "No need to hide, I've seen you." The dark moon witch empress walked in and looked at the small gourd. She said softly, "If I knew he had such a spirit root, I wouldn't have gone out to look for medicine." The small gourd hid behind Ning Chen timidly, not daring to speak. The dark moon witch empress smiled gently and walked forward. She dissolved the great medicine she found and carefully injected it into Ning Chen's body. "Immortal Elder, are you all right?" the tiny gourd asked carefully from the side, and its large eyes were filled with worry. "He's fine," the dark moon witch empress replied. "Then when will he wake up?" the small gourd asked softly. The dark moon witch empress walked to the bonfire and added some dry wood. She said gently, "Are you worried about him?" "Yes," the little gourd replied softly. "How long have you been following him?" the dark moon witch queen asked. The little gourd raised its little head and thought for a moment before whispering, "It's been a long, long time." The 13th prince is truly an incomprehensible person. The dark moon witch empress sighed softly. An immortal vine was such a great herb. How could an ordinary person keep it by their side? In this world, there were at most 3 immortal vines that had developed intelligence. In fact, there were not even 2 of them. As long as this medicine was consumed, it was very likely that the humans would have a 4th ruler. The monarch realm was a realm of cultivation that made all the cultivators in the world go mad for. This 13th crown prince had clearly found a shortcut, yet he was able to guard his heart and remain unmoved. He was truly extraordinary. Don't expose yourself when there are strangers around. Do you understand? The dark moon witch queen reminded. Yes. The little gourd nodded. It knew that it was an immortal vine, and there were countless people who wanted to eat it. Only by following the immortal would it be the safest. While the 2 of them were talking, Ning Chen's eyes slowly opened beside the campfire. After a brief moment of confusion, he quickly recovered his clarity. "Immortal Elder is awake." The little gourd immediately flew up and asked worriedly, "Immortal Elder, how are you?" "I'm fine," Ning Chen replied softly. He looked at the woman in front of the campfire and said calmly, "Thank you. You might not be able to go back now." The dark moon witch empress said in front of the campfire. "I understand." Ning Chen nodded. Now that the passage between the 2 realms must be heavily guarded, it would be very difficult for him to break through in his current state. "The world knows about your battle with the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor. Now the entire primordial demon realm sees you as a great threat, especially the heavenly devil imperial family. They'll kill you at all costs. Therefore, you'll be in great danger if you stay," the dark moon witch empress reminded him. "There's always a way out. It won't be that easy for them to take my life," Ning Chen said indifferently. "Next time, it might be the Scaled Emperor or even the first Kunyi Demon Emperor himself. Your current body isn't enough to deal with a battle of this level," the dark moon witch empress said seriously. Thank you for the reminder, Witch Empress. Ning Chen looked at the dark sky outside the cave and said calmly, if I can't beat them, I'll hide. If I can't hide, I'll run. The primordial demon realm is so big. Unless they destroy this great world, I'll have a way to deal with them even if they attack. Something like that doesn't seem to come from someone like you, 13th Prince, the Dark Moon Witch Empress said with a surprised look on her face. There's nothing to be surprised about. If I want to live, I have to give up some things. For example, pride. Ning Chen's expression was calm as he said, in the past, I was also a person who would rather break than bend, unwilling to be flexible in the slightest. Later, after suffering too many losses, I gradually changed. The Dark Moon Witch Empress fell silent and sighed softly in her heart. It wasn't that he changed, but that he had the responsibility to live on. The atmosphere in the cave quieted down. The two of them didn't speak anymore. They sat there quietly, each thinking about something. On the side, the little calabash sat obediently on the calabash that was bigger than it was. Its big eyes glanced at the two of them from time to time as it giggled. Outside the cave, time passed bit by bit. In the east, dawn arrived. A wisp of white appeared. Gradually, a ray of dawn scattered, dispelling the darkness of the world. All right, since you're fine now, I'll go back. In front of the bonfire, the Dark Moon Witch Empress stood up and walked out of the cave. Behind her, Ning Chen looked at the back of the Dark Moon Witch Empress. His dark eyes deepened. Immortal Elder, I'm sleepy. The little calabash flew up to Ning Chen's shoulder and said softly. Ning Chen nodded and stood up to walk out. Outside the cave, the first rays of dawn scattered on the ground. It was so bright and beautiful that it was intoxicating. Ning Chen walked out, step by step in the snow. He was in a surprisingly good mood. It had been a long time since he felt so relaxed. On his shoulder, a cold wind blew. The little calabash quivered, and its sleepiness disappeared immediately. Immortal Elder, I'm not sleepy again, the little calabash said embarrassedly. Come down if you want to play, Ning Chen said softly. Hearing that, the little calabash nodded and flew down on its calabash. Figures with powerful auras arrived from all directions of the green bamboo forest. Every one of them was above the king realm. The Scaled Clan and the Heavenly Demon Clan had joined forces and sent out all their experts to search for knowing destiny. Immortal Elder, it seems like someone is coming. On the snow, the little calabash felt a strong pressure from afar and said fearfully, It's okay. Ning Chen said calmly, They can't beat me. But Immortal Elder is injured. The little calabash looked up and said, Same. Ning Chen said calmly. The little calabash was relieved to hear that. The fear on its face disappeared, and it continued to play by itself. Outside the green pine forest, figures passed by one after another. They released their divine senses and covered the entire forest. In the forest, Ning Chen sensed something and ignored it. He continued to walk forward with the little calabash. At the same time, in the 9th Underworld King's residence in the 3 Imperial City, demonic chi surged and the small world collapsed. 2 figures appeared at the same time. The 2 emperors were covered in blood. The monarch of the demons and the pride of the heavenly demons, the 2 strongest people in the world, looked at each other and left. Jiryo, never forget that you are the emperor of the heavenly demons. This is a fact that cannot be changed. Whether you want to admit it or not, this is the reality. In the king's residence, the first demon emperor's voice echoed for a long time. In the king's palace, Xian Jiryo looked at the first demon emperor's back coldly. He didn't care and stepped out to the north. In the northern continent, in the snow-covered green pine forest, Ning Chen walked east with the little calabash, leaving a long line of footprints behind. Immortal Elder, can we go back? The little calabash asked while playing with a snowball. It's not easy. Ning Chen said honestly, but it's not impossible. Immortal Elder, you must be careful. You can't get injured again. The little calabash said seriously. Okay. Ning Chen nodded and looked at the eastern sky. Actually, I'm a little homesick. Home was where she was. It was too cold here. Just as knowing destiny was heading east, in the Ziwei galaxy, underworld, King Bianqing's palace. Qing Ning stood in front of the palace and looked into the distance. Sister Qing Ning. At some point, Yin appeared. She looked at the sky and said, I miss Master. Me too, Qing Ning said softly. Will Master be okay? Yin was worried. He won't. Qing Ning shook her head. Your master knows that we are waiting for him, so he will protect himself at all costs. Okay, Master is so powerful. He will be fine. Yin calmed down and comforted herself. Go and accompany your mistress when you have time. She is the most worried when your master is not around, Qing Ning said softly. Okay. Yin nodded slightly. She shifted her gaze and looked at Impermanent Hall in front of her. There was some confusion in her eyes as she asked, Sister Qing Ning, little mistress likes Master so much. Why can't the two of them get together? His heart can't handle so many emotions. Qing Ning sighed softly and said, You don't understand the era your master lived in. In times of chaos, love is the most important. It's already not easy to protect the people around you. Emotions are often just wishful thinking. Yin nodded her head as if she understood. She seemed to understand, but she was even more confused. In the primordial demon realm, in the northern continent, in the pine forest, figures flew over. The aura of kings shook the earth. On the snowy ground, Ning Chen clenched his right hand and the ghost sword appeared. The ghost sword moved and sword light filled the sky. At the front, a king was cut in half. Blood spurted out and scattered all over the sky. Under the morning light, the blood dyed the snow red. It was beautiful. Chapter 1296. In the primal demon realm, in the northern polar region, Ning Chen attacked and opened a path to hell with his sword. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed the pine forest red. A king died, and his soul returned to heaven and earth. The sudden change scared the little gourd. It immediately flew to Ning Chen's shoulder and hid. A few seconds later, figures appeared in the sky above the pine forest. Their king's aura spread and sealed off all paths of retreat. Ning Chen walked alone in the pine forest. Blood dripped from the ghost sword in his hand and dyed the snowy path. Kill! At his command, the heavenly demon kings from all over the pine forest rushed over with murderous intent. Ning Chen's expression didn't change at all. The ghost sword moved, one strike after another, simple and ruthless. Spears broke and halberds shattered. The 6 paths of reincarnation was unstoppable. Despite being besieged by so many devils, Ning Chen's footsteps didn't slow down at all. Sword after sword, he forcefully carved out a bloody path. In the heavenly demon ancestral land, the first demon emperor looked to the north with murderous intent in his eyes. I didn't expect that even you couldn't kill him. The 13th strength has exceeded our expectations. The 7 brilliance demon emperor opened his eyes and said. He's so strong even though he hasn't reached the imperial level. He reminds me of Jiyo, the first demon emperor said. The only good news is that he can't maintain his imperial level strength for a long time. Now that he's heavily injured, we can definitely take his life if we surround him, the 7 brilliance demon emperor said coldly. More and more heavenly demon troops gathered around the pine forest. Countless overlords rushed over and surrounded the 13th prince. Dong. At this moment, a bell rang in the center of the pine forest. It echoed for thousands of miles. This is... In the sky, the heavenly demons' auras stagnated. They had a splitting headache. Whoosh! The moment the bell rang, a sword light flashed across the sky and slashed the bodies of 10 heavenly demons in half. Shattered blood and bones fell from the sky, quickly turning into a bloody rain under the sound of the bell, filling the sky with mist. In the pine forest, the knowing destiny demonic body was walking alone. The Dongwang bell was above his head and the 6 paths of reincarnation was in his hand. Dongwang bell. In the heavenly demon ancestral land, the 7 brilliance demon emperor's expression darkened. It was this bell again. Why would the supreme treasure of the Eastern deity realm be in the hands of the 13 sons? Let the scaled emperor do it, the 7 brilliance demon emperor said in a deep voice. No. 9 Nether has already left the imperial city. Once the scaled emperor makes a move, 9 Nether will definitely not sit idly by. At that time, with 9 Nether's protection, no one will be able to kill this kid. The 7 brilliance demon emperor's expression darkened. He said, "What do you think we should do? Tell Xuanqi to come back. My primordial demon realm best sword is not inferior to anyone," First Demon Emperor Kuan said indifferently. Understood. The 7 luminaries demon emperor nodded slightly. His mysterious cultivation was extremely close to the emperor realm. On top of that, his unparalleled cultivation in the sword Dao was more than enough to suppress his 13 disciples. In front of the heavenly demon encampment in the Red Phoenix Galaxy, an illusory figure walked out. The demonic royal token appeared and flew toward the 4th heavenly demon prince. Xianqi stopped and took the demon royal token. His expression turned serious. 13th son? It's him again. Azura, I'm going back. Xianqi glanced at the war god of the demon race not far away and said, "Okay." Azura nodded and said, "Be careful." Xianqi nodded and did not say anything else. He left with his sword. In the primordial demon realm, above the 5 continents, many figures flew past and headed toward the far north. All the kings had come out to kill the 13th prince of the heavenly demon realm. In the far north, in the endless pine forest, Ning Chen was traveling east. The snowy path behind him was stained with blood. In the sky above the eastern continent, the Golden Light King looked toward the north. His face was filled with murderous intent. "You guys stay here." The Golden Light King glanced at the kings behind him. He stepped into the air and headed north. In the far north, in the sky above the pine forest, golden light spread for 30,000 miles. The Golden Light King crossed 2 continents and rushed toward them. In the pine forest, Ning Chen raised his head and looked at the woman who was rushing toward him. He swung his sword and faced the enemy. 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles, 100,000 miles. The sword light flew across the void and slashed toward the Golden Light King. In the sky above the endless ocean, the Golden Light King snorted coldly. His slender hand gathered Yuan and blocked the sword light. The 2 kings fought again, crossing a great distance. The Golden Light King blocked the sword and did not stop. He gathered Yuan into his palm and struck out. His powerful counterattack shook the heavens and the earth. In the pine forest, Ning Chen raised his head and stepped forward. Snowflakes filled the sky around him and turned into a huge white snow dragon. The dragon roared in the sky and its power swallowed the heavens and the earth. The Golden Light demonic might and the Qi Huang secret technique collided. The clouds in the sky changed drastically. The battle between the far north and the far north was shocking. Between the two, the heavens and the earth rumbled for a long time. The 13th prince of the heavenly demon realm could not stop him. 1 man and 1 sword, he was invincible. In the east, the sun rose high and gradually headed west. The killing in the pine forest continued. The kings worked together to stop the knowing destiny cultivators from moving forward. Swoosh! The sword light broke through the sky and thousands of pine trees were cut in half. The invincible sword could not be stopped. In the southern sky, the sun hung high. Above the pine forest, golden light shone brightly. The Golden Light King appeared. He gathered Yuan in his slender hand and struck out again. With his shocking cultivation and half entering the path, the golden light palm descended and the entire far north shook violently. With a rumble, the demonic palm slammed down. A huge palm print appeared on the ground. It spanned hundreds of miles and left no grass alive. The snow waves dispersed. In the center of the palm print, 8 dragons roared and protected the knowing destiny cultivators. After the palm, Ning Chen stomped on the ground and the 8 dragons soared into the sky. The dragon might roared and crashed into the Golden Light King. Golden Light demonic incantation. The Golden Light King raised his hand and golden light shone around him. The far north was chaotic and the king's might was released. The 8 dragons shook the golden light. Violent vibrations reverberated in all directions. Below, Ning Chen's figure soared into the sky. With a slash of his sword, the entire sky split open. In the void, the killing moves of the 2 kings kept colliding. Terrifying shockwaves rippled out. The demons could not withstand the king's might and were all sent flying. In the battle between the strong, the winner was obvious. The knowing destiny cultivators who were severely injured were actually slightly inferior. The 8 dragons shattered and gathered into one. Ning Chen stepped on the dragon's head. He flipped his left hand and struck the Eastern Emperor bell in the sky. Dong! The bell rang. The sound of the bell spread rapidly like a flood and spread thousands of miles away. The Golden Light King felt a sharp pain in his ears. He staggered and the demonic aura around him dissipated rapidly. In an instant, Ning Chen's figure flashed past. His sword fingers gathered yuan and broke into the Dantian sea of qi in front of him. Ugh! The sword qi entered the Golden Light King's body. He groaned and his sea of qi rolled rapidly. The situation was reversed. The ghost sword in Ning Chen's hand shone brightly. He slashed down mercilessly. With the crisis looming, the Golden Light King hurriedly used his life-saving technique. A huge demonic figure appeared to protect him. With a rumble, the sword light broke the demonic figure. The horrifying impact spread out. The Golden Light King fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. In the sky, the dragon roared and swooped down. At this moment, the kings from all sides of the pine forest surrounded him again. Ning Chen stopped on the dragon. Looking at the heavenly demon king surrounding him, the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Nirvana. Among the kings, Ning Chen turned the ghost sword in his hand. Thousands of sword lights soared into the sky. They crisscrossed and were incomparably magnificent. The shocking sword had boundless might. It cut through the sky and the sea, cutting through thousands of miles of the void. Boom! A violent collision sound rang out. The thousands of swords shook the demons. The shock waves sent the demons flying hundreds of feet away. The encirclement was broken. Ning Chen continued east on the dragon's head. His sword was stained with blood, looking like a god of war. At the same time, in the sky above the eastern continent, demonic aura surged in front of the passage between the 2 realms. A shocking sword pressure spread out. Before the person appeared, the sword intent had already arrived. In front, the demons sensed it. They were all shocked. Looking back at the space passage behind them, they immediately made way. In the next moment, a demon walked out slowly from the passage between the 2 realms. He was surrounded by sword light and had an earth-shattering royal aura. The strongest king in the world, the best sword of the demons, had returned to the primordial demon realm after killing the knowing destiny realm. 4th Prince. In front of the passage between the 2 realms, the kings bowed and greeted him respectfully. "Guard this place well," Xianqi said indifferently. Xianqi said indifferently. His figure flashed and he quickly headed north. The 4th Prince of the heavenly demon realm appeared. In the sky above the pine forest in the extreme north, Ning Chen sensed it. He looked at the eastern sky with a serious expression. Millions of miles away, the 2 kings looked at each other. Their sword intents rose endlessly. The 2 kings were about to meet. The 7 sovereigns of the primordial demon realm looked north with different expressions. In the sacred land of the sorcerer tribe, the sovereign of the sorcerer tribe stood quietly on the central altar. Her beautiful eyes flashed with seriousness. What came next was the real killing move. The combat power of the sovereign path wasn't his normal state. How to deal with the killing intent of the celestial devil royal family when he couldn't use all his strength was the key. Just as the sorcerer emperor was thinking, demonic chi surged above the central altar. A demonic shadow walked out. Its terrifying aura shook the world. The sorcerer emperor sensed it. He looked back at the demon sovereign in the sky and said, "Demonic emperor of the abyss, are you not going to save your disciple?" "He has to walk his own path," the demonic emperor of the abyss said calmly. "As long as the sovereign of the imperial path doesn't help him, I won't help him either. With Xuanqi's help, his chances of winning are very low," the sorcerer emperor reminded him. "Living is luck. Dying is fate," the demonic emperor of the abyss said coldly. "The demonic emperor is really a cruel person," the sorcerer emperor said seriously. "He's my disciple. He has to do what ordinary people can't do," the demonic emperor of the abyss said calmly. On the altar, the sorcerer emperor narrowed his eyes. The demonic emperor of the abyss was indeed not an ordinary person. In the extreme north, above the pine forest, knowing destiny, who had broken out of the encirclement, rode a giant dragon and sped toward the east. At the same time, above the eastern continent, Xuanqi sped up toward the north. The two strongest kings, the top swordsmen of the human race and the demon race, would finally meet face to face. Sword technique. Burning heart. Millions of miles away, the two attacked at the same time. Sword light flashed and broke through the sky. Boom. The two swords clashed in the sky. The aftershock traveled tens of thousands of miles. Chapter 1297. In the primordial demon realm, to the east of the northernmost land, the boundless ocean was unusually quiet. Just then, 1,000,000 miles away, two beams of sword light came from the east and the west and collided on the ocean. The power of the swords spread out, splitting the ocean in half. Huge waves surged. It was a shocking scene. The battle had begun before the two arrived. Sky-burning demonic flame. Demonic flame prairie. Above the ocean, the flames spread. The two forces clashed, burning the sky and boiling the ocean. Huge waves were quickly vaporized. 1,000,000 miles, 100,000 miles, 10,000 miles. In the sky, the two demonic figures approached each other quickly. The ghost sword and the demon sword clashed. After the battle between the two realms, the peak sword technique appeared again. Above the ocean, sword light flashed. Murderous intent filled the sky. The rumbling sound spread for 10,000 miles. Sword chi entered the ocean, and huge waves soared into the sky. Around the two, huge waterfalls hung upside down. It was a shocking scene. "Is this all your sword can do?" After a few moves, Xuanqi snorted. He condensed chi with his fingers and forced the 13th prince back. 10 feet away, Ning Chen steadied himself. He looked at the top sword of the demons in front of him. The desire to fight burned in his eyes. Blood dripped from his fingers and dyed the sword red. After fighting for so many days, even someone as strong as the knowing destiny state couldn't be unharmed. In front of him, Xuanqi moved. He slashed down with his sword. At the peak of the king realm, imperial might was faintly visible. Wherever the demon sword went, heaven and earth would collapse. The immortal slaying sword, the boundless demonic path, the top sword of the demons, once again shocked the world. With a simple wave, the space within 10,000 miles was split. In the sky, Ning Chen's expression hardened. He stepped forward and dodged the shocking sword. Behind him, terrifying space cracks appeared. They crisscrossed and spread for tens of thousands of miles. "Can you dodge it?" As soon as he spoke, Xuanqi dashed out and attacked again. Clang! Unable to dodge, the two swords clashed again. The huge force split the battle into two. Again. Xuanqi stepped forward and attacked again. He didn't leave any gaps. Boom! Under the impact of the extreme power, Ning Chen's hand that was holding the sword turned red again. He was forced to take 10 steps back before he managed to stabilize himself. This king's opponent shouldn't be so weak. Show me your strength. Otherwise, this vast ocean will be your burial ground. In the sky, Xianqi stood with the demonic sword in his hand. Sword light circled around his body, and his aura grew more and more powerful. Xiao Chen's figure moved quickly with a high fighting spirit. He cast aside all thoughts and focused on his sword. The sound of his sword reverberated in the sky above the sea. The situation was completely tilted. The swordsmen were discussing the sword, and the world was watching. Burning heart, devouring moon. Boundless demonic yuan condensed into a sword. Instantly, the stars in the sky lit up, and a bright moon appeared. Demonic yuan soared into the sky, devouring the cold moon from the 9 heavens. He was the strongest king, and his sword moved the world. The aura of an emperor was beginning to appear. At that moment, all the experts in the various continents of the primordial demon realm looked towards the distant sea. Shock filled their faces. Could the celestial demons have another emperor? In the depths of the celestial demon ancestral land, Demon Emperor Kuan Yi stood in the sky, watching the battle in the distance. A rare ripple flashed through his eyes. Xianqi, the 13th prince, will be the best test for you before you reach the emperor path. The world watched the battle. In the endless sea, the battle between the two kings became more and more intense. The king's swords clashed, and the demonic aura shook the sky. 9 Brahma demonic flames moved the world. There was no holding back in the battle of swords. Xianqi used all his power. His ultimate martial arts shone, and his demonic flames soared into the sky. The martial arts of Buddha and demon appeared for the first time. 9 black lotuses appeared in the sky. The moment the lotuses bloomed and withered, the demonic flames burned the world. The world turned into hell. It was an unprecedented power. The clouds in the 9 heavens changed. On the surface of the sea, black flames spread. Even the sea that was incompatible with fire and water burned. In front of him, Ning Chen's expression turned serious. This aura was the Emperor Path. Ning Chen's eyes immediately turned cold. His hand that was dripping blood clenched the ghost sword. He forced the demonic yuan in his body to destroy the demonic cultivator's path. Ha! In the sky above the sea, 2 earth-shattering roars sounded. In order to protect their paths, the 2 demons used all their power. Endless demonic yuan spread out and dyed the sky black. Sword! 11. Ning Chen stepped forward. His body was like the void. He formed a sword with his fingers, and thousands of miles of water swords soared into the sky. Nirvana! At the same time, the ghost sword in Ning Chen's hand changed direction. The sword used Nirvana. It was magnificent. The 2 swords appeared at the same time and merged into one. The sword flow roared and rushed forward. Boom! The ultimate martial arts collided. 9 lotuses destroyed the world. The terrifying destructive power spread. The ultimate martial arts sword collapsed. The aftermath shook. The water swords scattered. Ning Chen's body suffered a backlash. He flew hundreds of feet away, and his body was dyed red. The unshakable demonic sword was in front of him. He was invincible in the world. Blood dripped down. His strength was almost gone. Ning Chen staggered and stabilized his body. Although his eyes were tired, his fighting spirit was still blazing. After the continuous battle, his clothes were soaked with sweat. Ning Chen stood in the sky, gasping for breath. He was exhausted. Sword! 12. Ning Chen was pushed to the limit. The ultimate martial arts reappeared. Sword light shone brightly around him. The shocking sword appeared majestic. It was a sword that surpassed the limits of the mortal world. The world rumbled. A brilliant sword light appeared and circled around Knowing Ming. The sword reached its limit. In an instant, the sword chi in the sky dissipated. The sword intent filled the battlefield. Heart-burning 100 refinement waves. On the sea, Xianqi saw this. Heart-burning 100 refinement waves crossed his fingers. Blood flowed into the sword, tempered 1,000 times and 100 times. Peerless martial arts, the world was moved. It was beyond life and death. The 2 demons gave up everything. Their hearts were clear. They only had one sword. The terrifying sword pressure roared. Within 100,000 miles, huge waves surged into the sky. The end of the world had arrived. What a terrifying pair! 100,000 miles away from the battlefield, the kings stopped. No one dared to get close. The battle was not something they could interfere with. If Xian-Qi loses, the 13 will be invincible. If Xian-Qi wins, the heavenly demonic imperial family will have one more person. In the heavenly demonic ancestral land, first demonic Emperor Kuan looked at the battlefield and said, "In just a few years, the 13 has grown to the point where he can fight with Xian-Qi. This guy is really terrifying." Not far away, the 7 Brilliance demonic emperor's expression grew heavier. Saber, sword, palm. These 3 martial arts have reached the pinnacle of the mortal world. His sword cultivation is even more shocking. This guy's strength is not something that can be explained by talent. First demonic Emperor Kuan said, "When martial arts reached the pinnacle, the ultimate path was born. Those with great talent could improve rapidly. However, to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, talent was not the only thing that determined one's cultivation. Thousand refinement was the only path to the ultimate path. There was no shortcut to the ultimate path. Everyone was equal. Only a fool could become a wise man. Even those with great talent could become one. However, there were very few experts who had reached the ultimate path. There was only one reason: it was difficult. In martial arts, talent was the most important thing. Those who were favored by the heavens did not need to waste time on the ultimate path. Those who were stupid would be eliminated at the beginning of their martial arts practice. They did not even have the chance to reach the ultimate path. Perhaps those with great perseverance would embark on this path of no return. It would be extremely difficult for them to grow through battle after battle. The 13 might be an anomaly. However, if Xian-Qi killed him, the highest evaluation that could be written in the world would only be sword testing stone. The winner takes all. Although it was cruel, it was the reality. Brother, what do you think are Xian-Qi's chances of winning? 7 Brilliance demonic emperor asked seriously. 100%. First demonic emperor Kuan replied. This guy's body has reached its limit. He can't reach the state he was in when he fought you. On the contrary, Xian-Qi is at the peak of his life. His sword cultivation and battle intent are flawless. No one can stop him from killing the 13 and reaching the ultimate path. The 13 has cultivated the divergent yellow secret technique and has the Dongwang Bell, the ultimate treasure of the Eastern deity realm. I'm worried that Xian-Qi will be at a disadvantage because of this, 7 Brilliance demonic emperor said. External objects are useless in front of absolute power. As long as Xian-Qi can reach the ultimate path, a broken Dongwang Bell is nothing to worry about. As for the divergent yellow secret technique, it's just a small trick. It's not worth mentioning, First demonic Emperor Kuan said calmly. Hearing this, 7 Brilliance demonic emperor was less worried. He looked at the battle in the distance, waiting for the decisive moment. Under the eyes of the world, the battle between the 2 demons above the boundless ocean had reached its climax. Dazzling sword lights crisscrossed endlessly. The kings were all displaying their shocking abilities. Boom, boom, boom. Loud rumbles sounded between heaven and earth. Below, huge waves surged into the sky. It was an immeasurable battle. In the battle, the royal aura became clearer. Golden light gradually appeared around Xian-Qi. The brilliance of the path was dazzling. Ha! His opponent's brilliance could no longer be suppressed. Ning Chen yelled. He couldn't suppress his anger anymore. His black hair danced wildly like a demon. When the demon was angry, his madness devoured his heart. The demon's instinct gradually suppressed his rationality. His eyes dimmed. You're more like a demon than a demon. Xian-Qi stepped forward. Demonic flames surged on the heart-burning sword. Shocking royal aura spread out, causing the ocean within 100,000 miles to sink 100 feet. The path of the path was closed. Qianqi's aura rose endlessly. It surpassed the king realm and was infinitely close to the legendary sovereign Tao. Demons are the same as humans. Ningqian waved his sword. His sword moves gradually stop. Each move returned to its original state. The origin of the sword was fast, accurate, and focused. At the beginning of learning martial arts, the simplest swinging of the sword and thrusting of the sword without any moves was better than hundreds or thousands of moves. Qianqi sensed the change in his opponent. His eyes flashed with surprise. Demonic qi surged out of his body. He unleashed all his power. The light around the first sword of the demon race, which was like a demonic sun, continued to spread, covering 100,000 miles. Inside the demonic light, knowing destiny demonic body stood still. He had used up all of his energy. They were two completely different extremes. The two raised their swords and slashed down. A simple sword move collided. In an instant, cracks appeared in the space above the ocean. The cracks quickly spread. 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles, 100,000 miles, the most terrifying sword move was indescribable. It surpassed the king realm and broke into the sovereign Tao. All the experts of the primordial demon realm were stunned, their faces filled with shock. Chapter 1298. In the boundless sea region, the sword competition of kings, returning to nature, shook the world with one sword. The earth-shattering sword cut through the void and destroyed all the laws of the world. The sword technique shook the heavens and the earth. The sword might rushed out and turned everything around the two into nothingness. A pool of blood splashed in the sky. The battle was separated and the situation gradually became clear. Heavy breathing echoed between the heavens and the earth. Sweat dripped from Ningqian's forehead and mixed with blood, drenching his clothes. In front of him, Qianqi stood quietly in the void. Demonic qi surged and golden light shone. The sovereign Tao was about to be completed. Burning heart, thousand prison. The great accomplishment of the sword Tao was perfect. Qianqi pointed his sword at the sky and thousands of swords flew forward quickly. In the most critical battle, Ningqian held his sword in front of him and blocked the attack. In an instant, the thousands of swords flew forward. The sovereign might shook the world and was indestructible. Crack! The impact of the sovereign might caused cracks to appear on the 6 paths of reincarnation. The saint artifact of the ghost race could not withstand the sovereign might and finally reached its limit. Arg! The last sword light broke through the obstruction. The remaining power penetrated Ningqian's body and brought out a fountain of blood. Ningqian retreated again and was severely injured. Blood splattered everywhere, floating in the void. Drop by drop, it spread throughout the battlefield. 10 steps away, Ningqian steadied himself. His spiritual consciousness was gradually blurring and he could no longer hold on. The outcome has been decided. In the sorcerer race's holy land, Tian Xin looked at the battle in the distance and sighed. His journey had been so amazing. However, had he reached the end in the end? In the void, Xian Jiyo stood quietly and looked into the distance. There was no change in his expression. He had come so far. No matter how glorious his past was, if he could not break through his limits in the face of death, all his glory would be buried. The young eagle had to spread its wings eventually. Whether it would soar or fall off a cliff, it would be decided today. It's over. In the battle, Qianqi stepped forward. His body shone with golden light and the sovereign might shook the sky. In front of him, Ningqian breathed heavily. He had used up all his energy and his body. He was unwilling and unwilling. How could he stop after coming so far? Ha! Unable to suppress his anger, Ningqian looked up to the sky and roared. A bloody mist spread out from his body, breaking through the shackles and turning into blood-colored lightning that filled the sky. If he were to choose again in this life, would he still walk down this path of calamity? Ningqian asked himself, but the answer was already clear. Dawn broke over the horizon, and the first rays of the morning sun sprinkled down on the earth. 1 day and 1 night passed, and the intense battle finally came to an end. In the void, the power of the small world rose. The extreme state of the sword spread to every corner of the void. Within the minor world, Ning Chen's black hair that was dyed red with blood fluttered madly. He was like a demon, and his battle intent surged violently. He took a step forward and then vanished. When he reappeared, he was right in front of Xianqi. The 6 paths of reincarnation slashed out, the sword light was dazzling. The cold sword, the cold heart, the boundless battle intent rose again. Xianqi focused and waved his sword. With a clang, he blocked the incoming sword. In one move, the ghost sword changed its stance. Cold heart, cold eyes, cold sword, limitless infinity. This was a completely different opponent. He had surpassed himself. His sword had reached the state of an Ata. There were no traces left between his moves. Deity plane, an Ata realm. Xianqi's expression changed slightly. He waved his sword and blocked one attack after another. His expression became completely serious. The deity plane was the true palace of martial arts. It was beyond the reach of humans. For thousands of years, no one had been able to reach it. Only the gods in the legends could set foot in this realm. At this moment, the 7 emperors of the primordial demon realm also became serious. The deity plane. How many years had it been? Finally, someone had set foot in the deity plane again. The terrifying 13th son. In the western sacred region, the sacred leader of the Golden Lion clan watched the battle in the distance. Golden light flickered in his eyes. The end of the extreme state was the deity plane. It was difficult to reach the extreme state, and the deity plane only existed in legends. Who would have thought that someone would enter the deity plane again in this era? In the battle, knowing destiny had entered the deity plane. Silver light flickered around his body. His sword was majestic, and the sword power was earth-shattering. The 2 swords clashed, and the sword power whistled. It seemed like an ordinary move, but it had the power to cut through the sky. You're different. Xianqi swung his sword and blocked the attack. He looked at the 13 sons of the heavenly demon realm and said coldly. Ning Chen was silent. He waved the ghost sword in his hand again and again. His attacks were fierce, and there was no pause. The 2 kings' sword competition reached a higher level. The imperial power and the deity plane clashed. Boom! Dark clouds covered the sky. Thunder and lightning filled the entire sea region. The strongest sword competition was at stake. The winner would be the king of swordsmanship, and the loser would be doomed eternally. Clanging sounds could be heard in the void. The 2 figures kept clashing, and their sword attacks became fiercer. Boom! In the horizon, lightning descended from the sky, falling into the void, blasting towards the 2 people. The 2 kings had reached the peak of swordsmanship. The heavenly Tao was merciless, and it sent down a catastrophe. Imperial catastrophe and deity catastrophe were the 2 most terrifying catastrophes in the world. Golden and silver light shone and clashed continuously. Congratulations, demonic emperor of the netherworld. On the altar in the sacred land of the sorcerer race, Tian Xin looked at the 2 kings in the distance and said, 1 race, 4 kings, and a deity plane. It was indeed shocking. Unfortunately, they couldn't coexist. In the void, Xian Zhiyou's eyes shone. He was very satisfied with this disciple. The deity plane was a realm that even he hadn't reached. He didn't expect his disciple to reach it first. Ning Chen, surpass him. Surpass all opponents in front of you, including me, Xian Zhiyou said. His voice echoed throughout the entire primitive demon realm. All the experts in the primitive demon realm looked toward the north. They couldn't suppress the waves in their hearts. In the heavenly demon ancestral land, the 2 demonic emperors, Kuan 1 and 7 luminaries demonic emperors, couldn't stay calm anymore. They looked to the north, watching the battle in the distance with heavy expressions. Xianqi, Kuan 1 demonic emperor clenched his fists and said, "Use your sword to kill this kid and prove your path." The two demonic emperors spoke, their voices rumbling. Even the two strongest demonic emperors of the heavenly demon race couldn't stay calm in this battle. In the battle in the north, the battle between the two kings had reached the most critical moment. Above the 9 heavens, the sovereign tribulation and the deity tribulation fell at the same time, drowning the two figures. In the lightning tribulation, one gold and one silver figure attacked again and again. A simple sword attack had the power to split open the sky. It was a terrifying scene. The battle at the peak of the sword Tao had surpassed the limits of martial arts in the mortal world. In front of the deity plane, all laws were subservient. Powerful, so powerful that it was shocking. The knowing destiny realm, who had gone through thousands of disasters, had broken through and stepped into the realm of the strongest. His name was known throughout the world. Just as the knowing destiny realm stepped into the deity plane, in the outer heavens, on the altar in the reverence moon ancient land, Prince Yen slowly opened his eyes. He felt the familiar sword intent in the distance and woke up from his coma. Above the altar, moonlight gathered, and an incomparably holy figure appeared. It gazed into the distance, looking at the primordial demon realm that was a realm away. He did it. The moon goddess said softly. The person closest to the gods in the mortal world had finally stepped into the deity plane. Beside her, Prince Yen stood quietly and looked into the distance calmly. There was a flash of relief in his eyes. Swordsman, the mortal world can no longer withstand your sword. Your sword Tao is in the deity plane. The moon goddess looked sideways at the swordsman not far away and said calmly. It was a great fortune for the human race to have such a swordsman in the mortal world. Unfortunately, this person's sword could no longer be improved in the mortal world. What kind of existence are gods? Prince Yen looked over at the god of the moon race and said, I can feel your power. It's different from others, but it's not strong. I'm not a god who's good at fighting. If you want to find an opponent, there are real strong ones among the gods who can let you fight to your heart's content, the moon goddess said softly. I'm looking forward to it, Prince Yen said calmly. This era is different from any other. Perhaps it's time for the gods to come to the mortal world. The moon goddess sighed. When the gods came to the mortal world, it was hard to predict whether it would be good or bad. Although not all the gods were strong, the strong ones among the gods were truly terrifying. The swordsman in front of them would definitely become the target of the gods' interest. A human swordsman who could reach the gods would definitely be a strong one no matter the era. After watching the battle for a long time, Prince Yen waved his hand and put away the sword rack on the altar. When Ning Chen comes back, tell him that I'm leaving. I'm very satisfied with his growth. Below, the high priest of the moon race saluted as he looked at Prince Yan's back. His heart was in turmoil. The high priest's strength had already surpassed the emperor realm. The heavenly Tao was merciless and would not let anyone go easily. It was hard to imagine how terrifying this person's tribulation would be. Outside the reverence moon holy ground, Prince Yen had just walked out when in the starry sky, countless bolts of lightning descended, shaking heaven and earth. In the midst of the lightning, shadows of the ancient immortal realms appeared. Immortal generals and immortal monarchs appeared one after another to kill the heaven-defying swordsman. In the starry sky, Prince Yen acted as if he didn't hear anything and continued to walk forward. The green and red dual swords shone brightly as they crisscrossed and blocked the attacks of the immortals. The absolute sword transcended all laws in the mortal world. Even if the ancient immortal realms appeared, they wouldn't be able to stop the swordsman's footsteps. In the midst of the tribulation, the king's figure gradually disappeared into the distance. His sword light disappeared into the starry sky like an ancient cultivator. In the primal devil realm, in the northern sea, the battle between the two kings had reached its climax. The two people in the middle of the lightning tribulation were shining brightly as they blocked wave after wave of lightning tribulation. The Emperor Tribulation and the God Tribulation merged with each other, increasing their power by several fold. The destructive power blasted into the void, destroying everything in its path. Below them, the aftermath of the tribulation spread out, and the sea within 100,000 li radius was instantly engulfed in doomsday. Millions of lives were wiped out by this terrifying tribulation. Karmic power was added to their bodies, and gray karmic fire burned around them. It couldn't be driven away, and it burned their bodies. However, the two people in the battle were oblivious to it. In their eyes, there was only the opponent in front of them. The unpredictable state of mind created an unbelievable sword. The devil sword and ghost sword collided with each other. Crack! Right at this moment, the sound of a sword cracking could be heard. The ghost sword, which had withstood hundreds and thousands of heavy blows, was finally unable to withstand the pressure and shattered. Chapter 1299. In the world of nothingness, at the most critical moment, the ghost sword in knowing destiny's hand could not bear the extreme power of the emperor and shattered. The swordsman broke his sword, and the situation of the battle changed. Demonic flames burned in the sky, and the sword pierced into knowing destiny's body, bringing out a fountain of blood. Arg! Ningchen grunted and stepped back. He gathered essence with his fingers and counterattacked. Silver sword light crisscrossed, and its power was unparalleled. The sword slashed down, and its murderous intent was shocking. Xianqi focused and pulled out his sword, retreating 100 feet away. Burning heart left Ning Chen's body. Blood spurted out from Ning Chen's chest. A moment later, demonic qi wrapped around the wound and sealed it. Oh! Seeing this, Xianqi narrowed his eyes. After entering the godly realm, the 13th prince's injuries seemed to have healed much faster. In front of him, the silver light in Ning Chen's eyes grew brighter. The godly realm was dazzling. In the sky, tens of thousands of lightning bolts continuously descended around the two of them. The shocking power made it difficult for the collapsed void to repair. Burning heart, heavenly punishment. The sword reached the end. Xianqi shouted, and the demonic sword flew across the sky. Its majestic sovereign might rose to the extreme. Thousands of lightning bolts gathered, and the demonic might shook the world. The heavenly punishment sword's power could destroy the world. Wherever the lightning went, everything was destroyed. 10 feet away, Ning Chen stood quietly. Silver light rose around him. Standing in the godly realm, his sword might was endless. Sword. 13. The sword venerable passed down the teachings. Today, the 13th sword reappeared, and its sword momentum was completely different. It was reborn. In the godly realm, Ning Chen raised his sword, and beams of sword light appeared out of nowhere. Buzz. At this moment, thousands of swords in the primordial demon realm trembled. Under the pressure of countless swords, the thousands of swords turned to dust and disappeared. In the sky above the eastern continent, the king realm sky demons looked at the thousands of swords that turned to dust in shock. Was this the power of the godly realm? It was shocking. In the Jueyang royal city, Gu Xian stood quietly. He looked at the trembling Tai Yin sword and sighed softly. After a few years, his sword had grown to an untouchable level. You have followed me for 100 years. That is enough. Go, Gu Xian said. The moon buzzed and the blade was unsheathed. It turned into a streak of flowing light and flew into the distance. On the northern battlefield, 13 divine swords flew past. At the same time, from all over the world, streaks of heroic sword qi gathered together. The brilliance was dazzling, and they merged into one. In the void world, Ning Chen raised his hand, and the divine swords flew over. Behind him, the endless sword valiant qi also swept over and merged into the 13 divine swords. Tens of thousands of swords in the world were incinerated. The heroic spirit of the swords gathered and merged with the 13 divine swords, tempering the strongest divine weapon in the world. In the blink of an eye, the 13 divine swords underwent changes. Runes appeared on the swords, and time flowed endlessly. The divine sword transformed and seized the fortune of heaven and earth. In the next moment, 13 swords were unleashed and slashed at the fourth prince of the Devil clan. The final clash between the sovereign Tao and the deity domain drew the attention of the entire world. The demonic sword shook the world, and the divine weapons collapsed one after another. Crack! An ear-piercing shattering sound rang out as the Burning Heart Demon's sword was hit continuously. Cracks appeared on the Burning Heart Demon's sword, and after a while, it shattered with a bang. At such a close distance, a sword pierced through the body. In the void world, it was a shocking scene. The broken swords pierced through the two's chests at the same time. Blood spurted out, and mist covered the eyes of the demonic cultivators. Lost. Looking at the broken sword in his chest, Xuanqi smiled bitterly. Gradually, his bitter laughter grew louder and louder, echoing in the void world and the primordial demon realm. Boom! Above the 9 heavens, the sovereign Tao catastrophe crashed down. Thunder and fire filled the demonic cultivator's body. Close at hand, Ning Chen's body was sent flying. In the sky, the divine catastrophe crashed down, also trying to swallow the knowing destiny body. At the critical moment, in the void world, a phoenix's cry sounded. 2 kinds of flames, one black and one red, spread out. The phoenix appeared, carrying the severely injured demonic cultivator toward the east. In the heavenly demon ancestral land, Demon Emperor Kuan Yi's expression darkened. He raised his right hand and pressed down hard. After a few breaths, above the northern sea, a huge hand appeared out of nowhere and slammed down. As soon as Kuan Yi attacked, Xian Zhuyo's expression turned cold. On the central altar in the sorcerer tribe's sacred land, he raised his right hand as well. Demonic might shook the world. In the sky above the northern sea, the 2 sovereign Daos collided. The aftershocks roared, rolling up huge waves. In the raging waves, the phoenix flew past, disappearing at the end of the northern sea in a flash. In the heavenly demon ancestral land, Demon Emperor Kuan Yi said in a low voice, "Lord of the divine capital, are you still not going to attack? Let the tiger return to the mountain. The primordial demon realm will have another sovereign Tao enemy." "As you wish." On the divine capital mountain, Yu Luowu, who had been watching the battle in the north, answered calmly. Then he stepped out and disappeared. In front of the passage between the 2 realms, golden light filled the air. The divine capital's sovereign appeared, holding a crescent blade and blocking the path. In the distance, the phoenix soared through the 9 heavens. Black and red flames spread. In the sky full of phoenix flames, a red-robed figure walked out. His half-red and half-black hair danced in the wind. The phoenix body appeared again, seizing vitality. In front of him, the kings blocked the path, not allowing the phoenix to advance. 4 symbols deity sealing sword. With the path of survival in front of him, the phoenix body clenched his right hand. Flames gathered in the sky, condensing into a black and red sword. With a swing of the sword, the world was set ablaze. The Black Phoenix and the Fire Phoenix merged the yin and yang origins into one. When the phoenix body attacked, the yin and yang of heaven and earth became chaotic. In front of him, the heavenly demon kings focused and joined forces to block the attack. A huge demonic figure appeared between heaven and earth, blocking the path ahead. The phoenix and the heavenly demon collided. In the intense impact, the demonic figure that was thousands of feet tall shattered. The phoenix flames spread and all the demons were sent flying. In an instant, the phoenix spread its wings and turned into a stream of light, flying toward the passage between the 2 realms. You can't escape. At the critical moment, Yu Luowu blocked the path in front of the passage between the 2 realms, forcefully stopping the phoenix body. With a boom, the golden light and phoenix flames collided. In the sky full of flames, the phoenix body held the sword and flew out again. The sword and blade clashed, and the aftershocks roared. The phoenix body, worried about the safety of the demon body, didn't want to fight for a long time. His sword moved like lightning, and he used all his killing moves to break out of the encirclement. In front of the passage between the 2 realms, Yu Luowu waved the crescent moon blade in his hand. His moves were bold and powerful. Today, the primordial demon realm will be your burial ground. Knowing that there would be endless trouble if he let the tiger return to the mountain, Yu Luowu didn't hold back at all. He waved his long blade with great force. In the void, one blade after another slashed across, and huge cracks appeared in the space. A true Imperial Path cultivator was even more powerful than a beginner Imperial Path cultivator. Every move he made could destroy heaven and earth. Boom! After 10 moves, a sword shook the crescent moon. The phoenix flames scattered in the sky, and the phoenix body disappeared instantly. When it reappeared, it was already behind the Emperor. The phoenix body didn't want to continue fighting. He flew forward quickly toward the passage in front of him. Naive. Just as he was about to escape, he heard a cold snort behind him. Yu Luowu turned his palm and condensed vital energy. The heart-devouring palm blasted out forcefully. Feeling a sense of crisis, the phoenix body took a step forward and turned in the air, flying 1,000 feet away to avoid the fatal palm strike. After a moment of delay, the Divine Capital's Emperor blocked the passage between the two realms again, not allowing Zhenming to take even half a step forward. It seemed so close, but at this moment it seemed so far away that it was impossible to get close. Everyone in the demonic realm was focused on the passage between the two realms. They knew that if the 13 sons of the heavenly demon realm escaped this time, the primordial demon realm would have another terrifying enemy in the future. Behind him, the kings gathered again, blocking Zhenming's escape. In front of him was the Divine Capital's Emperor, behind him were the kings of the heavenly demon realm. This battle would definitely make Zhenming stay in the demonic realm forever. The phoenix body focused. His long sword flew across the sky. Endless phoenix flames spread out, burning the sky and boiling the sea. 100 suns returned to the east. The sun scripture appeared, and the ultimate martial art shook the world. Hundreds of suns appeared in the sky, black and red intertwined, attacking everyone. Seeing this, Yu Luowu shouted. The crescent moon rose into the sky, and a huge blade chi pierced through the clouds. Then he slashed down, breaking yin and yang. With a boom, the hundreds of suns were destroyed. Wherever the blade chi passed, a huge gully appeared. It was dark and cold, swallowing everything around it. 300 meters away, the phoenix body stepped forward and avoided the blade chi. Behind him, a king realm heavenly demon couldn't dodge in time and was cut open by the blade chi. Blood splattered all over the sky. The Divine Capital's Emperor's power shook everyone. Even someone as strong as Zhenming couldn't escape in a short time. While the Divine Capital's Emperor stopped Zhenming's phoenix body, huge waves surged in the purple scale abyss. Golden light spread out, and the scaled race's emperor flew out. 1,000,000 miles away, the Western Sacred Region's Saint Lords and the Golden Lion race's Saint Lords walked out at the same time, heading east. The Divine Capital, the Scaled Race, and the Sacred Region's 3 emperors came out at the same time to eliminate the source of trouble. On the central altar of the Shaman race's sacred land, Tian Xin looked back at the Demon race's emperor in the sky and said seriously, "Demon Emperor, you have to do it yourself. Otherwise, the 13th prince will die." In the sky, Xian Zhuyo looked at the emperors of the 3 races with a cold expression. He was an emperor realm supreme, but he didn't even care about his reputation to deal with a junior. Xian Zhuyo was furious. He took a step forward and the space before him cracked open. The emperor entered it and disappeared. Brother! In the heavenly demon ancestral land, the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor looked at the demon race's first emperor and said. The first Kuan Demon Emperor nodded and didn't say anything. He took a step forward and disappeared as well. 5 emperors of the primordial demon realm moved out. Streaks of light streaked across the sky, moving extremely fast and disappearing in the blink of an eye. In front of the passage between the 2 realms, Zhenming was fighting to the death. The demon realm's emperors were about to arrive. Time was precious. In the sky, phoenix fire swept out. The phoenix spread its wings, and the huge wings covered the sky. Suddenly, the human world turned into hell. Black flames spread and burned everything. In front, Uluowu squinted his eyes. Looking at the all-encompassing hell, his expression became serious. This kid's ability had exceeded their expectations again and again. No matter what, they had to kill him today. After making up his mind, Uluowu yelled. Golden light shone around him, and an extremely powerful emperor's aura burst out. He waved his crescent moon, and its power soared into the sky. The strongest emperor of the divine capital, ultimate marshal, used his saber to cut through the starry sky. The moment life and death were decided, a dazzling brilliance lit up the world. Everyone looked at it seriously. Divine scroll, divine dance of the heavenly stars. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded in the endless space. The heavenly book, ultimate marshal, appeared, and the stars descended on the human world. Chapter 1300. The Lord of the Divine Capital appeared in front of the passage between the two realms in the primordial demon realm and blocked the way. At this critical moment, a figure in plain clothes dashed out from behind the battlefield and blocked the phoenix body. The white-haired young man raised his palms and 9 stars appeared in the world. It was as if a god had descended and danced in the sky. The blade chi shook the stars and a violent vibration sounded. The two forces spread out quickly and broke the battlefield apart. Hundreds of feet away, Ji Ming and the Lord of the Divine Capital looked at each other. Coldness flashed in their calm eyes. At this moment, golden light filled the battlefield as numerous figures walked out. Under the incomparably heavy pressure of the Emperor's aura, it was shocking. The Scaled Emperor and the Western Saint Lord appeared. Chi waves filled the sky. Thousands of miles away, demonic clouds rolled. The first demon emperor walked out and blocked Xian Jiyo, who had come from afar. The two strongest emperors of the primordial demon realm met again. Demonic aura swept out and clashed. Jiyo, you can't save him, the first demon emperor said coldly. Xian Jiyo looked at the battle thousands of miles away. He didn't say anything. He flashed forward. With the Xian Jie in hand, 9 became 1. The black spear formed and destroyed the sky. Boom! The two demons fought. The imperial aura was vast and mighty. Thousands of miles of heaven and earth collapsed and swallowed the two. Just as the first demon emperor and Jiyo were fighting, the 3 emperors stood in front of the passage between the two realms. They blocked all of Ji Ming's escape routes. Ning Chen glanced at the 3 emperors of the demonic realm and squinted. 3 emperors. It seemed that the emperors of the demonic realm had stopped him at all costs. Behind Ning Chen, phoenix fire circled around him. The phoenix body was faintly visible. Its black and red hair danced in the wind. You're finally here. The phoenix body looked at the white-haired figure in plain clothes and said, You've worked hard these days. Ning Chen said calmly. Find a chance to leave with the demonic body. Don't fight. Understood. The phoenix body nodded and looked at the 3 emperors with a serious expression. One could imagine how difficult it would be to fight his way out of the encirclement of 3 supreme emperors. I'm not running anymore. At this moment, an exhausted voice rang out from the burning phoenix flames around the phoenix. It was so ear-piercing in this tense battlefield. The black-clothed, black-haired demonic body walked out from the phoenix flames. Blood was still flowing from the wound on his chest. He was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Demonic body, you. The phoenix body's expression darkened as it said, You're heavily injured. You shouldn't force yourself. I'm not running anymore. The demonic body looked at the 3 sovereigns floating in the void and said in a hoarse voice, I've been on the run for so many years. It's enough. Where there's life, there's hope. As long as we leave this place and wait for your injuries to recover, we will definitely be able to make a comeback and quell all the wars. I'm tired. Since you're all awake, I'll leave the rest to you. The demonic body stepped forward. Demonic energy surged around his body. Silver light was faintly discernible, and the brilliance of his divine domain was dazzling. In the middle of the battle, the three sovereigns of the demon realm frowned slightly. The godly realm, this young man had actually set foot in the godly realm again. The divine realm was not the realm of the mortal realm. This boy had only entered it once, and he had already grasped the secret to stepping into the divine realm? Even though you might be in a deep sleep forever after this battle, you still want to fight at all costs? In front of the Phoenix demon, Ning Chen turned his head and looked at the demonic body, who was not far away, whose battle intent was rising again. Demons should give their all in battle, the demonic body replied calmly. At the side, the Phoenix body fell silent. The demonic body had indeed sacrificed too much during the days when he and his main body were in a deep sleep. The demonic body was belligerent and disliked trickery. All these years, the demonic body had suppressed his nature and kept running around to fight against the primeval demon realm. Now it was indeed time to let go. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Ning Chen nodded and did not say anything else. His expression gradually became determined. He clenched his right hand, and frost drifted and condensed into a sword. The phoenix body sighed softly and did not say anything else. Phoenix flames lingered around his body, and the red and black sword tip condensed into a fire wave that soared into the 9 layers of clouds. 3 against 3, fair and square. The demonic body suppressed his internal injuries and flipped his right hand. A demonic edge formed by demonic chi appeared. In an instant, endless sword might filled the entire battlefield. 3 bodies against 3 sovereigns. The atmosphere of the battle immediately became tense. In the battlefield, the 3 bodies shone brilliantly, and the terrifying sword might spread. Thousands of swords shocked the 9 states. Such a sword is indeed shocking. No wonder Xuanqi lost. In front of the passage between the 2 realms, the Golden Lion clan's Saint Lord's expression turned serious. He clenched his right fist, and golden light shone brightly. On the opposite side, the sovereign of the Scaled clan also activated his vital essence. The sovereign path's precepts circled around him, and the heavens and earth rumbled. All laws prostrated themselves to protect the sovereign path. One with 3 transformations. The Lord of the Divine Capital stared at the heavenly demon 13 in front of him and squinted slightly. There were countless clone techniques in the world, but it was rare to see someone who could cultivate each clone to such an astonishing level. Sword technique, wind and thunder transformation. In the center of the battlefield, the 3 bodies fought at the same time, and the wind and clouds in the 9 skies changed. Here it comes. In 3 directions, the expressions of the 3 demonic realm sovereigns sank at the same time. They unleashed their techniques and concentrated. In the blink of an eye, 3 streaks of light flashed across the sky. They were extremely fast, extremely swift. The shocking swords came crashing down with a thunderous boom. Everyone was watching. The 3 bodies worked together to shock the 3 sovereigns of the demonic realm. In front of the passage between the 2 realms, sword chi and golden waves roared and surged. Wherever the remnant force passed, the void collapsed and spread endlessly, reaching thousands of miles away. In the battlefield, golden light flickered. The 3 sovereigns stood in the air. In front of them, 3 swords flickered with sword light, and their power kept rising. Roar. In the next moment there was a shocking dragon roar. Behind the 3 bodies, 8 giant dragons roared and appeared. With the help of the Qi Huang secret technique, the royal might became even more shocking. In front of the main body, the Saint Lord of the Golden Lion clan looked more and more serious. He punched out, and golden waves surged in all directions. When the royal might arrived, Ning Chen didn't dodge. Strange light rose around him, and the heavenly book appeared. He opened both scrolls. Birth was the beginning, and his power was endless. The supreme foundation shook the Lord of the Western Sanctuary. Boom! The royal might was added to his body, and the power of the wordless scroll appeared. It dispersed the power between heaven and earth and blocked the royal might. In the exchange of blows, Ning Chen turned his palm and poured in his vitality. The heavenly waterfall swept out and attacked forcefully. The Saint Lord of the Golden Lion clan focused. He crossed his arms and blocked the incoming heavy palm. With a boom, a violent impact sounded. The Saint Lord of the Golden Lion clan slid back a few feet and blocked Knowing Destiny's counterattack. After a round of attack and defense, both sides were shocked. They looked at each other and kept urging the power in their bodies. Just as the main body was fighting with the Western Sanctuary Lord, on the other side, the Phoenix body was fighting against the Scaled Race Sovereign. The battle was so fast that it was hard to see clearly. In the battle, the sky was filled with Phoenix fire. Darkness and light coexisted. Yin and Yang kept attacking the scales on the Scaled Emperor's body. In the blink of an eye, the battle had turned into dozens of attacks. The Scaled Emperor stood in the void and used the Scaled Race's absolute defense to block the Phoenix body's attacks again and again. The Four Divisions deity Sealing Sword reappeared. With the support of the Yin-Yang Phoenix fire, its power was even stronger than before. Extreme heat and extreme cold alternated. Even someone as strong as the Scaled Race Sovereign felt uncomfortable. The Phoenix race has been extinct for so many years, and you've obtained the inheritance. 13th son, how many more trump cards are you hiding? The Scaled Emperor turned his palm, and a vast amount of vitality surged. The shocking palm directly collapsed the surrounding void, trying to trap the Phoenix body. The void was destroyed, but the Phoenix body's speed was not affected at all. It moved through the void and rushed toward the Scaled Race Sovereign. The Scaled Emperor frowned and attacked again. This time, it was even more powerful. At such a close distance, the force of the palm penetrated the Phoenix body. The Phoenix body turned illusory in an instant, but after a short while, it became solid again. Seeing this, the Scaled Emperor was shocked. This was the Phoenix race's secret skill. The sword tip pierced through the void, and the void distorted violently. The Phoenix Fire Divine sword disappeared. Ugh! Suddenly, the Scaled Emperor let out a muffled groan. Behind the scale armor, the sword tip appeared and directly pierced through the scale armor into the Emperor's body. It was a shocking scene. The Scaled Race Sovereign retreated continuously, and his blood chi surged violently. Thousands of miles away, the first Demon Emperor glanced at the battle from the corner of his eyes. His expression was unusually gloomy. Back then, the person who broke into the heavenly demon ancestral land and stole the Phoenix race's destiny was indeed the 13th son. He had been careless. Nurturing a tiger was inviting calamity. In just a few years, the 13th son had grown to such a terrifying extent. In front of the passage between the two realms, the Phoenix race's secret skill appeared. It surpassed the speed of heaven and earth, and the space-time secret skill appeared for the first time in the world. With one move, it heavily injured the Scaled Race Sovereign. Blood dripped from the corner of the Scaled Emperor's mouth. The Phoenix fire in his body spread and kept nibbling at the Emperor's body. I've underestimated you. The Scaled Emperor raised his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The golden light around his body shone brightly as he suppressed the injuries in his body. Ha! With a deep roar, the shadow of a giant demonic beast appeared behind the Scaled Emperor. A terrifying imperial might swept out and directly crushed the world, turning the battlefield into nothingness. Although he did not want to admit it, he knew very well that the 13th son in front of him was enough to be his opponent. The strength of the Phoenix secret technique was deeply experienced by the sovereign family. In the ancient times, the Phoenixes were a terrifying inheritance that could contend with the heavenly demon imperial family. They relied on the Phoenixes' shocking combat strength. In the two battles, the Phoenix body and the main body blocked the two demonic emperors. In the final battle, the demon body fought the master of the divine capital. The god realm and the imperial path clashed again. The flames of war spread and covered the sky. The strongest emperor in the divine capital was brave and good at fighting all his life. With his powerful combat strength, he fought his way to the sovereign realm. He was a true battle maniac. However, the demon body in the god realm was also fearless. With the demonic edge in his hand, every move had the power to destroy the world. After more than 10 moves, the demon body's hand that was holding the sword kept bleeding. The heavily injured demon body's fighting spirit was even higher. The demon body attacked again and again with unparalleled power. Yulowu waved his sword to block, but his arms gradually became numb. What a shocking swordsman! Your fighting spirit is admirable. Seeing the demon body in front of him fighting crazily, a look of respect flashed across Yulowu's face. He used all his cultivation to deal with the opponent in front of him. As an opponent, the best way to respect an opponent was to use all his strength. The demon body in front of him was worthy of him using all his strength. Ha! With a furious roar, the imperial might shook the 9 heavens. Yulowu waved his crescent blade, and the green light around him rose rapidly. It pierced through the clouds and reached the starry sky. Seeing this, the demon body's extremely tired eyes flashed with relief. He raised his sword and jumped up. Chapter 1301. In the sky above the eastern continent, in front of the passage between the 2 realms, the 3 bodies of knowing destiny were fighting against the 3 sovereigns. The master of Shindu was extremely powerful. The crescent moon was in the sky, and endless imperial laws gathered. The blade pierced through the starry sky and slashed at the devil body of knowing destiny. The battle reached its climax. The devil body's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. He stepped forward and flew into the sky. The devil blade turned 1,000 times. Behind him, the 8 dragons roared. The boundless spiritual chi of heaven and earth gathered from all directions. The devil might shook the heavens and the earth. The devil body regained his consciousness and his fighting spirit soared. The devil body gathered his sword and slashed. The spirit of heaven and earth condensed, and there was only one sword left in the world. It was dazzling. The divine might of the saber and sword moved the world. When the 2 extreme powers collided, a terrifying and abnormal power shook the world. The shocking power pushed everyone back. The aftermath of the battle between the 3 sides roared. The 3 bodies of knowing destiny and the 3 sovereigns of the demonic territory all took a few steps back. The severely injured devil body's mouth was red. He was severely injured again. 10 steps away, the devil body steadied himself. His fighting spirit was burning like the devil's sun. In the face of life and death, the devil body was fearless. He only wanted to fight to his heart's content. In the other 2 battles, Ning Chun and the Phoenix body felt the devil body's determination. They remained silent and used all their skills to stop the 2 sovereigns of the demonic territory. They helped the devil body fulfill his last wish. Standing in the divine territory, the silver light around the devil body became brighter. He quickly suppressed his injuries and took a step forward. The battle began again. In the blink of an eye, the sword was as fast as lightning. Its power could destroy the heavens and the earth. In the blink of an eye, the demonic edge and the long saber collided. Behind the demonic body, a huge fire character appeared. With the support of the Sky Demon's secret technique, the attack was like fire. The devil might attacked, and the master of Shindu took half a step back. The crescent moon saber shone with green light again. At the same time, he attacked his opponent with his palm. As the emperor's might approached, the demon body did not retreat. Instead, it advanced. With a shout, the demon body, which was several thousand feet tall, appeared. The rolling devil vitality roared and surged. He punched the sovereign might with his fist. The top powerhouses in the world fought, attacking and defending. Every move was thrilling. He sought battle wholeheartedly and was filled with courage. Even if he disregarded life and death, the sword in his hand was a peerless divine weapon that could cut through the darkness. Ha! A deafening roar reverberated through the universe. The transcendence of his mental state created a shocking sword. Amidst the sword sound, the winds and clouds of the 9 heavens changed rapidly. The calamity of the divine realm descended upon the world once again. The unfinished tribulation was even more powerful than before. Dazzling lightning split open the void and directly descended on the battlefield. With a loud bang, the lightning engulfed the demonic body. Under the shocked gaze of the kings, the demonic body rushed out from the passage between the 2 realms. His body was shining with silver light. His body was traveling in the lightning. In a split second, life and death were separated. With the Anata sword, all of the demonic body's combat instincts were raised. Perception, speed, and strength were all perfectly combined. 10,000 thunderbolts were unable to touch the body. Outside the thunderstorm, the Lord of God Capital squinted his eyes as he looked at the celestial demon 13 scions in front of him. Was this the power of the divine realm? It was truly terrifying. According to legend, only the gods could step into this realm, and it could greatly increase a cultivator's battle prowess. It had always been a realm that all cultivators in the world pursued. Unfortunately, for countless years, almost no one had been able to step into it. The celestial demon 13 scions in front of him had only cultivated for slightly more than 100 years, and they had already broken into the divine realm. Such an opponent could never be allowed to leave. If a tiger were to return to the mountain, there would be endless trouble. He knew this better than anyone else. In the void, amidst 10,000 thunderbolts, the demonic body rushed out. The demonic sword pierced through the air, and its sharpness became more and more shocking. The saber and the sword clashed again. The long saber and the demonic sword crisscrossed, and the extreme sharpness was shocking. Whoosh! After 100 moves, the demonic sword slashed across the left arm of the Lord of God Capital. His armor was torn and blood splattered. It was the first time he saw red. With his left arm injured, Yulowu's expression turned gloomy. He condensed vitality in his right fist and punched his opponent away. The demonic body was unable to dodge the punch in time. He flew 100 feet away and staggered to a stop in front of Yuluowu. His body that was gradually collapsing could not withstand the power of the divine realm. Although his perception was still sensitive, his body's reaction was no longer synchronized. This physical body. Blood dripped from the corner of the demonic body's mouth. A hint of regret flashed in his exhausted eyes. Had he finally reached his limit? What a pity! The demonic body's desire to fight was still strong. However, the weakness of his body clearly told him that this battle was coming to an end. Seeing this, Yulowu's eyes flashed. It seemed that the heavenly demon 13 had reached his limit. For more than 10 days, he had been constantly hunted down by the heavenly demons. Coupled with the peak battle with mysterious fantasy, his body was already unable to withstand it. It was admirable that he could persist until now with his willpower. "Have you reached your limit?" Yuluowu asked calmly. "No matter how satisfying the battle is, there will be an end. It's enough that you've come this far." As soon as he finished speaking, the spiritual chi around the demonic body suddenly became violent. Above the 9 heavens, mysterious fantasy sensed it. Thunderclouds rolled crazily, and layers of lightning fell, bombarding the demonic body below. Ha! With a long shout, the demonic body's hair and eyebrows all shone with a silver brilliance. His strength rose again, and the billowing demonic essence continued to spread. The entire world seemed to freeze. In the depths of the divine realm, waves of demonic might shook around the demonic body. It was a shocking scene, and it shook the world. In the distance, the main body and the demonic body looked back. The 3 bodies were united, and their expressions became serious. Sword technique, 3 lights shine together. At the critical moment in the 3-way battle, the 3 bodies of the knowing destiny realm moved at the same time. 3 swords soared into the sky, and the dazzling brilliance broke through the clouds, illuminating the world. the incomparably powerful sword might spread. The three sovereigns of the demonic realm's expression changed. They fully activated their techniques, and the golden light shone brightly. In the next moment, in front of the passage between the two realms, an earth-shattering collision sounded. The terrifying power spread, drowning everything in sight. Boom! The aftershock hit, and demonic blood splattered all over the sky. After the final attack, the demonic body flew out and fell from the sky. In the distant battle, the phoenix flames spread. The phoenix body swept past and caught the falling demonic body. In front of them, in the aftershock of the violent impact, a muffled groan sounded. Yulou's mouth was red and he took a few steps back. Blood kept dripping from the hand holding the blade. The demonic body's final attack had severely injured the master of the divine capital. The battle ended. In the void, Ning Chen slapped out, shaking off the battle. He glanced at the phoenix body not far away and said, "It's time to end this." The phoenix body nodded and flew up. After the huge phoenix wings appeared, one black and one red, and the phoenix flames burned the sky and boiled the sea. Sun scroll, 9 suns burning the sky. The phoenix sword turned and the 9 suns coiled up. The phoenix body used the power of the transforming heavenly book, burning the 9 suns and illuminating the 9 heavens. The extreme yang appeared, and the phoenix body's left palm condensed the origin of the black phoenix. Yin power spread, and the Mahist celestial technique appeared in the world again. Celestial technique, waxing and waxing. The sun and moon were in the sky, and the power was incomparably majestic. In the void, the black moon and the red sun kept circling, and the terrifying power clashed with each other. The world rumbled and shook continuously. The phoenix body showed its extreme power, and the shocking power broke through the limit. The power of yin and yang appeared, and the Tai Chi formation appeared above the 9 heavens. Not far away, Ning Chen raised his hand and shouted. Frost gushed out from the sky. The open heavenly book scroll, birth as the beginning, and the power was endless. Heaven and earth appeared at the same time, and the light of the blade and the shadow of the sword spread. In an instant, the blade and the sword disappeared. There was no life in heaven and earth, and the 4 scrolls opened at the same time. Behind Ning Chen, the vision of the beginning of the chaos appeared. Thousands of lightning bolts split the chaos world. The 4 scrolls opened, and blood dripped from Ning Chen's body. He pushed himself to the limit, and the divine scroll opened again. In an instant, in the chaos world, a divine shadow descended from the sky. His hands moved yin and yang, and his divine power shook the world. Divine scroll, yin and yang separation. With the support of the 4 scrolls, the divine scroll was earth-shattering. The light of yin and yang spread around Ning Chen, and an indescribably terrifying power rose, shocking the entire primordial demon realm. What happened? All the strong cultivators in the primordial demon realm looked at the sky, shocked. In the sky, night and day were constantly changing. The unprecedented scene made everyone feel fear in their hearts. The sky is going to be destroyed. It's the end. Among the common people, there were cries of fear. Countless people knelt down and kowtowed to the east, praying that the heavens would not destroy the world. On the central altar in the sacred land of the sorcerer tribe, Tian Xin looked at the battlefield in the east with a shocked expression. The heavenly book was a legendary martial technique that could change the creation of heaven and earth. On the battlefield in the east, the 2 bodies of the knowing destiny realm worked together, and day and night were reversed. The shocking scene made the 3 emperors' expressions turn dark. Work together to stop them, the Lord of the Divine Capital shouted, suppressing the injuries in his body. In the distance, the Emperor of Scales and the Lord of the Sacred Region flashed and arrived in front of the passage between the 2 realms. Golden light surged and their true forms appeared. The phenomenon of returning to their ancestors, and 3 huge shadows appeared in the sky. The Imperial Aura Sword and the pressure rose again. Everyone watched as the two terrifying forces approached each other. In an instant, they collided. Boom! There was a shocking explosion. In front of the passage between the two realms, heaven and earth disappeared. Spatial turbulence surged, swallowing all the light. In the turbulence, there was an earth-shattering cry of a phoenix. Phoenix fire spread, and a huge shadow of a phoenix spread its wings and flew toward the passage between the two realms. At this moment, the Lord of the Divine Capital appeared in front of them, blocking the path. If they lost their only chance, they would not be able to leave. At this moment, the phoenix did not stop. In the sky full of phoenix fire, its figure dissipated and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the phoenix appeared behind the Lord of the Divine Capital. It entered the passage and disappeared. The sudden change shocked Yuluo. He looked back at the phoenix that entered the passage. It was too late to stop it. Secret space-time technique. In front of them, the Emperor of Scales and the Western Saint Lord walked out of the turbulent aftermath. They looked at the passage between the two realms with heavy expressions. They did not expect that they would not be able to stop this person even if they personally took action. They had let the tiger return to the mountain and the dragon return to the sea. In the future, it would be even more difficult to kill the 13 sons of the heavenly demon. 10,000 miles away from the passage between the two realms, Xian Zhuyo felt that the battle in the distance had ended. He pushed the first demon emperor away with his spear. He looked into the distance and sighed softly. This was all he could do. He would have to walk the rest of the path by himself. In the Red Phoenix Galaxy, in the passage between the two realms, phoenix fire spread. A huge shadow of a phoenix rushed out and traveled 10,000 miles. The two figures appeared at the same time. Without saying anything, they rushed toward the Ziwei Galaxy. Chapter 1302. In the vast starry sky, the phoenix roared in the sky. Black and red phoenix flames circled around it like a shooting star. A few days later, the phoenix appeared in the sky above the underworld. The phoenix body and the main body walked out. They looked at each other and the phoenix body disappeared into the main body. With the return of the phoenix body, Ning Chen's aura became stronger. He took a step forward and walked into the divine forbidden ground. At this moment, the kings of the 12 palaces of the underworld felt something. They opened their eyes and looked at the knowing destiny state cultivators in the sky with a strange look. The knowing destiny state was finally back. In the Hall of Impermanence, the Dawn Moon House Master stood up. Her calm eyes flashed. This aura was the heavenly book. It was the main body that had returned. Where was the demon body? Why didn't it return? Did something happen? Not far away, in another Hall of Impermanence, a man looked sideways. There was a faint joy on her beautiful face. He was back. In the hall of King Bianqing, King Wu Guan, Qing Ning, and Ener walked out. The latter's figure flashed quickly and rushed forward excitedly. Master! In front of the hall of King Yama, Ener rushed over. Ning Chen stopped and caught the excited girl. He smiled and said, "You're a big girl now, but you're still like a child." Ener looked up and giggled. She said happily, "Master, I missed you." Ning Chen rubbed the girl's hair and smiled. Let's go. Let's go into the hall first. I have something to discuss with you." Okay. Hearing that there was something serious, Ener stopped fooling around and followed behind obediently. They walked towards the hall of King Yama together. In the other 10 halls, the kings of the underworld also moved. They turned into flowing lights and flew towards the hall of King Yama. Half an hour later, in the hall of King Yama, the kings of the underworld sat down in front of the long table. They looked at the knowing destiny state in front of them. "I know what you want to ask. I'll tell you one by one," Ning Chen replied. He then told everyone in detail what had happened in the past few days. Below the seats, the kings of the human race listened quietly. As the matter progressed, waves rose in their hearts, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. In just a few months, from the forbidden land of gods and demons to the primordial demon realm, too many unbelievable things had happened. It was beyond everyone's knowledge. Gods and demons. The Dawn Moon House Master murmured softly. They had finally appeared in this era. Why don't I see Senior Sister die? Ning Chen swept his gaze across the crowd and asked. Female Exalted has not arrived for a long time. She might have encountered some trouble. Lady Dai went to receive her. She should be back soon, Prince Qi Linyuzhen replied. Hearing this, Ning Chen nodded lightly and did not ask any more questions. He looked at the human kings present and said seriously, the 10-year agreement between the human race and the primordial demon realm will soon be over. Once the time is up, the underworld will likely become the primordial demon realm's main target. Right now, the underworld is not strong enough to fight against the 100 tribes of the demon realm. Does anyone have any good suggestions? How about breaking up the whole into parts? Luo Xingqian suggested before the long table. No. Mu Qianshang decisively rejected it and said seriously, the underworld's strength is inferior to the devil realm's 100 clans. If we are all separated, it will be easier for the 100 clans to defeat us one by one. Not bad. Beside him, Luo Fei also rejected the suggestion and said, if we are separated, orders will not be transmitted in time and actions will be difficult to be unified. The underworld's strength will also become scattered and will no longer be a threat to the devil realm's 100 clans. Luo Xingqian shut his mouth helplessly and stopped showing off his tactical intelligence. Luo Xingqian's suggestion is not absolutely unacceptable. Ning Chen said seriously, up until now, the underworld has not been able to fight against the devil realm's 100 clans. This is a fact. Breaking up the whole into parts can indeed preserve the greatest amount of strength. However, Qian Shang and Luo Fei are right. The purpose of the underworld's existence is to fight against the devil realm. If we are separated and fight on our own, the threat to the primordial demon realm will be greatly reduced. This is also a fact. It is not easy to have the best of both worlds. In front of the long table, the Dawn Moon House Master said calmly, in the current situation, it is very difficult for the underworld to fight against the 100 clans and protect itself at the same time. In the past, the underworld was not the devil realm's main target. However, after the Knowing Destiny states havoc in the devil realm, once the two realms go to war, the emperors of the devil realm will definitely target the underworld with all their strength. I suggest that we avoid them for the time being. Hearing this, the kings of the underworld fell into deep thought. The current situation was indeed somewhat troublesome. It was difficult to choose between splitting up and joining together. Everyone, there is no need to be overly worried. Compared to before, the underworld is now being targeted by the primordial demon realm. This means that the underworld's strength is enough to threaten the 100 clans. This is a good thing for us. Among the kings, Qing Ning said softly, at least, the strength of the human race and the devil realm is no longer out of reach. In front of his seat, Ning Chen nodded slightly and a smile appeared on his face. Sister Qing Ning's vision was indeed very far-sighted. The kings were awakened from their thoughts and looked at each other, surprise flashing in their eyes. Qing Ning was right. Unknowingly, the underworld had become a great threat to the primordial demon realm. It was time for them to change some of their previous thoughts. I invited everyone here to inform everyone of these matters. There is still some time before the 10-year period ends. Everyone can go back and slowly think of countermeasures. Ning Chen looked at the kings of the underworld and calmly said. In front of the long table, the kings nodded and stood up one after another, leaving with a heavy heart. Luofei Zi, wait a moment. Ning Chen called out to the two of them and softly said. Xia Zi and Luofei heard this and stopped. They looked at Knowing Destiny in front of them, doubt flashing in their eyes. Luofei, I want the cultivation method of the Scroll of Moon. What are the conditions? Feel free to state them, Ning Chen said seriously. Luofei glanced at the man beside her and a smile appeared on her beautiful face. I thought you would have made this request long ago. To the side, Xia Zi quietly stood there, not saying a word. Luofei stretched out her right hand and a golden page appeared. The golden page overflowed with light and the cultivation method of the scroll of moon was densely engraved on it. Take it. As for the exchange conditions, I will think about it later and ask you. Luofei chuckled. Thank you. Ning Chen didn't refuse. He took the scroll of moon and looked at the two of them. Luofei Z, knowing destiny is grateful to have the two of you accompany me all these years. Long-winded. Xia Zi lightly said and turned to walk out of the hall. Luofei smiled and didn't say anything else. She also left. After the kings left, Ning Chen stood quietly in King Yama's palace. He looked at the kings of the 10 palaces and sighed softly in his heart. Master seems a little different. On the way back, Ina looked back at King Yama's palace and softly said, "It is different." Qing Ning nodded. In the past, Ning Chen wouldn't deliberately leave problems for everyone. He would do almost everything himself and think of a way out. But today, Ning Chen threw out the problem but didn't give a solution. This was something that had never happened before. Master shouldn't have something to do, right? Ina was a little worried. Don't worry, it won't happen. Qing Ning shook her head. Your master should be deliberately cultivating everyone's ability to take charge of the overall situation. These years, we have relied on him too much. It can be said that without your master, the underworld would be like a sheet of loose sand. There is always a limit to one's strength. Your master may have realized this and is working hard to change the situation. Ina had heard this before and scratched her head. She couldn't think of a solution. Was she too stupid? Qing Ning looked at the expression of the maid beside her and smiled. She said, "Don't worry, take your time. After all, not everyone is born with a clear mind and good at scheming like your master. After all, there is only one Marquis Jiming in the world. We will do as much as we can." Ina gave a simple and honest smile, and the gloominess from before immediately disappeared. In King Yama's palace, Ning Chen retracted his gaze and looked at the scroll of moon in his hand. The scroll of moon was more suitable for women to cultivate. This was also the reason why he hadn't asked Luofei for so many years. But now, he had basically mastered all 10 scrolls of the tomes of Arcane. It was time to try to cultivate the last scroll. The next moment, in King Yama's palace, Ning Chen sat cross-legged. A strange light rose, and a strong aura spread out. Heaven and earth, the sun and the moon were bright, and the divine travel was not chaotic. Since ancient times, no one had cultivated all 10 scrolls of the tomes of Arcane. Today, for the first time, the knowing destiny Marquis tried to integrate the martial arts of the 10 scrolls. The 10 scrolls of the tomes of Arcane had been destroyed. However, the knowing destiny Marquis had mastered 2 scrolls twice, and had already remembered the laws of light and chaos. The 9 underworlds battle law was developed, and the light and chaos reappeared. In King Yama's palace, heaven and earth rumbled, and all the laws collapsed one after another. After the light and chaos, the phoenix fire rose again. The phoenix quickly developed the scroll of travel. Supported by the secret technique of time and space, the body of the knowing destiny Marquis gradually faded. It was an unprecedented scene. The 10 scrolls of the tomes of Arcane appeared one after another. In the void, pages of golden paper appeared. The laws evolved, and the collapsed scrolls of the tomes of Arcane reappeared. In each palace of the underworld, the kings of the human race felt the shocking aura of King Yama's palace, and their faces flashed with seriousness. "I'm looking forward to it." In Wuchang Palace, the Dawn Moon House Master looked at King Yama's palace in the distance, and her eyes became brighter and brighter. No one had cultivated all 10 scrolls of the tomes of Arcane. The knowing destiny Marquis was walking on a path that no one had ever walked before. If he succeeded, the dragon would roar in the sky, and he would be the king of the human world. At this moment, on the peak of the Ziwei godly realm, the master of the godly realm trembled slightly, and a gratified expression appeared on his old face. The prophecy was finally coming true. Peacock. The master of the godly realm looked back at the woman in the wheelchair behind him and said softly, "The new master of the godly realm is about to appear. You should go to him." Peacock was silent. After a long while, she bowed respectfully and turned the wheelchair to leave. "Master." As soon as Peacock left, a white light flashed on the peak. Child Xiaobai walked out and looked at the elder in front of him. He said, "A new time and space crack has appeared in the north of the Ziwei galaxy. This time, it's 1,000,000 miles long." Hearing this, the master of the godly realm sighed and said, "I see." Chapter 1303. In the underworld, King Yinluo's palace. A strange light rose and countless colors floated above the palace. The sound of the great Tao reverberated. In the 12 palaces of the underworld, the human kings looked at the King Yinluo's palace in shock. Tens of thousands of miles away, in the Yinsi ghost prison, the elders of the ghost clan felt the terrifying fluctuations from the King Yinluo's palace. They rose into the sky and flew out of the abyss. In the sky above the ghost prison, the elders of the ghost clan looked forward and narrowed their eyes. Such a terrifying aura. Was a human king about to prove his Tao? While the elders of the ghost clan were in a daze, the white bone throne in front of them rose into the sky. The ghost king sat on the throne and looked forward with a strange look in his eyes. This aura belonged to the 13th prince. Perhaps the ghost clan had made the right choice. "King, is the 13th prince about to break through to the emperor realm?" the great elder of the ghost clan asked. "It doesn't look like it." The ghost king shook his head and said, "The 13th prince is still some distance away from the emperor realm. Although this power is terrifying, it doesn't belong to an emperor realm sovereign. If I'm not wrong, the 13th prince should have a great breakthrough in his martial Tao. Maybe it's the extreme realm, or maybe it's the birth of a heaven-defying battle technique. No matter what it is, there is no doubt that the 13th prince's strength will have a qualitative leap. The 13th prince had the strength of a peak king before. Now that he has a breakthrough in his martial Tao, wouldn't he be able to compete with an emperor realm sovereign?" The great elder of the ghost clan was shocked. The ghost king was silent. After a long time, he said softly, "Maybe?" All the kings looked at the King Yinluo's palace. The 10 heavenly books reappeared in the world. The heavenly books that had collapsed and disappeared in the mortal world reappeared. The 10 heavenly books gathered and the entire underworld shook violently. Days passed and the 10 heavenly books gradually solidified. The 10 heavenly books formed a book and the great Tao was engraved on it. In the King Yinluo's palace, Ning Chen's aura became stronger and stronger. Above the 9 heavens, the clouds changed and the heavenly tribulation appeared. After a while, it quickly disappeared. On the golden book of the heavenly book was opened. The chaos book disturbed the chi of heaven and earth. Within the rotating wheel royal hall, Luofei's heart was in turmoil. The knowledge Marquis was truly too terrifying. In the neighboring King Pingdeng Palace, Xiaozi stared at King Yinluo's palace in the distance. Light flashed in his cold eyes. Knowing destiny walked in front of them again. This guy has gone too far. In King Qingguang's palace, Luo Xingchen's face was filled with envy and jealousy. There were 10 scrolls of the heavenly tomes, and obtaining even one of them was enough to become an overlord. However, this fellow had obtained 10 scrolls by himself. This was too much. Why? Are you jealous? Yama's third hall, Song Emperor Palace. Mu Qianshang sent a voice transmission and mocked. Those 10 heavenly tomes, even if I give them to you, you won't be able to cultivate them. You should just relax and shoot your arrows. Scram! Luo Xingchen could not help but curse. He chose to ignore this bad friend of his. Just as knowing destiny was refining the 10 tomes of the arcane, a black streamer flew across the sky above the netherworld. In the streamer, the black blade chi turned into a butterfly and flew directly toward the netherworld. In the next moment, the black butterfly collided with the divine restriction. Rumbling sounds reverberated throughout the entire great star. In the 12 palaces of the underworld, the kings of the underworld sensed this, and they all looked up at the sky, their faces filled with shock. What happened? In front of King Biancheng's palace, Qing Ning walked out and leaped into the sky. She opened the divine restriction above the underworld. When the divine restriction was opened, the black butterfly flew past and the blade chi broke through the sky. In the various palaces of the underworld, the kings of the human race walked out one after another. They looked at the blade chi in front of them that did not dissipate. This was the aura of Huazhongye. Not good. In the void, Qing Ning's figure landed and her eyes flashed. Huazhongye went to pick up Female Supreme. There was a high chance that she was in danger. The problem was that Ning Chen was still in seclusion. They could only deal with this by themselves. Huazhongye and Female Supreme might be in danger. We have to send someone to help them. Thinking of this, Qing Ning regained her senses and said to the kings in front of her. In front of King Pingding's palace, Xiazi looked at the King Yinluo's palace that was filled with the aura of the kings. After a while, he calmed himself down and said calmly, "I'll go." Qing Ning nodded. Zi's strength was one of the best among the kings. Ning Chen was in seclusion and Zi was indeed the best choice. Lady Dai is asking for help. She must have encountered a lot of trouble. It might be too much for Zi to go alone. Luo Xingchen and I will go together. In front of King Song's palace, Mu Qianshang said. In front of King Qingguang's palace, Luo Xingchen, who had not expressed his opinion, was dragged into the labor. He was very unhappy. Be careful. Qing Ning nodded. Looking at the 3 kings who had gone through life and death together, she reminded them seriously. Understood. Mu Qianshang replied. He looked at the 2 of them and said, "Time is tight. Let's go now." Okay. Xia Zi and Luo Xingchen nodded. They leaped up and flew towards the sky. The 3 kings left together. In front of the King Yinluo's 10 palaces, Qing Ning looked at the backs of the 3 kings. After a few breaths, she looked at the King Yinluo's palace and transmitted her voice. Luo Fei, follow behind them. If there is any danger, come back and ask for help. In front of the King Yinluo's palace, Luo Fei's expression turned serious. She nodded slightly and followed with light step. In the starry sky, 3 streams of light flew past and rushed towards the spirit void star region. At the border of the 2 regions, huge spatial cracks crisscrossed. It was abnormally terrifying. The extremely unstable space was constantly collapsing. It was an unprecedented scene. It was as if the entire starry sky was about to collapse. In the distance, 3 streams of light rushed over and stopped in front of the collapsed space. What happened here? How did it become like this? Luo Xingchen looked at the terrifying scene in front of him and said with a shocked expression, "Be careful. Don't get sucked into the spatial turbulence." Mu Qianshang reminded. The 2 nodded. Their figures flew out and continued on their way. In the collapsed starry sky, the 3 figures flew past. Their divine senses were fully opened, alert for any possible danger. Around the 3 of them, the space was constantly collapsing. The turbulence roared and forcefully swallowed the surrounding spatial fragments. Suddenly, in the depths of the spatial turbulence, a terrifying roar sounded. It was deafening and resounded through the starry sky. The 3 of them felt it. Their expressions were shocked. Their vital essence surged out and resisted the powerful pressure that permeated from the depths of the void. Emperor Dao's sovereign. A terrifying impact came. Mu Qianshang's expression changed slightly. Was there still an emperor in the mortal realm? Boom. Before the 3 of them could recover, the surrounding space collapsed and quickly swallowed the 3 of them. In an instant, the 3 of their auras disappeared, swallowed by the spatial turbulence. In the distance, Luo Fei looked at this shocking scene. She resisted the urge to rush up and turned back, rushing back to the underworld. Underworld, King Yinluo's palace. A strange light rose. After many days of seclusion, Ning Chen's aura grew stronger. In the sky, the golden book of the heavenly book floated up and down. On each page, the world's top cultivation technique was engraved. When all 10 volumes were gathered together, it could seize the fortune of heaven and earth. As the days passed, the light above King Yenlua's palace gradually dissipated and returned to heaven and earth. Is he finally coming out of seclusion? In King Yenlua's palace, Qing Ning felt it. Her eyes flashed and she walked out of the palace. In King Yenlua's palace, the strange light suddenly flourished. In an instant, it quickly converged and calmed down. In the palace, Ning Chen slowly opened his eyes. A powerful pressure swept out. His white hair rose and fell. In the sky, the golden book of the heavenly book fell and disappeared. Ning Chen got up and walked out of the palace. In front of the palace, Qing Ning stood quietly. She looked at the young man in front of her and smiled. "You've come out of seclusion?" Ning Chen nodded. He looked at the 4 empty palaces and said, "Where are Zi and the others?" Not long ago, Hua Zhongjie asked for help from Underworld. She might have encountered some trouble. Zi and the others went to rescue her. Just in case, I had Luofei follow behind them. If there is any danger, she can come back in time to ask for help. Qing Ning said. Ning Chen frowned. Senior apprentice Sister Dai's strength was rarely matched below the imperial path. What happened that made Senior apprentice Sister Dai have to ask for help from Underworld? As the two were talking, a beam of light streaked across the sky above Underworld. Luofei had returned. She stepped into the divine forbidden zone and quickly rushed towards the 10 palaces. In front of King Yenlua's palace, Ning Chen and Qing Ning both felt something. They looked towards the horizon and an ominous premonition rose in their hearts. Only Luofei had returned. This was bad. In the horizon, Luofei's figure descended. When she saw knowing destiny in front of King Yenlua's palace, she immediately rushed forward. Zi and the others have had an accident. In front of the palace, Luofei stopped and anxiously said, "Don't worry. Speak slowly." Ning Chen said. Luofei suppressed the anxiety in her heart and told him in detail what had happened at the border between the 2 realms. Ning Chen patiently listened to her, his expression becoming more and more dignified. An imperial path aura and an inexplicable roar? Zi and the others should be fine. It's difficult to conceal the aura of an imperial path sovereign. The Lord of the Divine Realm once said that including young Master Shao Bai who had just reached Tao Enlightenment, there are only 3 sovereigns in sky beyond heaven. This means that the owner of that roar isn't a true imperial path sovereign. If it's the latter, then the owner of that roar is likely to be like the sovereigns of the primal demon realm, unable to freely enter and leave sky beyond heaven. Ning Chen calmly analyzed. You mean, a new great world is about to descend into the mortal world? Qing Ning frowned. It's possible, but the possibility is very small. Ning Chen replied. Just like the primal demon realm, in order to descend into the mortal world, it took an unknown number of years. It can be seen that connecting 2 different great worlds is extremely difficult. If it's not a new great world, how do you explain this unfamiliar imperial path sovereign aura? Luofei was worried. Perhaps it's a self-proclaimed ancient path sovereign, or perhaps it's an ancient god or demon. There are too many strange things happening in this era. I can't judge it now, so I have to make a trip personally. Ning Chen said. You must be careful. This matter is full of mysteries. There may be big trouble. Qing Ning reminded. I understand. Ning Chen nodded and looked at the 2nd Yama Palace in the distance. He said, Your Highness Prince Qi, please lend me your sword. Be careful. Prince Qi's voice came from King Chujiang's palace. As soon as he finished speaking, a blazing meteor rushed over, and a phoenix's cry resounded throughout the underworld. Thank you. Ning Chen raised his hand and held the sword. Without further delay, he took a step and left. Chapter 1304. At the border of the Spirit Void Galaxy and Z-Way Galaxy, millions of miles of space cracks crisscrossed. It was a horrifying scene. A few days later, in front of the space crack, a white flowing light sped over. It was a white-haired man in plain clothes, his expression as calm as still water. After staring for a long time, Ning Chen released his divine sense and walked forward step by step. Around him, the starry sky kept collapsing as the space turbulence roared. Wherever the turbulence passed, it devoured the heaven and earth. After walking for a long time, suddenly, an earth-shattering roar sounded. A terrifying pressure spread out, collapsing space and swallowing the knowing destiny physique. In the space turbulence, Ning Chen's figure gradually disappeared. At the corner of his mouth, an undetectable coldness flashed past silently. In the depths of the space crack, in an unknown space, the roar sounded from time to time. In the dark world, Xiaozi, Mu Qianshang, and Luo Xingqian walked forward cautiously. The true qi in their bodies surged, ready to strike at any time. This place is too strange. After walking for a long time, Luo Xingqian said impatiently, "Don't be careless." Mu Qianshang reminded from the side, Hua Zhongye and Female Supreme's aura disappeared here. Perhaps something happened to them here. There were no such space cracks between the Spirit Void Galaxy and Z-Wei Galaxy before. Hua Zhongye and Female Supreme should have been sucked into the space crack by that roar like us. Xiaozi said calmly. Mu Qianshang nodded and said, "Anyway, just be careful. The owner of that roar has a terrifying aura. At least, he has the strength of an Imperial Supreme. If we encounter him, a fierce battle is unavoidable." Roar. While the three of them were conversing, a terrifying roar of rage resounded from afar. A peerlessly powerful aura suffused the air, its might capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, constantly destroying everything in its path. Seeing this, Xiaozi stepped in front of the two and the demonic sword Doomsday Frenzy appeared. Demonic flames rose and slashed at the Emperor's aura. With a loud rumble, the two auras collided. Xiaozi took half a step back and blocked the terrifying aura. What a terrifying aura! Mu Qianshang's expression became more solemn. Even though they were so far away, just the pressure alone forced them to resist with all their might. It showed how powerful the owner of the roar was. Xiaozi waved his hand and put away the demonic sword. Demonic qi surged around his body, suppressing the surging blood qi in his body. He said with a serious tone, "Let's continue our journey. We have to find Hua Zhongye and Female Supreme as soon as possible. They might be in danger." Mu Qianshang and Luo Xingqian nodded and continued walking forward. In the depths of the space-time crack, a terrifying giant god floated up and down. His lower body had merged with the world, leaving only his upper body. His face was hideous, as if he was in extreme pain. After countless years of torment, he failed to corroborate his Tao. Half of his body transformed into a god-fiend, achieving the Tao in another way. Half of his body merged with heaven and earth, becoming a straw dog of the great Tao. Hua Zhongye and Nu Cheng's clothes were dyed red. They had fought for many days and both of them had suffered heavy injuries. Roar! The half-god fiend roared furiously. The laws of heaven and earth in the surroundings kept pressing down on the two of them. He transformed into the heavenly Tao to punish the human cultivators. Female Supreme, hang in there. I have already asked for help from the underworld. Reinforcements will be here soon. Butterfly in the flower swung her sword to cut through the laws of heaven and earth. Not far away, the Chongling noble who had been trapped for a long time was heavily wounded. Her beautiful eyes had lost their light and she was unusually tired. Butterfly in the flower, I may not be able to walk out of here. Leave quickly. There is no need to die here for nothing. Nu Chong struggled to support her heavily wounded body. She gathered energy with her slender hand and pushed away the laws of heaven and earth around her. Her voice was hoarse. Do not give up. They will be here soon. Hang in there. Butterfly in the flower's figure flashed and blocked in front. Her two blades turned and slashed at the god in front of her. Boom! The blade light slashed down. The half-god roared angrily. Violent heavenly might spread and scattered the blade light. In front of them, the heavenly might swept past. Hua Zhongjie and Nu Chang's lips turned red as they retreated several steps. The undefeatable half-god turned into a dog of heaven and earth, punishing on behalf of the heavens. His every move shook the heavenly might. Even the top experts of the world could not match him. Hundreds of feet away, Butterfly in the flower's hands were bleeding. After fighting for many days, the god of blades whose name shook the world was gradually reaching her limit. A god that had become half of the Tao did not know exhaustion and could not be injured by blades. It was like the true heavenly Tao, so powerful it made people despair. Run! The heavenly Tao laws arrived again. The woman shouted. Her slender hands gathered the last of her strength. Her extreme chi surged, resisting the terrifying heavenly might descending from the sky. Blood splashed out and dyed the void red. Flowers of blood burst out from Nu Chang's body. Nu Chang. Butterfly in the flower's expression changed. She was anxious and the demonic nature in her body rose again. The surging demonic chi scattered her hair. Butterfly in the flower's eyes turned scarlet. Flower Burial turned around and slashed down from the sky. The shocking blade power slashed on the body of the god. The half-god roared in pain and his face became more and more ferocious. The god was furious. The heavenly Tao became more and more chaotic. Endless pressure fell from the sky and tried to devour the two. Shwa! At the critical moment, a green arrow flew over from the distance. The arrow power was shocking and crashed into the half-god. The rumbling sound echoed in the void. At the end of the darkness, 3 figures rushed over. The 3 kings of hell finally arrived at the most dangerous moment. What kind of monster is this? The 3 appeared in the darkness. Luo Xingchen looked at the half-god in the sky and said with a strange expression, I'm not sure, but it can control the heavenly Tao. We must be careful. Butterfly in the flower reminded. It can control the heavenly Tao? Luo Xingchen frowned. It was indeed a monster. Miss Dai and Nu Chang, retreat to the side to heal. Leave this to us. Xia Zi said calmly as he stepped forward and looked ahead. Luo Xingchen, you protect Miss Dai and Nu Chang. Mu Qianshang also stepped forward with his sword. He looked at the monster in front of him with a solemn expression. Be careful. This monster is hard to injure and will recover quickly. It is very difficult to deal with. Butterfly in the flower reminded again. She helped Nu Chang and temporarily retreated from the battle. Who will go first? Mu Qianshang's eyes narrowed as the two retreated. I will go first. You observe its weakness. Xia Zi replied. Demonic chi surged around him, and the frenzy of doomsday appeared. The 6-feet-long sword was sharp and threatening. With the demonic sword in hand, Xia Zi's figure flashed out instantly. He slashed down with his sword, and the sword chi was vast and mighty. The half-god demon raised his hands and clasped them together to block the demonic sword. Ha! Knowing that the demon in front of him was not a good person, Xia Zi unleashed all his strength. Black feathers fluttered around his body, and the 12 wings of sin appeared. With the 12 wings of sin appearing, Xia Zi's aura increased several times. He vaguely broke through the shackles of the monarch realm and touched the barrier of the sovereign realm. The frenzy of doomsday sensed it and the sword hummed. The demonic sword's edge burned brighter as it slashed down forcefully. Boom! The sword chi slashed down and a huge sword mark appeared on the half-god demon's body. It was so deep that the bones could be seen. The demon's blood splattered and dyed the void red. However, a shocking scene occurred in the next moment. The demon's blood flowed in the void and returned to the demon's body. The sword wound on the half-god demon's body quickly healed. After a while, it was completely healed. Outside the battle, Mu Qianshang and Luo Xingchen's eyes narrowed. What kind of monster was this? Find a chance to leave. In the void, Xia Zi stepped in the air and retreated 100 feet away. Roar! At this moment, the half-god demon roared at the sky. Suddenly, the surrounding heaven and earth distorted violently. The space changed and there was no way out. In the battle, Xiaozi's face sank. This monster actually had a consciousness. We can't retreat and can't kill it. This is really troublesome. Outside the battle, Mu Qianshang said. Let's fight and see. This monster must have a weakness. It's just that we haven't found it yet. Since there was no way out, Xiaozi focused his mind. The demonic sword swept across and dense demonic flames swept out. The peerless demonic sword's sword chi filled the sky. Xiaozi moved and charged forward again. Heaven and demon started the battle. The flames of war spread for 3,000 miles. Wherever the sword chi passed, the demonic flames burned the sky. The demon roared and controlled the laws of heaven and earth to kill the heaven-defying demon. Below, Mu Qianshang stared at the battle in the sky. The snow sword in his hand flickered, and he was ready to enter the battle at any time. In the battle in the sky, the demonic flames swept across. The black-robed demon moved and his demonic sword shone brightly as he battled the half-god demon. Violent collisions sounded one after another. The half-god demon could not be injured by swords and blades. The battle seemed to be evenly matched, but it was actually dangerous. Boom! Suddenly, the laws of heaven and earth devoured his body. Blood spurted out from Xiaozi's left shoulder. Without any warning, the demon's body was heavily injured. Below, Mu Qianshang focused and no longer dared to hesitate. He used his sword to split the landscape and joined the battle. The sword realm was activated. The small world's power went against the great world's heavenly Tao law. The landscape's sword realm shook violently and showed signs of collapsing. 100 feet away from the battle, Xiaozi stabilized his body. Demonic qi surged around him and suppressed the injury on his left shoulder. Are you all right? Not far away, Mu Qianshang asked. It's nothing serious. Xiaozi replied, be careful. He is now equivalent to the heavenly Tao law. Do not be careless. Understood. Mu Qianshang nodded. He looked at the demonic god in front of him with a heavy heart. He did not know how such a monster was born. If it was left in this world, it would be a huge disaster. Just as the underworld's two kings were fighting the half-god demon, Ning Chen stepped forward in the spatial crack. He released his spiritual sense and searched for the three's aura. In the surroundings, the spatial turbulence was whistling and constantly engulfing everything in the void. The terrifying space-time energy made people afraid to touch it. Roar. After an unknown period of time, a roar came again. It shook the space-time as the heavenly might swept over. The terrifying heavenly might enveloped him. Ning Chen's eyes flashed. He found it. Within the heavenly might, a familiar aura was faintly discernible. Compared to the heavenly might, it was very weak, but it was real. Ning Chen clenched his right hand and unsheathed the phoenix cry. He slashed with his sword and cleaved everything in front of him. When the sword light slashed down, the space-time collapsed. Ning Chen took a step forward. His body was covered in phoenix fire, and he instantly disappeared. In an instant, phoenix fire lingered in the heaven demon battlefield. A white-haired figure in plain clothes walked out. He swung his sword and blocked the heavenly might. At the back, Hua Zhongdie, Luo Xingchen, and the others were shocked when they saw the white-haired young man. Knowing Destiny. Chapter 1305. In the crack of time and space, on the battlefield of heaven and demons, Knowing Destiny appeared and slashed the laws in the sky. Both inside and outside the battlefield, the kings were shocked. No one expected Knowing Destiny to appear here. Xiaozi came back to his senses and said, "Be careful, this monster has an immortal body." In the void, Ning Chen's eyes flashed with surprise when he heard this. Immortal body? Roar! The half-god roared, and a horrifying aura spread out. The endless laws of heaven and earth pressed down, and its power was earth-shattering. In front, Ning Chen stepped forward and avoided the aura. 100 feet away, He slashed with his sword, and a phoenix howled. With a rumble, waves surged out, and frost swept across the sky, blocking the aura of heaven and earth. In the aftermath, Ning Chen's figure flashed and appeared in front of the demon. He raised his hand and grabbed the demon's head, and black phoenix fire gushed out. The extreme fire was bone-chilling, and the half-god's body was frozen at a speed visible to the naked eye. The black fire burned and swallowed the demon. Heavenly dragon quake. The demon was frozen, and Ning Chen's left palm was filled with energy. He struck out with an earth-shattering power. There was a violent tremor, and the half-god was sent flying 10 miles away. There were cracks all over his body, and his blood dyed the black phoenix fire red. The demon roared in pain, and the laws of heaven and earth around him shook violently and messily. Seeing that his move was effective, Ning Chen stepped forward and charged forward again. The phoenix cry divine sword slashed through the laws of heaven and earth that were protecting the demon. The sword's power was endless, and it slashed down. The sword slashed the demon, and blood splattered everywhere. Horrifying sword wounds appeared on the demon's body, and the white bones were exposed. It was terrifying. The demon roared, and the laws of heaven and earth revolved. The splattered demon's blood flowed in reverse, and the miraculous scene was incomprehensible. Seeing this, Ning Chen squinted his eyes. He flipped his left palm, and the sky was filled with golden light. The heavenly book appeared, and a strange power erupted, causing chaos in the world. The new chapter of the heavenly book, Chaos Volume, showed its power. In an instant, the laws of heaven and earth changed rapidly, and it was extremely chaotic. In the void, the blood of the demon stopped flowing. The demon roared in pain, and the wounds on his body stopped healing. Outside the battle, Luo Xingchen was astonished. He immediately drew his bow and condensed an arrow. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying arrow light pierced through the air and crashed into the fiend god's body. When the arrow light entered his body, the blood of a fiend god gushed out. The Chaos Scroll interfered with the laws of heaven and earth, making it difficult for a half-fiend god to use his power. The half-god fiend who had stolen the fortune of heaven and earth from the 10 scrolls of the heavenly tomes and heavily injured the 2 human kings was finally showing signs of defeat. An opportunity presented itself. Xia Zi took a step forward in the battlefield. His silhouette dashed out rapidly as the mad demonic flames of doomsday surged violently. Devil cultivator, devil sword, man and sword as one. Amidst the surging devil flames, a black stream of light sped past, rumbling through the starry sky. The devil sword broke through gods and devils. Amidst the shocking scene, a huge hole appeared in the demonic god's chest. Blood gushed out like rain. Roar! The god-fiend was heavily injured and on the brink of death. An earth-shattering roar reverberated through the space-time crack. Half of the god-fiend's body rapidly turned into dust. It had actually transformed into Tao once again. It was a horrifying scene. The god-fiend's entire body transformed into Tao. Before disappearing, a bone-chilling hatred flashed through his lifeless eyes, causing one's hair to stand on end. After the god-fiend transformed into Tao, the laws of heaven and earth that were interfered with by the Chaos Scroll suddenly went berserk. Boundless power of heaven and earth pressed down, killing everyone present. In the center of the battlefield, Ning Chen, Xia Zi, and Mu Qianshang's expressions all froze. The 3 swords rose together and sword might spread out, forming a small world. Within the space-time crack, an extreme small world appeared, forcefully resisting the power of a large world. Luo Xingchen, take female supreme and senior sister Dai and leave first. Ning Chen said in a serious tone. The phoenix cry divine sword's might soared as he slashed with all his strength, creating a bright path. With the support of the sword might, heaven and earth rumbled. On the path created by the divine sword, even the laws of heaven and earth couldn't descend. Knowing that time was precious, Luo Xingchen didn't dare to hesitate. He took the two who were heavily injured and quickly left. The three of them left. Inside the small world, the three best friends from the inner realm all erupted with their full cultivation. Endless sword energy swept out and dazzling sword energy rushed out from the small world and slashed toward the law of the heavens. Extreme power and heaven's might clashed. The large world changed color. Shocking collision sounds constantly rang out. Humans were fearless against the heavens. In the small world, the three swordsmen of the human race were filled with dazzling battle intent. Since when had they been afraid of heaven's will? I have a sky, but I was worried that I couldn't let it grow. Two good friends, help me slash this sky. Ning Chen said. As you wish. Xia Zi and Mu Qianshang replied. Their sword intent roared and surged. Unparalleled sword might slashed at the god-fiend great world. Roar! In the large world, the roar of the god-fiend could be heard. With their bodies transforming into Tao, their consciousness merged with heaven and earth. Their power became more and more shocking. The two forces clashed with each other. The sword might was endless. With the three of them working together, the small world continued to expand and corrode the large world. Between heaven and earth, the roar of the god-fiend became more and more ear-piercing. When they were alive, they were overlords. After death, they weren't willing to be humiliated by others. In the small world, Ning Chen flipped his palm and a white cloud flew out. The will of heaven and earth appeared. Although it was weak, it could be felt clearly. Not far away, Xia Zi and Mu Qianshang felt the will of heaven and earth that appeared in the small world. Their eyes flashed with surprise. A heaven and earth that could produce its own will was truly unbelievable. Roar! In the large world, the roar shook the heavens. Terrifying heaven's might filled the air. The pressure was comparable to that of an emperor Tao sovereign, or even stronger. The difference in dimensions was irreparable. In the small world, the white cloud trembled and instinctively felt fear. What are you afraid of? Devouring this large world is equivalent to tens of thousands of years of cultivation. Ning Chen shouted in a deep voice. He flipped his palm and sent the white cloud out of the small world with a single palm strike. In the large world, the two wills of heaven and earth clashed. The god-fiend roared and endless power crazily tried to devour the white cloud. At this moment, in the void, a shocking sword light broke through the void and forcefully shattered the laws of heaven and earth. If you don't want to become someone's bait, then show some momentum. Being afraid before the battle, how embarrassing! Ning Chen shouted coldly as he looked at the white cloud in the sky that was trying to restrain itself. The white cloud trembled. Under its survival instinct, it finally tried to resist and devoured the overflowing power of heaven and earth. The wills of heaven and earth clashed. Below, in Ning Chen's hand, the heavenly book shone again. Golden light filled the air and helped the white cloud to resist the will of the god-fiend. In the small world, the sword light was dazzling. The powerful sword power kept attacking the surrounding large world and cut the laws of heaven and earth into pieces. The three top swordsmen of the world joined forces again after the god-fiend battle. Their sword cultivation had surpassed the past. Even in the face of the heavenly path, they were not afraid. In the battle against the heavens, the three swords shook the world. After fighting for a few hours, Ning Chen's figure rose into the sky. He held the sword in one hand and the golden book of the heavenly book in the other. He walked out of the small world and came to the godfiend world. Below, Xia Zi and Mu Qianshang understood and shouted. The sword will around them rose again. The dazzling sword light pierced through the 9 heavens and drove away the darkness. It was so bright that it was difficult to look at it directly. With the help of the 2 swords, in the large world, Ning Chen activated his peerless foundation. The sword tip swept across the sky and the forbidden sword appeared. In an instant, the majestic sword flow rushed into the sky like a storm. The shocking power shook the heaven and earth. 6 paths fall together, myriad demonic tribulations, supreme forbidden sword. With the appearance of the forbidden sword, the sword will around Ning Chen spread. The shapeless sword will turned tangible and filled the air. The entire large world shook violently. Doomsday catastrophe. The forbidden sword destroyed heaven and earth. Wherever the sword flow went, heaven and earth collapsed. The strongest forbidden technique of Taoism, in the hands of knowing destiny, displayed the most terrifying power. Roar! In the God-fiend world, the roar shook the heavens. All the power of heaven and earth gathered at one point and collided with the Taoism forbidden sword. The laws of heaven and earth and the forbidden sword collided with each other. After a moment of stalemate, the sword flow broke through the obstacles and destroyed all the laws of heaven and earth. Boom, boom, boom. In the earth-shattering tremors, the God-fiend world continued to collapse. Everything withered and the laws were destroyed. The moment the large world collapsed, the white cloud expanded rapidly and seized every opportunity to devour the remaining will of heaven and earth. The laws of heaven were merciless. One level of heaven grew while the other level of heaven died silently. The laws reconstructed and everything manifested. The white cloud quickly absorbed the power of the large world to strengthen itself. In the void, Ning Chen watched the growth of the will of heaven and earth in front of him and did not interfere. Suddenly, in the void, the white cloud that took over all the power of the God-fiend world manipulated the laws of heaven and earth and attacked knowing destiny in the void. The attack was like a tidal wave. All the laws of heaven and earth were mobilized. The heaven and earth shook. It was a terrifying scene. In the void, Ning Chen stood quietly without any change in his expression. He raised his left hand and the light of the forbidden sword lit up in every corner of the void. Suddenly, heaven and earth trembled. The laws of heaven and earth faded quickly and disappeared in an instant. I said that if I can make you, I can also destroy you. Don't do such a stupid thing again. Next time, my punishment for you will not be so simple. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen clenched his left hand. Endless suction spread and confined the white cloud in front of him into the forbidden space. After doing this, Ning Chen's figure landed. He looked at the two people in front of him and said, "Let's go." Xia Zi and Mu Qianshang nodded. Their figures flashed and flew out of the void. At the border of the two domains, outside the space crack, phoenix fire spread. The three figures appeared and successfully escaped from the void. In front, Luo Xingchen saw the three of them walking out. His face was filled with joy and his heart was finally at ease. "Let's go back to the underworld," Ning Chen said as he strode forward. Luo Xingchen, Xia Zi and the rest followed and rushed towards the underworld. A few days later, in the sky above the underworld, everyone returned. The forbidden sword opened and they walked in one after another. "We're back." The kings of the various palaces in the underworld also felt relief. In front of the King Yanluo Palace, Ning Chen looked at the two women who were heavily injured and said, "Senior Sister Dai, Female Supreme, you two stay here and heal your injuries first. We'll talk about other matters after you've recovered." Hua Zhongye and Female Chang nodded. They did not say much and entered the palace to cultivate. After settling the two, Ning Chen turned and walked to the adjacent King Yanluo Palace. In the King Yanluo Palace, Qing Ning stood quietly. She looked at the person who came and asked, "What's the matter?" Ning Chen nodded lightly and said, "I feel a little uneasy and want to talk to Sister Qing Ning." Chapter 1306. In the royal palace of Bian City, Ning Chen and Qing Ning looked at each other. They had been through so much together, and the other was the last bit of warmth in their hearts. "You always come and go in a hurry. Aren't you tired?" Qing Ning went up and wiped away the frost on the young man's face. "I always thought that I could stop and rest after solving the problem in front of me. I didn't expect that this would last for more than 100 years, Ning Chen said helplessly. "When the war between the human race and the primordial demon realm ends, just let it go." Qing Ning said gently, "There are too many troubles in the world. You can't manage them all. Actually, you don't have to worry about us. Even if the human realm is occupied by the other races, we can still protect ourselves. Ning Chen smiled and said, Yes, I don't care. He wanted to create a peaceful world for them. He hoped that after the primordial demon realm's calamity, the human realm could truly return to peace. What about Qing Shui? Is there any news? I haven't had the chance to ask these days. Qing Shui is a good girl. Don't let her down, Qing Ning said softly. Ning Chen was silent. He shook his head and said, Ever since she left last time, there has been no news. I've already sent people from the ghost race to search for her, but they haven't found anything. Qing Ning sighed and looked at the Impermanence Palace in front of her. Her eyes flashed with emotion. There was still that girl. She was still waiting. In the Impermanence Palace, Man seemed to sense it. She looked back and smiled. In the Royal Palace, Qing Ning retracted her gaze and looked at the young man in front of her. She said seriously, I won't force you when it comes to matters of the heart, but don't let yourself regret it. Yes. Ning Chen nodded and said, I understand. In 2 days, I might have to leave for some time. I'll have to trouble Sister Qing Ning to take care of the matters of the underworld. You're leaving? Qing Ning frowned. When the demon body returned to the primordial demon realm, the ghost sword was damaged in the battle. The 10 years will be over soon. I have to find a suitable sword as soon as possible, Ning Chen replied. Qing Ning heard this and nodded lightly. This matter can't be delayed. Go. You don't have to worry about the underworld. Sister Qing Ning, I'm lucky to have you along the way. Thank you. Ning Chen looked at the woman who had accompanied him for 100 years and said seriously. Qing Ning stretched out her hand and lightly knocked his head before she said, All right, don't be so mushy with me. Go take a look at Man. You haven't had the chance to speak to her since you've been back for so long. That little girl has been waiting for you for so many years. Even I can't bear to see her like this. Yes. Ning Chen nodded and said, I'll head over now. After he finished speaking, Ning Chen didn't delay any further and strode towards the Hall of Impermanence. In the Imperial Palace, Qing Ning looked at Yi Futian's back and sighed in her heart. Yi Futian was still so worrisome. When Ning Chen arrived at Impermanence Hall, Man was standing in front of the hall. Her cute and obedient appearance was very lovable. Let's go out for a walk? Ning Chen chuckled. All right. Man replied with a smile. You've been in the underworld for so long, but you haven't looked around yet, have you? The two of them walked side by side. Ning Chen temporarily put down his burden and focused on admiring the scenery of the underworld with the woman beside him. I've seen some, and some I haven't, Man said honestly. Where do you want to go? Ning Chen asked with a gentle expression. Man thought for a moment, and then she stretched out her hand and pointed at an enormous mountain range in the distance, while her eyes were filled with curiosity. Over there. The Yin-Si Ghost Prison. Ning Chen followed her gaze and chuckled. That's the territory I opened up for the ghost race. Since you want to go, then let's go take a look. The two of them walked side by side. The woman had a delicate appearance. She wasn't gorgeous or enchanting, but she had an extremely spiritual aura that made others unable to bear to disrespect her. Beside the woman was a man in plain clothes with white hair. Even though his appearance was young, his eyes were filled with the traces of time. In merely 100 years, the two of them who were similar in age seemed to have a great gap between them. Time was merciless and it had changed too many things. The Yin-Si Ghost Prison. Ning Chen walked over with Man. An enormous crack had appeared before them, and it was bottomless. It's down there. Ning Chen reminded and spoke softly. Man glanced down curiously, yet she was unable to see through the ghost race's gorge. Let's go. The ghost race should already know that we're here. Ning Chen strode forward and slowly descended. Man followed and rushed into the depths of the gorge. At the bottom of the gorge, the ghost race elders stood on two sides. A white bone throne floated in front of them. The ghost race king sat on the throne. He looked old, but his aura was abnormally powerful. At this moment, a ghost race spy walked forward quickly and bowed respectfully. "My king, the 13th prince, is here." "Invite him in," said the ghost race king. "Yes." The ghost race spy accepted the order and left. Not long after, two figures walked over in front of the ghost race. It was a man and a woman. They were a match made in heaven and looked like they had walked out of a painting. "My lord." The elders of the ghost clan bowed and said respectfully, "There's no need to be so polite. I'm just here to take a look," Ningchen replied with a smile. He looked at the Ghost Race King on the throne and said, "Ghost Race King, long time no see. How have you been?" In just a few years, the 13th Prince's strength is already close to the Emperor Dao Sovereign. "It's really unbelievable," the Ghost Race King sighed. Ningchen smiled and said, "The Ghost Race King's cultivation is also not inferior to others. In time, it's not impossible for you to become an Emperor Dao Sovereign." "I'm old." The Ghost Race King sighed softly and said, "The half-step Emperor Dao Sovereign is already my limit. Unless I have a great opportunity, I won't be able to improve in this lifetime. 13th Prince, you're different. You've cultivated for less than 200 years and are in the prime of your life. As long as you continue smoothly, you'll definitely become an Emperor Dao Sovereign and be the subject of the world." "Thank you, Ghost Race King. If that day really comes, I won't go back on my promise to you," replied Ningchen. "My clan trusts your reputation," said the Ghost Race King seriously. "There's something that I shouldn't ask, but since you're here, I still have to ask. Has the 6 paths of reincarnation that my clan gave you been destroyed?" "Yes." Ningchen nodded and said apologetically, "I'm sorry. The 6 paths of reincarnation was destroyed in the battle with the emperors of the 100 races not long ago. It's my fault for not being able to protect the ghost race's saint artifact." "You can't blame your highness for this," the Ghost Race King sighed. "The 6 paths of reincarnation is only a king artifact. Naturally, it can't withstand a battle between emperors. Your highness's current strength has already surpassed the limits of the king realm. It's very difficult for a mortal artifact to withstand your power. Ghost Race King is very knowledgeable. Are there any divine materials in this world that are suitable for making a sword?" asked Ningchen. At the bottom of the ocean, in the depths of the stars, and in the center of the earth fire, there are divine materials that are rarely seen in the mortal world. However, there are very few people who can use them to make weapons. If your highness wants to make a sword, I'm afraid it'll take a lot of effort," said the Ghost Race King calmly. Hearing this, Ningchen's eyes flashed. The 3 places that the Ghost Race King mentioned were all places that ordinary people couldn't reach. Perhaps he could really find divine materials there. While the two were talking, Man curiously looked at the interior of the ghost race. She didn't pay attention to their conversation. "Little girl, if you're curious, you can walk around. The ghost race doesn't have so many rules. You can look around as you wish," said the Ghost Race King kindly when he noticed the beautiful girl beside the 13th Prince. "Thank you, Ghost Race King," said Man with a smile. "Do you want to walk around by yourself or do you want me to take you?" asked Ningchen softly. "You take me," replied Man. Ningchen nodded. He was about to move when he was stopped. The first elder of the ghost race stood in front of him and shook his head lightly. "Master, there are many rules in the ghost race. You should let this girl walk around by herself." Ningchen was startled. Then he laughed involuntarily. He looked at the girl beside him and said helplessly, Man, walk around by yourself. Come back after you're done." "Okay." Man smiled and walked forward. In front of the white bone throne, Ningchen looked at Man's departing figure with a warm smile on his face from beginning to end. "Your Highness cares a lot about this little girl?" asked the Ghost Race King. "Her safety is more important than my life," said Ningchen indifferently. "She's a peerless genius. I have something unpleasant to say." "I hope your Highness won't take offense," said the Ghost Race King hoarsely. "There's no harm in speaking your mind," said Ningchen calmly. "Your Highness has the potential to become an emperor, but this little girl's potential is still above your Highness. Your Highness is not worthy of her," said the Ghost Race King. As soon as he said this, the elders of the Ghost Race were shocked. Why did the Ghost Race King say this? Ningchen smiled and didn't care. He said, "The Ghost Race King is not the first person to say this, and you won't be the last. I want to know, do the Ghost Race really have so many rules?" "For your Highness, yes," the Ghost Race King said calmly. "Your Highness is too smart, so smart that it makes people afraid. Although our Ghost Race has submitted to your Highness, we still have to leave some means to protect ourselves. So, there are many places that your Highness shouldn't look at. It seems that I'm really not popular." Ningchen laughed at himself and said, "Don't worry, as long as the Ghost Race doesn't betray the human race, I won't attack the Ghost Race. Similarly, I won't sacrifice you." "Thank you," replied the Ghost Race King. Half a day later, Ningchen and Ah-Man walked out of the Yin-Si Ghost Prison and walked towards the 12 palaces of the underworld. "Is there anything strange in the Ghost Race?" asked Ningchen. "There are many strange things," replied Ah-Man. "Tell me about it." Ningchen continued to ask. "There are bones that can talk and stone monsters that can fly. Yes, there are also trees with arms." Ah-Man smiled. The two of them left. In the depths of the Ghost Race, white bones gathered, stones piled up, and trees uprooted from the ground. An incomparably powerful aura was awakened, and the pressure was pressing down on the Emperor realm. "What a clever girl! The 13 sons of the heavenly demon are so terrifying," the white skeleton said in a deep voice. "We have to be careful of this boy." The giant made of stones replied, "I'm afraid that it's impossible to guard against him." The tree said, "3 venerables, it's not time for you to awaken yet. Continue to sleep." On the white bone throne, the Ghost Race King said calmly. Chapter 1307. 2 figures walked in front of the Impermanence Palace in the underworld. A day passed so quickly. "You can just send me here." Man stopped and looked at the man beside her. She said softly, "I know you have things to do. You can go." Ningchen nodded and smiled apologetically. "I'll stay with you for a few more days next time." "Okay." A man smiled sweetly and said, "Go on." Ningchen nodded and left without further delay. After a few breaths, Ningchen's figure flew away quickly. He returned for 2 days and left again. In front of the Impermanence Palace, Man looked at Ningchen's back and a trace of undetectable sadness flashed in her beautiful eyes. In the Ziwei star zone, a white beam of light flashed and disappeared. On an unknown planet, waves rolled. The entire planet was covered by seawater and huge waves surged into the sky. The magnificent scene was shocking. On this day, a white-haired figure in plain clothes appeared in the sky above the planet. He stopped for a moment and then rushed into the ocean below. At the bottom of the ocean, a terrifying pressure came from all directions. Ningchen's body was surrounded by the light of the divine prohibition. He separated the space and time and blocked the pressure of the seawater. In the deepest part of the ocean, Ningchen scanned with his divine sense, looking for the legendary deep-sea iron essence. For a few days, Ningchen walked in the depths of the ocean and searched every inch of the ocean. 5 days later, the white-haired figure broke out of the ocean and flew toward the starry sky. The starry sky was vast and the white-haired figure flew quickly. Ningchen stopped in front of a dead planet again. He looked at the planet in front of him and gathered his true chi. He punched the planet in front of him. Boom! The person with the strongest foundation in the mortal realm had unparalleled strength. He directly shattered the planet in front of him. Amidst the rumbling, cracks appeared on the planet, crisscrossing and spreading across the entire planet. Ningchen's figure flashed and disappeared into the cracks. Half a day later, Ningchen's figure flew out and left again. In the starry sky, the knowing destiny state cultivators traveled day and night. Every time they reached a planet and got something they wanted, they would leave quickly. Another month later, Ning Chen's figure descended from the sky above a primitive planet. It was the first time he landed on a planet with life. On the large planet, volcanoes were active. Magma gushed into the sky, and soon after, it turned into a rain of fire that fell from the sky. It was a shocking scene. Ning Chen's figure passed through the rain of fire. He stopped in the air above the mountain pass to take a look. Then, without any hesitation, he jumped in. In the depths of the volcano, red lava surged. The extremely shocking temperature was comparable to the blazing sun, burning the sky and boiling the sea. Inside the lava, Ning Chen plunged down rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he was already thousands of miles away. In order to forge the divine sword, knowing destiny had to go to heaven and earth, overturn rivers and seas, accumulating the divine materials to forge the divine sword bit by bit. 2 days later, a plain-clothed figure rushed out from the magma and flew into the starry skies. In the following few months, Ning Chen ceaselessly moved about from great star to great star for the sake of searching for a thumb-sized divine material. Sometimes, he even had to search through over 10 great stars before he could obtain a harvest. The amount of godly materials needed to forge a sword was astonishing. In just 10 months, Ning Chen had walked across nearly 100 great stars and shattered more than 10 great stars with his own hand. Immortal Elder, how much longer will it take? The small gourd asked as it appeared on Ning Chen's shoulder. After 10 months, the small gourd had gained some weight. Many primitive great stars had rich natural treasures, and the small gourd had benefited from them all. Soon, Ning Chen replied and continued flying toward the great star in front of him. In front of him, the great star was lifeless. There was no sign of life. Ning Chen stopped in front of the great star and threw a punch at it. Amid the earth-shaking tremors, the great star cracked inch by inch. Ning Chen raised his hand, and a piece of purple divine metal flew out from the ground 10,000 miles below the surface and fell into Knowing Destiny's hand. On Ning Chen's shoulder, the small gourd glanced at the lifeless great star in front of him and immediately lost interest. After accumulating for so many days, the divine materials he obtained were still not enough to forge a sword. However, Ning Chen did not look discouraged. His figure flashed and quickly flew away. At the border of the Ziwei star zone, thousands of meteors blocked the path ahead. Ning Chen's figure rushed past without stopping. He smashed through meteors one after another and continued forward. In the Alcade star zone, Ning Chen arrived in front of a primitive great star and stopped. After a while, Ning Chen's figure flashed and flew toward the great star in front of him. Ning Chen walked in the sea of earth fire and released his immortal will to search for divine materials of extreme yang. Just as Knowing Destiny was searching for materials to forge a sword, the kings of the 100 races gathered in the primitive demon zone and rushed toward the Red Phoenix star zone through the passage between the two realms. The promise of 10 years had not arrived yet. The primitive demon realm had gathered their forces in advance to prepare for the coming war. The Red Phoenix star zone was filled with death chi. Almost all the humans there had been slaughtered. The 100 races had completely occupied the Red Phoenix star zone and turned it into their base. In front of the demon army, Azura looked into the distance. The god of war could not suppress his desire to fight. The purpose of warriors' existence was to fight. 10 years was too long. Azura. In the sky, demonic chi surged. The demon emperor appeared and looked at the god of war in front of him. He said, "When the time is up, immediately send troops to the Ziwei star zone." Yes. Azura respectfully accepted the order. Ziwei star zone, underworld, King Bianqing Palace. Qing Ning looked at the secret report from the Red Phoenix star zone with a serious expression. The primitive demon realm was really impatient. They had already started to mobilize their forces. How long will it take for Jiming Marquis to come back? In the palace, Peacock, who had rushed over from the immortal realm, asked. The divine material he needs to forge the sword this time is too hard to find. I'm afraid he won't be able to come back in a short time, Qing Ning replied. The primitive demon realm might send troops early. Whether Jiming Marquis can come back in time or not, the underworld has to make a decision, Peacock said seriously. Hearing this, Qing Ning fell silent. When Ning Chen left, he did not tell them what to do. No one knew if he did not realize it or did it on purpose. I suggest that Underworld avoid the brunt of the attack. After all, Underworld's current strength is still far from the primordial demon realm, Peacock said seriously. I'll think about it. Qing Ning sighed. When the Underworld was in a life-and-death situation, Jiming Marquis was not in the Underworld. He was running around the star zones to find the divine material to forge the sword. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 months had passed. In the Alcade star zone, on a vast planet covered by a vast ocean, a white-clothed figure rushed into the sky. Her white hair danced in the wind. She held a palm-sized blue divine metal in her hand. Cold chi spread and her entire arm was almost frozen. It's finally enough. Ning Chen clenched his right hand and shook off the ice on his arm. He looked forward and said, "Phoenix body." As soon as he said that, the sky was filled with phoenix fire. One was black and the other was red. "Let's begin," Ning Chen said calmly. "Okay." The phoenix body responded and the phoenix fire disappeared. The next moment, the 3 divine materials of the sword embryo appeared in the sky. The phoenix fire circled around and swallowed the divine materials. On a strange, vast planet, the 2 of them worked together. The world was the furnace and the phoenix fire refined the divine weapon. Chapter 1308. On an unknown planet in the Alcade starfield, raging waves surged and rushed to the 9 heavens. Above the sea, knowing destiny forged swords. Phoenix fire filled the sky as he forged 3 types of divine metals. In front of the 2 bodies, deep sea iron essence, star scar divine gold, and fire essence blood copper, the 3 best forging materials in the world, floated up and down. After 2 years, knowing destiny traveled all over the Z-Way and Alcade starfields and searched for countless large planets. He finally gathered the 3 divine materials and began forging sword. The yin-yang phoenix fire burned the sky and boiled the sea. The black and red flames split the sky and the earth. The scene was shocking. In the phoenix fire, 3 sword embryos gradually took shape. The sword power was faintly discernible and extraordinary. The 2 bodies worked together to forge the peerless divine swords. Days passed by. In the phoenix fire, the 3 sword embryos kept spinning. The sword power became stronger and stronger. In the first 10 months, the phoenix fire forged the sword. The divine materials were forged into sword embryos. In the 10th month, the 2 bodies fully activated the yin-yang phoenix fire to refine the divinity of the divine materials. After the first 10 months, the sword embryos were forged. Above the 9 heavens, the wind and clouds surged. Thunderclouds spread and covered the sky. Before the divine swords were forged, the lightning tribulation had already appeared. In the tribulation clouds, thunder and lightning flashed across the sky. Below, Ning Chen saw this and soared into the sky. His hands formed a seal and countless seals spread out. The yellow spring opened and sealed the void. In an instant, the divine restriction formed a barrier between the heavens and the earth. Boom! Lightning fell. The divine restriction space swallowed the angry lightning, and the heavenly tribulation could not descend. In the void, Ning Chen's figure landed again. He glanced at the phoenix body not far away and said calmly, "Continue." The phoenix body nodded. Phoenix fire spread out from its body. The black flames of extreme yin and the red flames of extreme yang surged, and its power became stronger. Gradually, the second 10 months passed. In the 10th month, the weather on the large planet changed. Heavy snow fell, and the weather was so cold that even the ocean was frozen. In the sky above the sea, the 2 bodies stood in the air. In front of them, the phoenix fire had reached the critical point of forging the sword. On the sword embryos, the impurities were gradually burned away. The refined divine weapon began to take shape. When the divine weapon appeared, Ning Chen walked to the middle of the two swords. The blood of human and demon flew out from his hands at the swords. At the side, the phoenix body walked to the third divine sword at the same time and cut its finger. Time flew by. In the sea of fire, human blood, demon blood, and phoenix blood floated up and down. Mu sword, yang sword. The third 10th month was approaching. Both of their auras were weakened to different degrees. Their blood and chi merged into the sword, helping the divine weapon to take shape. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 years had passed. In the sky above the sea, the aura of the 3 divine swords became more and more shocking. Boom! Above the 9 heavens, the heavens sensed it. Lightning struck down, directly breaking through the divine restriction and destroying the 3 swords. In front, the 2 figures looked at the 3 divine swords and did not try to stop them. The divine sword was about to be completed, but it still lacked the refinement of the laws of heaven and earth. This heavenly tribulation was just right. In the 4th month, the lightning tribulation forged the swords. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts fell from the sky, bombarding the 3 swords. The 3 swords hummed softly. Lightning radiated from the swords, dazzling everyone's eyes. Just as the 3 divine swords were being tested by the heavens, the 100,000 demonic army in the Red Phoenix Galaxy set off for the Ziwei Galaxy. With the impending war looming, the entire Ziwei Galaxy was on high alert. The 12 kings of the underworld emerged from their seclusion and prepared to face the enemy. There's no time left. Can't you make a choice? In the royal palace of Bien City, Peacock looked at the woman in front and asked. In front of the royal palace, Qing Ning looked at the sky for a long time and sighed. Retreat. The underworld was his painstaking effort, but the lives of his companions were more precious. At the back, Peacock heard the woman's decision and did not say anything. Sometimes the decision was not important. What was important was to make a prompt decision. Right and wrong, there were many times where there was no absolute standard. In the 12 kings of the underworld, Qing Ning's order was passed down. When the kings heard it, they all fell silent. King Pingdeng requests for battle. In the 9th king of hell, Xia Zi's voice echoed in the underworld. As soon as the voice fell, the hearts of the kings trembled. King Zhuanluan requests for battle. In the 10th king of hell, Luo Fei's voice sounded in everyone's heart. King Song requests for battle. After the 2 kings, in the 3rd king of hell, Mu Qianshang's voice sounded in a solemn tone. The 3 kings requested for battle. In the 1st king of hell, Luo Xingchen's face changed. Are these guys not afraid of death? Forget it, if they die then die. King Qingguang requests for battle. Luo Xingchen gritted his teeth and declared. In the face of a great enemy, the kings from the divine prefecture's war of death all chose to fight, unwilling to retreat. King Wuguan requests for battle. At this moment, in the 5th king of hell, Yin Er's voice sounded, her tone was firm. The underworld was created by her master. She could not watch as the underworld was destroyed. Out of the 10 kings of hell, 5 of them declared their stance and half of the kings of hell requested for battle. In the underworld, the atmosphere suddenly became subtle. In the king of Chujiang's palace, Lin Yuzhen frowned. The difference in strength between the underworld and the demon realm's army was too great. Temporarily avoiding them was the best choice. However, the underworld's strength must not be scattered. Otherwise, they would be defeated one by one. Lin Yuzhen turned around and looked at the Phoenix Cry's sword on the long table. After a long time, she sighed softly. Since they want to fight, then let's fight. King Chu Jiang requests for battle. Lin Yuzhen spoke and declared. 6 kings declared. In the king of Taishan's palace, Yi Xuanmiao held his sword and said indifferently, If you want to fight, then let's fight. In the king of Dusher's palace, King Aaron smiled beautifully and said, King Dusher requests for battle. In the underworld, the 8 kings all declared their stance. In the king of hell's palace, the demonic qi was turbulent. Niu Chang and Hua Zhongdie were still in seclusion. Knowing destiny had not returned, the king of Hell's palace was still without a master. In front of King Bianqing's palace, Qing Ning listened to the voices of the underworld's palace, and her heart was in turmoil. In the underworld's crisis, on an unknown planet in the Alcade starfield, knowing Destiny, who had left the underworld for a few years, stood quietly in the void, concentrating, waiting for the moment of the sword's completion. On the vast planet, raging waves swept across, and huge waves rose to the sky. The birth of 3 peerless heavenly weapons was right in front of them, and the sword's power was earth-shattering. The thunder tribulation was about to end, and the power of the 3 heavenly swords was even more shocking. 10 months of forging, quenching, nurturing, and forming. Countless days and nights, the 2 of them worked together to forge the swords, and the peerless heavenly weapons finally appeared. At the top of the 9 heavens, the thunder tribulation was in its final frenzy. The heavenly swords were about to be formed, and Xian Tsang was furious. The tribulation clouds changed from black to red, and the color of blood was dazzling. After a few breaths, the blood-red lightning struck down, dyeing the entire sky red. Under the lightning, Ning Chen and the phoenix body held their swords at the same time. In an instant, a horrifying sword intent erupted, and the sword's power soared to the 9 heavens. The 2 of them waved their swords, and the power shook the sky. A shocking scene appeared. In the sky above the sea, heaven and earth were directly cut open, and 2 huge cracks appeared. The void spread and swallowed the tribulation clouds. Between the 2 of them, the 3rd heavenly sword floated up and down. The demonic chi was restrained, and the sharpness was not released. "Let's go back." The tribulation disappeared, and Ning Chen waved his hand to put away the demonic edge. He glanced at the phoenix body not far away and said, "Okay." The phoenix body nodded and disappeared. Then, a huge phoenix shadow appeared between heaven and earth, and the phoenix spread its wings and soared into the sky. The heavenly sword was forged, and knowing Destiny returned, crossing 2 starfields and rushing to the underworld. Chapter 1309. Demonic clouds loomed over the Ziwei star zone. An army of 100,000 heavenly demons crossed the starry sky and covered the sun, shocking all the major factions. War chariots rumbled in front of the heavenly demon army. The heavenly demon kings stood on hundreds of war chariots. Azura, the war god of the demons, stood on the largest war chariot in front of the war chariot. His half-step emperor's aura was so shocking that it distorted the starry sky around him. In the underworld, the 12 palaces of the underworld stood between 2 giant stars. The human kings were ready for battle. The atmosphere was extremely tense. The 10-year time limit was approaching. In the primordial demon realm, 2 demon emperors were looking for traces of the underworld day and night. The 2 emperors worked together and parted the clouds, searching for traces in the endless laws of heaven and earth. Found it. After many days, Demon Emperor Kuan's eyes flashed. He said, "Every time the human kings disappear here, the underworld must be nearby." Not far away, 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor opened his eyes and said, "I'll send the coordinates of the star zone to Azura immediately." "No." Demon Emperor Kuan said in a deep voice, "Go and help Azura in person." 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor frowned slightly and said, "If I go, the human emperors will definitely interfere. I'm afraid it's not a good idea." "Don't worry about the human emperors," Demon Emperor Kuan said calmly. "They won't dare to do anything with me around." 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor's eyes flashed with surprise. He said, "Brother, you're going to the sky beyond heaven yourself?" "That's right." Demon Emperor Kuan said coldly, "The decisive battle is coming soon. I should go to the sky beyond heaven myself." 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor's face turned serious. If his brother was going to go, it seemed that the decisive battle was coming soon. Demonic chi surged around the underworld in the Ziwei star zone. The heavenly demon kings showed up in the demonic chi and surrounded the underworld. Azura walked out in front of the kings. He held the fire beacon and the black demonic spear. It wasn't easy to find you, Azura said in a deep voice. He threw the demonic spear with all his might. The demonic might crashed into the divine restriction above the underworld. The entire starry sky started to tremble. Under the terrifying impact of the demonic might, the divine seal in the sky above the underworld showed signs of instability, as if it would collapse at any moment. In front of the 12 palaces of the underworld, one after another, the figures of the human kings flashed past, leaping into the sky. The Yama kings of the 9 palaces, the Anitya Hellguards, and the black and white Anitya Hellguards, all of Hell's forces were mobilized to resist the demonic tribulation. In the starry sky, the 11 human kings stood in the air, their king's might rising and shaking the heavens and earth. So, you've been hiding such powerful strength. Azura looked at the 11 peak kings and said indifferently. Among the kings of the underworld, Xia stepped forward. Demonic chi surged from his body as the frenzy of doomsday manifested. Send the others away. You and I will go one-on-one, Xia said. You overestimate yourself, Azura said coldly. He swept his gaze across the otherworldly demon monarchs and ordered, all of you, retreat 50 kilometers away. In front of the underworld's kings, Xia also raised his hand, stopping Mu Qianshang and the others from stepping forward. He wanted to use his sword to fight for a chance of survival for the underworld. This was a battle that would determine the survival of Hell. Even before the battle had begun, the atmosphere of the battle had already become oppressive. Spear light rose, sword intent rose. The battle between humans and demons had begun. All the kings watched as the spear and sword clashed. Clones intertwined, illusory yet real. Extreme in martial arts, absolute at the peak. The Devil's War God's spear was domineering, each move destructive. The Equal Palace Master's sword roared through the 9 continents. Her demonic might was vast, and she did not lose out to anyone. In a head-on confrontation, the battle between the peak of the 2 realms was a battle of martial arts, a battle of life and death. After exchanging 10 moves, Azura's demonic might rose rapidly. His secret technique was revealed and his strength multiplied. Flames swept across, and the overbearing king destroyed the endless starry sky. In front of him, Xia waved his sword to block the attack. The web between his thumb and forefinger split open, and blood spurted out. The battle situation changed, but the Equal Palace Master did not retreat. The black feathers around her fluttered, turning into the 12 wings of sin. With the support of the Nether King's power, Xia's aura also rose sharply. He slashed with his sword and counterattacked. With a rumble, the 2 forces collided. The battle was separated, and both of them took a few steps back. The 2 kings started their battle. Far away, in the Red Phoenix star zone, on a planet occupied by the heavenly demons, chaotic demonic chi surged, and the number 1 emperor of the heavenly demons walked out. The first Koan demon emperor appeared in the human world. In an instant, the 3 human emperors sensed his presence, and their attention was drawn to him. The heavenly demon monarch, he recovered his cultivation so quickly. You want to fight? I'm happy to oblige. The first Koan demon emperor felt the gazes of the 3 human emperors, and said lightly. In the Ziwei star zone, the azure-robed fortune-teller, the master of the immortal realm, and young master Xiaobai's expressions turned serious. They suppressed their urge to attack and chose to wait and see. In the underworld, the battle between the 2 kings shook the heavens. The fierce battle had yet to begin, and the wind and clouds surged wildly. 100 miles away from the battle, the heavenly demon monarchs surrounded the underworld. Behind them, the heavenly demon army grew larger and larger. An admirable opponent. Unfortunately, I can't let you live. In the battle, Azura said in a deep voice. The flames left his hands, and his palms condensed a peerless demonic technique. The earth-shattering demonic might spread rapidly, drowning the battlefield. Seeing this, Xia raised his mad doomsday and pointed at the ground. The demonic aura surged wildly, and his power was extremely terrifying. Just as the two kings' ultimate techniques were about to clash, and the outcome was about to be decided, the Seven Brilliants Demon Emperor appeared in the void. He didn't say a word and slammed his palm down on the battlefield. The sudden change shocked everyone present. They wanted to help, but it was too late. At the critical moment, phoenix cries could be heard from afar. Before anyone could react, Ning Chen appeared and blocked the Seven Brilliants Demon Emperor's fatal palm strike with his sword. "You finally came out." The Seven Brilliants Demon Emperor clenched his right fist, and his murderous intent burst out. Without any warning, the Seven Brilliants Demon Emperor moved and threw a punch, shattering the starry sky. At the center of the attack, Ning Chen swung his sword, and endless sword intent clashed with the heavenly demon monarch's might. Knowing destiny, Marquis. Knowing destiny, Marquis returned. Outside the battle, the human emperors recovered from the shock, and joy flashed across their faces. "Bring out your strongest form, or you'll die," the Seven Brilliants Demon Emperor said coldly. He flipped his left palm, and demonic suns flew out of nowhere. The seven demonic suns kept spinning between heaven and earth. The imperial might was shocking, and it suppressed all the kings present. "Now is enough to deal with you," Ning Chen responded. He slashed down with his divine sword, and a blast of air filled the sky. In front, the Seven Brilliants Demon Emperor raised his hand to block the sword chi. He channeled his demonic essence and counterattacked. In the starry sky, Ning Chen took a strange step, and his body moved like an illusion. The demonic suns circled around him, blocking his path of retreat. The Seven Brilliants Demon Emperor took a step forward and pressed forward. It was a shocking battle. The battle had reached its climax as soon as it started. The divine sword in Ning Chen's hand glowed with purple light. The sword swept across and blocked the demonic might again. Boom! A huge force came, and Ning Chen's body slid back 100 feet. However, his expression was still calm. Ning Chen waved his hand, and the heavenly book of creation appeared. The 10 scrolls flipped, and the wind and thunder of heaven and earth changed. Chapter 13:10. In the sky above the underworld, the heavenly demon army pressed down on the border. The demon emperor personally arrived on the battlefield, and his imperial might shook the heavens and the earth. The appearance of the emperor shocked all the kings. At the critical moment, the phoenix whistled in the sky from afar. Knowing destiny rushed back in time. Ning Chen did not dare to be careless in front of a powerful enemy. He flipped his left palm, and the golden book of the heavenly book appeared. The open heavenly tome's scroll emitted a golden light. Between heaven and earth, the wind and clouds changed and thunder rumbled. Heavenly book of creation. The Seven Brilliants Demon Emperor's eyes widened. Someone in the human world had mastered all 10 heavenly tomes. The 10 scrolls gathered together, seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. Dazzling golden light surrounded Ning Chen's body, making him look like a supreme emperor, shocking everyone. The Seven Brilliants Demon Emperor's expression darkened. His demonic aura surged as the 7 demonic suns circled around him. A terrifying temperature spread across the place, evaporating all the water vapor in the surroundings. Facing the demon sovereign again, Ning Chen moved his body and his sword, striking first to gain the initiative. The divine sword began to show its sharpness. The sword light was dazzling. The star divine gold from 100 great stars had been refined into a sword. Its sharpness was threatening. Sword technique, wind and thunder transformation. The sword drew wind and thunder, and a great battle began. Between heaven and earth, lightning surged, and the scene was shocking. The Seven Brilliants Demon Emperor's face stiffened slightly when the attack came close to him. He raised his hand to block the sword as his demonic aura surged rapidly. Rumble! Sword chi and demonic chi shook violently as a terrifying shockwave spread out. The kings around the battlefield were all forced to take a few steps back. At the center of the battle, The Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor threw out his left fist and counterattacked. Ning Chen focused and held the heavenly book of creation in front of him to block the demonic power. The demonic might attacked, and the heavenly book's brilliance shone brightly, neutralizing the ruler's attack. After a round of attack and defense, they were evenly matched. After 100 years of practicing the sword, he finally reached the peak today. Rumbling sounds resounded through the starry skies. The two individuals unleashed all of their fighting prowess. Their figures continuously intersected. The great battle had just begun, but it was already white-hot. The divine sword forged from the star-scar divine gold was indestructible. Even an Emperor Tao sovereign would find it difficult to destroy it easily. In the center of the battle, the human and the devil fought fiercely. The human and the sword moved, their sword techniques were unpredictable, and their killing moves were endless. It was a simple yet sharp sword. Every move was filled with murderous intent. Its extraordinary speed combined with the supreme sword intent forcefully made up for the difference in cultivation. On the other hand, the devil ruler had 7 suns circling around his body. His cultivation base was unparalleled, and every move he made had the power to destroy the world. This was the battle at the peak of the human world. It was a battle that surpassed the king realm and defied the heavens to slay immortals. It was an all-out white-hot battle. Victory or defeat was only a matter of time. While the humans and demons were fighting, in the Ziwei Galaxy and the Hong Luan Galaxy, the human clan and the demon territory's supreme emperors were facing each other from afar. The situation was equally tense. In the Red Phoenix Star area, Demon Emperor Kuan Yi appeared alone. His powerful deterrence made the 3 human emperors not dare to act rashly. All their attention was on this celestial devil monarch. He was the only one of the 10 great demon monarchs of the ancient times who had survived to this era. He was a supreme expert comparable to the immortal monarchs of the ancient times. His strength was immeasurable, and he could pluck the stars with a raise of his hand. He could fight against gods and demons. Even in the ancient times where experts were numerous, he was still an absolute expert. In the face of such a powerhouse, the 3 sovereigns of the human race no longer had the energy to divert their attention. The crisis of the underworld could only be resolved by Ji Ming and the others. In the Red Luan Star region, the first demon emperor stood in the air. Demonic chi surged around him, covering the stars in the sky. He was the most powerful demon in the world. Just one person was enough to intimidate the world. In the underworld, the battle between humans and demons was the focus of the 2 realms. With the divine sword in his hand, Ji Ming's sword intent rose endlessly. He unleashed his unparalleled sword cultivation and broke through the limits of the human world. He vaguely touched the barrier of the imperial path. With a slash of his sword, the laws of the world collapsed rapidly. The sword that had formed its own Tao kept improving and growing in the battle. The heaven-defying battle of immortals was like a portrayal of Ji Ming's life. With a powerful enemy in front of him, he could only survive by becoming stronger. He had practiced the sword for 100 years, and the world was his witness. His every move was refined and refined. On the battlefield, an army of 100,000 heavenly demons rushed over and stood in the starry sky. Once Ji Ming lost, the army of 100,000 elite heavenly demons would wipe out the underworld. There was no room for failure in this battle. Ning Chen's battle intent became more and more intense. The divine sword and the heavenly book, one attacking and one defending, were perfect. He showed the demeanor of a supreme expert for the first time. Compared to when you were in the primordial demon realm, you've become stronger, the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said coldly. He still couldn't gain the upper hand after dozens of exchanges. Unfortunately, Demon Emperor, you haven't improved at all, Ning Chen replied calmly. The divine sword turned around, and a purple sword glow lit up the world. Love of snow. The sword turned around, and snow fell from the sky. Endless cold air spread, freezing the scorching hell in the world. 3,000 miles of sword snow. The ultimate technique of Taoism appeared again. Ning Chen swung his sword, and snow fell from the sky for 3,000 miles. The world of ice and snow and the seven suns' demonic hell clashed with each other. The world immediately turned gray, and everything returned to chaos. Ugh! The remaining force spread. The two figures were knocked a few steps back at the same time. Blood flowed out of their mouth. The Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor raised his hand and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the blinding red on his hand. His dignity as a ruler suffered a blow again. He clenched his right hand, and the red color was unconcealable. Cracking sounds came from his knuckles. The Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor's eyes turned dark. Not a single white part of his eyes could be seen. When a ruler was infuriated, his demonic nature completely took over his consciousness. Roar! The next moment, an earth-shattering roar came from the sky. The entire starry sky began to shake violently. 100,000-foot-tall demonic figure appeared. Its terrifying demonic essence roared and surged. Its presence quickly spread to every corner of the starry sky. Not good. Both inside and outside the battlefield, the expressions of the human kings changed. They looked at the 100,000-foot-tall demonic figure in front of them with shock. The powerful demonic aura was several times stronger than before. The starry sky around the demonic figure was distorted. Even the starlight was devoured. The shocking scene froze the atmosphere on the battlefield. The kings of the two realms backed away again, unwilling to be affected by the imperial aura. The white-haired knowing destiny stood in the sky in front of the 100,000-foot-tall demonic figure. He stared at the demonic figure in front of him without much change in his expression. Humans had their own paths, and demons had their own demonic paths. Demons were powerful, but humans were no weaker. Today, I'll use my sword to slay demons and protect humans, Ning Chen said coldly. He held his sword in front of him and yelled. The heavenly book disappeared into his body. Giant waves surged in his Dantian's sea of qi. Knowing destiny gathered all his strength. The 10 heavenly books flipped rapidly, including the most powerful martial arts in the world. The beginning of life, the end of nothing. The creation of heaven and earth, the sun and the moon shone on the human world. The most powerful martial arts in the world returned to the origin, proving the foundation of martial arts. Behind Ning Chen, the chaotic small world appeared. Thousands of lightning bolts appeared, shocking everyone. When heaven and earth were first created, all the techniques had yet to appear. Suddenly, a divine sword appeared in the lightning. The path of knowing destiny started with the sword. A moment later, Ning Chen moved and walked into the chaotic small world. He raised his hand and held the divine sword. His aura rose rapidly. Sword technique Tai. He slashed with the sword. The chaos was first created. The sword split the world apart. Its power was extremely terrifying. It was as if the laws of heaven and earth were unstoppable. In the large world, the sword light broke through the sky. Under the shocked gaze of the kings, the divine sword light cut through the space-time and cut the 100,000-foot-tall demonic figure in half. Blood spurted out and splattered all over the sky. It was an indescribable scene. In the chaotic demonic qi, the upper and lower halves of the 7 luminaries' demonic emperor were separated. Inside and outside the battlefield, the kings of the 2 realms and the 100,000 demons were all shocked. They could not believe what they had just seen. One sword, just one sword, and the demonic emperor was defeated. Cough, cough. The 7 luminaries' demonic emperor coughed violently. Blood flowed out. Demonic qi surged around him. He forcefully pulled the upper and lower halves of his body together, trying to repair them. However, the sword aura lingered around the upper halves of his body. It could not be erased. It forcefully prevented the demonic cultivator from recovering. The world was shocked. Before anyone could react, Ning Chen's figure dashed out. Murderous intent appeared on his sword. It was as if he was going to slay all demons. The 7 luminaries' demonic emperor's eyes widened. At the moment of life and death, a force that did not belong to him erupted from the demonic cultivator. Chaotic demonic chi surged and turned into a powerful attack. The sudden change made Ning Chen unable to dodge in time. He was knocked away by a palm strike. 100 feet away, Ning Chen stabilized his body. Chaotic demonic chi devoured his body, restricting his true chi. Seeing this, the 7 luminaries' demonic emperor immediately charged forward. He gathered all his strength into a fist and punched at the former's chest. Ugh! Ning Chen grunted as the heavy punch landed on his body. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Die! The 7 luminaries' demonic emperor stopped attacking. He gathered his true chi in his palm and slapped at the knowing destiny heavenly spirit. In the nick of time, a giant bell appeared in front of Ning Chen and blocked the deadly attack. Dong! The immortal bell vibrated vigorously as the demonic palm landed. A mysterious sound spread rapidly and affected everyone. The emperors of the humans and demons only felt their ears hurting under the shocking immortal might. Their divine sense blurred for a moment. In the distance, the army of 100,000 heavenly demons was affected too. Thousands of heavenly demons exploded, unable to withstand the power of the mysterious sound. At the center of the battle, the knowing destiny heavenly spirit and the 7 luminaries' demonic emperor were hit by the mysterious sound at close range. Blood burst out from their bodies and dyed the sky red. However, the chaotic demonic chi inside Ning Chen's body dissipated under the impact of the mysterious sound. His restricted cultivation recovered. Ning Chen endured the pain and slashed at the demonic cultivator at close range. The 7 luminaries' demonic emperor grabbed the sword and cut open the demonic cultivator's skin. Blood poured out and dyed the sword red. The 7 luminaries' demonic emperor threw a punch at the demonic cultivator after his sword was restricted. When the heavy punch arrived, Ning Chen did not dodge. Instead, he countered with an equally powerful punch. A great rumble took place as the two clashed head-on. Cracking sounds were heard as the human and demon's arms were shattered. The fierce battle dyed the sky red with blood. It was a cruel battle of life and death. The 7 luminaries' demonic emperor's expression twisted again as he felt great pain. He could not help but loosen his grip on the sword. Ning Chen's left arm fell to his side silently. Knowing destiny heavenly spirit was not affected by the same pain. The divine sword glowed again. Ning Chen advanced instead of backing away. He slashed at the demonic cultivator and severed his arm. Blood splattered across the sky from the severed arm. The 7 luminaries' demonic emperor let out a painful cry. His eyes were filled with the fear of death for the first time. Humans aren't food for the other races. 7 luminaries' demonic emperor, don't forget to apologize to the innocent humans in the Yellow Springs. The divine sword glowed and severed the demonic cultivator's head. Took one last look at the human world. Unwillingness and fear, kill them all. Leave no one alive. Ning Chen turned around and ordered the emperors of the underworld.